were outside and you wouldn't answer your phone.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's when you were texting McKella.
Yeah, because like, you wouldn't answer your phone. I was like, I have no idea where the fuck he went. He won't answer his phone because I had to pay the tab.
Yep. Just fucking furious.
Over not anything to be mad about.
Honestly, I don't even remember what we fought about. Oh, yeah, I do. Never mind. Really stupid argument.
It was just like you were really mad about something where I was like, no, like, this is how I feel. And you were just like, fuck you! And I was like, whoa, like, I was like just telling you how I feel sometimes, not like fucking like...
Still fuck you.
Not about like a fucking like scenario where I'm like, oh, like, fuck you fucking asshole for not doing this. It was a, this is how I feel sometimes.
That was my response.
Yeah, that was your response to it.
Fuck you, piece of shit.
It definitely was not that. that was...
I threw up twice that night, I think. That was rough.
We walked home.
Yep. Yeah, I paid on trades.
It was funny because like it was pretty nice actually considering it had rain. It's like the ground was wet.
Well, dude, just when I left my house, it felt great. The ground was wet, smelled fresh rain, it was that nice coolness.
But it's still like warm.
Still warm. Yeah. It's great.
We don't get that very much.
Heard a little bit of thunder earlier. So I got home, like before the shower, I was like getting ready to get in the shower, and then I just laid on my bed. I was like, I just need to chill the fuck out. It was still like, I got home, took a hit, and I just couldn't calm down, so I just laid in bed. It was like, just take 10 minutes, just chill the fuck out for a second.
That's what it is sometimes.
Just towards the end of home, and then straight to me, you little bitch. So I was like,
Which is two.
don't care.
So that's kind of standard.
She's a little adult. I mean, fuck.
Well, you're a large child, so.
Yeah, this is a fact. This is a fact.
Which part?
The fact that you're a large child and you have a pretty much teenage toddler going on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
This is
Someday she's awesome.
that's how it goes. Oh my god,
It's
you
children,
guys.
yeah.
I have the greatest fucking pretend story of all time.
Pretend story?
Yes, it's a real story, but the kids are playing pretend.
Okay,
This is all
I
facts.
was like,
This is
I was
all
like, if
facts.
it's a pretend story, write it down. Let's make a movie. Let's do the thing. Like,
Oh god. Okay, so the other day, I couldn't find my Nerf bullets to save my life. I have like 1,200 in a box somewhere that I can't find. So I ordered 1,200 more because what else are you gonna do? I'm gonna have 3,000 rounds and it's gonna be fine. So I order all the bullets and have a Nerf war, and then I've got bullets everywhere all over the house, right? So the kids have all the bullets. I'm cleaning up the floor, mopping the floor, and I've got all my chairs on the carpet. So they decided that they were just going to start playing pretend with the chairs on the carpet. And they all 7 of them, went to the dress-up area and got dressed. They were going out. They go out. They're going out. So they went and got dressed, and my nephew, before everybody, they decided that the carpet and the chairs were the party bus. So my nephew, before everyone got on the party bus, gave everyone a beer and took their keys. See? So he gives up. This gets good. This gets better. Wait for it.
I was expecting a
Wait for it. Oh, it's gonna get better. It's gonna get better, right? So gives them a beer, takes their keys at gunpoint. So he's got a Nerf gun. He's like, here's your beer. Give me your keys.
Violently responsible.
It sounds like my nephew.
what is going on?
So
here?
then they all are taking the party bus to the shooting range. And I got one little girl who's got a cheetah print like hat on, and she's got her Nerf bullets in her pocket, and she pulls out one and it's her lipstick. So she's putting on her lipstick in the shooting range.
Severely confused right now.
And they're going to the shooting range, so they go to the back classroom, right? And they start throwing the bullets everywhere, having a ball. They're at the shooting range. So they're throwing bullets everywhere, and they clean them all up, and they get back on the party bus, right? They're going to the next location. They do this like 3 or 4 times. And then one little girl, they're all getting on the bus, and she's like, guys, guys, has anybody seen my purse and my shotgun? Like,
I don't know if some 10-year-olds should be pretending like this.
Well, it's also like, there's that saying, like, I'm just high on life, like, whatever. Like, kids, they get high on something.
Right.
It's the greatest thing. It's the greatest
But
thing.
Dorothy will do it sometimes. I just look and I was like,
They just get in
Where'd
a
you
zone,
get crack?
and they're in the world, like they're in their zone. And so any little thing that parents are doing and talking about, they start to imagine what that means, and then they have to enact it because everyone's a hands-on learner. Everyone's figuring it out.
Right.
So then they have to reenact it to get the concept, to bridge the connection between the conversation, the environment, everything. The way that their brains work to bring things to life allows them to translate their environment. It's fascinating. And so the fact that they played one game for hours never happens with a 3-year-old. And a group of 7, that's incredible. So that's some serious high levels of social emotional skills, some serious high levels of imagination,
Right.
and some quality parenting because everyone's on the same page. Everyone's talking about guns and bullets and all that stuff. And so everyone's like, oh my God, I know what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Let's play. Now, all of them, one of them, her dad is a gunsmith. And so she knows the ins and outs. She's 4 years old, knows the ins and outs, and knows better gun safety than most adults.
Well, that's guaranteed.
Guaranteed. And so, like, that's part of, like, the glory of the county I live in, is that parents are very involved in being aware and, like, letting kids go out and play and shoot their 22s and all that stuff. So there's, like, they're all on the same page, which is just ironic. In school, they're playing this game.
Right.
If it was a real school setting, could you imagine the preschool teachers talking to every single family? Like, there's something wrong with that.
why is your kid doing
Right.
Because she's not a bitch.
Right.
Because
I have no
I'm
problem
pretty
playing
sure
kids
she's
on like what guns and stuff are, like that kind of stuff, like safety wise. But like I have like like I said, I was like, I don't know if like all of these things should be like done by sub 10-year-olds. Like as far as like we should pretend this way and this kind of thing. Like that's for me where I'm like, we need to bring some more like other fun stuff into their lives too,
Oh,
not
yeah.
just
So, well, just after that, like, they were out, there was a hole in the roof of our playhouse, and they had to borrow my adult toys, my adult tools, so that they could go, not adult toys, well,
Kind of, they
adult
are.
tools.
Swing it still
But they wanted to use, like, my real tools to go fix the roof. Like, so they played that, they're playing dinosaurs, they're doing all kinds of stuff, like, their imaginations are just going crazy.
that's good. I mean, I have
That's what I'm
zero
saying. They don't
issue
just
with
play
that.
shooting games, okay?
Yeah.
Like, we're not Mormon. This isn't the Taliban.
I know it's a little bit more of like a modern thing too when you think about too like video games are kind of like, you know, the government like says like, you know, or old people are like, you know, video games are the reason why like people have killed each other for millennia.
Literally as long as we've been alive. Cain
Right.
and Abel.
Before
First
video games.
Yeah, way before video games. Like it's actually since video games like made it less violent
Yeah, there was
because it
something
gives you
else to do
it gives you an
besides-
outlet to do something that's kind of similar in nature while also like not actually hurting.
You can
Yeah,
have your sadistic little episode
right.
in
It's
an imaginary world where it doesn't matter.
right. It's one of those things where you can do like dumb shit where it's like instead of like you doing it in real life, you can do it in a virtual scenario where like, oh, this is my outlet for that anger. We all have. I want to hit that person. I want to fucking like. We all have that. It's not like it's fucking like nature for us to not be like, man, if I could not smack the shit out of you, that'd be great. No,
What's that? When
you
we're
fucking.
when we're playing video games, like if we're out at the bar, like we were the one day, we get mad, we start fighting. If we're playing video games, I'll just turn around, shoot him in the face, and we're fine.
No big deal.
I can't
See,
do that
easy.
at the bar.
Right.
You can't, no, damn
So,
down.
so there is a
I
little bit of
can't
that.
be your
like,
huckleberry.
as like a, you know, as a play game, things like, you know, it's like fucking Cowboys and Indians back in the day,
Yep.
which is like, when you think about it, it's, like, it's super racist.
I played that shit all the time.
I know, and we all did. So like,
But I was usually the Indian, okay?
so yeah, it's one of those scenarios where like it's always been that kind of like scenario, but now it's a little bit easier to like get that rage and stuff out, like all of that kind of stuff in the video games, having that like imagery in your head that you want to play the game with the party bus and all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, I forget that like, you video games are a little different than I was when I was fucking 5 years old too.
Right.
Like, because when I was playing video games at 5 years old, like, we had Super Mario, and that was about it. Like, there was, like, a few other ones, but it wasn't, like, a fucking, like,
Right.
I'm playing, realistic, like, gameplay, which you could do as a child now, even playing video games that aren't even weird.
Right. Oh, man. I just think it's, well...
So it's just easier, plus it's, like, internet and all these
speaking
things.
of, like, the video game thing, like, the little girl who was like, where's my shotgun in my purse? Her dad plays video games, and, like, the first day that she came over to my school, she's like, guess what, Miss Sarah? I'm like, what? She's like, oh, what did she say? My dad buries the treasure and hides the bodies. Like, or whatever. I don't know what game he's playing, but, like, she's like, my dad buries it and hides the bodies. And then her mom, I told her mom what she said. She's like, oh yeah. She's like, her dad will be like, what do we do with the bodies? She's like, hide them, daddy. Like, it's like, they're like sitting there playing video games.
So it's just one of those scenarios. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm like, oh, it makes more sense that they would play games like that, or they would see that, because, like, again, like, our generation grew up on, like, the video games are, like, a lot more normal, that kind of stuff. Like, even for me, I got a little bit older, so it's a little bit weirder for me as a kid growing up playing video games.
Right.
But, like, now, like, everybody does. Like, anybody in their mid-20s, like, they play games all day.
Hello.
Hi, Dorothy.
I don't know. In my mind, I'm like, okay, what could they be imagining the party bus to be? It's probably a school bus that they saw that morning when the school bus went around.
Fortnite
Like,
school bus.
it's like, their imagination. Can you hear me now?
In fact, this is called a waffle.
But they're just fascinating.
I don't think it's called a muffle.
Yeah, it's not. I do like the gold though.
Yeah, the mice definitely look cooler than they actually are.
They look sick as
Yeah.
shit. They're gold.
I think this is actually... There's one that's silver, I think, but...
No, it sounds like there's a noise machine in the room with you.
Yeah, there does.
Yeah, there does. Let's figure out which mic it is.
Yeah.
How about...
Nope, not that one. Not that one either. Nope. There we go. Should be good now. Thanks, McKella. I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Just a piece of dust in the fucking power.
Power dust.
Power dust. Yeah. So now it's down. Should be good now.
Yeah, so then when I moved to my mom's house, I think I'm gonna upgrade my mic. I'm gonna get that M7B, smaller version. And the nice thing is I can start USB, and then if I ever want to upgrade to XLR and get like a cloud lifter and a
Yep.
mixer, I can, which would be cool. If not, start with a nicer mic.
Well, I was telling Sarah today, like, I was supposed to get I told you this the other day, I was supposed to get my table today.
Oh yeah.
So, like, I get the notification, like, to be delivered today, that kind of shit. So I look at it, and it's like, I'll be here between 10 and 3. I look at, like, the fucking, like the tracker, and the tracker still shows it's in California. And I was all, I don't think so.
Not happy.
And it still said it until, like, it was, like, 4 p.m., and then it was all pending,
Yeah.
no delivery date. And I was like, cool. So that means it's either lost at the fucking FedEx facility, which
It's possible.
FedEx, my experience with FedEx is, like, almost the worst delivery company. Like, DHL has been historically the fucking worst one
Oh yeah.
for me.
DHL's pretty bad.
For me, here in the States, DHL is horrible. The next one that's bad is fucking FedEx. And with UPS and USPS, I get it always like way earlier than I'm supposed to get it.
We had it was one order. Oh, it was one of our Amway orders when we first started. We had like our monthly order, and it didn't show up. So we called. They sent us another one, whatever. And then like 5 months later, the order shows up on our doorstep.
What?
Like dated and everything. I was like, so this was just sitting in your fucking warehouse for like months. And you guys finally found it.
With
It
FedEx?
was kind of cool, yeah.
Yeah, so you just get a double order, like.
Yeah, it was like. They didn't charge us for the second one. They're like, oh, sorry, that whatever, we'll send you. And it was just like, $1,000 order of shit.
Right. I mean, I guess I could deal with 2 stand-up tables for some price of one.
That'd be great.
Well, that was like my water cooler. They delivered to the wrong address, and then so they sent me another one.
And then that one showed up.
No, I would somebody had they messaged me on Facebook and they're like here, and I was like, okay, I guess get 2 for the price of one.
That's like when my mom ordered. The reason I have the toaster I have now, it's kind of like a really nice toaster. But my mom ordered one. Whoever fulfilled the order didn't realize that the boxes they come in, there's 2 microwaves in the box.
So they just sent you.
So they sent them the entire shipping box. So she gets it. There's just 2 fucking microwaves and toasters in there. She's like, "Do you want a toaster? Sure, whatever."
Yeah, I mean it's their loss at that point.
She's like, "Did I pay for 2?" I was like, "No." Shows right here. You only pay for 1. So whatever.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those that scenario is kind of funny because it's just somebody was packing and they're just dumb or they've never sold it or whatever. They just started and they just
First day.
I'm new here.
It's one of those things for me where I'm like, if it's a big company that gets fucked over the deal, I'm like, I don't really give a shit because they fuck everybody else over anyways. So it's
they work that kind of loss into their annual budget, anyway,
right?
So to return it would be messing with their money. They plan on this happening every once in a while. So if I return it, I'm messing with the financial plan.
And this is one of those things even with the shipment of this table. Again, if I get 2 at the end of the day, the carrier pays for it because they fucked it up. So it's well, if they fuck it up,
and then you get your super long desk.
I did want 2, yeah. I did want longer.
You have a giant 12-foot fucking desk. You just set them. You find a way to wire up the 2 control panels. So
I can do that.
Yeah, so when you raise one, the other follows it. That'd be fucking awesome.
It'd be kind of baller.
That'd be dope as shit. I'm so excited for just my office in general.
Ew.
I'm gonna get the lights and do the thing, and just having my desk and my computer constantly set up is awesome. Standing desk will be cool.
Yeah, I mean that was the big thing for me. Is it's a year later, I'm still working from home, and I don't have to go back to the office at all. So I'm I kind of looked. I should have took my. I didn't think I was gonna work from home for this long. Otherwise, if I would have known I was gonna work from home, I would have taken the one from work. Because they were yeah, you can take whatever you want from work. And I was I'm only gonna be here for a couple of weeks. I'll be fine. And then June, I was well, now it'd be a little weird if I went and took it. 3 months later, where I'm oh, I should have this. Especially when the office was kind of open for a little while too. They had half capacity.
Right, you were allowed to come back.
Yeah, and it was there was a bunch. We had some new people because we hired some people after we furloughed everybody, and some people didn't come back and that kind of stuff. And so they hired a bunch of new people. So I was it'd be really weird if I went back to the office now, when I have to work when I'm doing more work than I've ever done from home. But yeah, I was not now that I'm I don't even want to go back to the office scenario. Yeah. So I'm
get more done here.
Yeah. Well, it's not even that I get more done here. I do, but is that I can just work whenever I want,
right?
Which is nice.
You can work when the servers are dead, and you can in turn helps you get more done.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where it's I can sleep in since I don't have a customer facing job, that kind of shit. It's pretty nice about that. But plus then it's mine too. I don't have to worry about returning it ever. One of those moments where it's yeah, I use my own computer, my own stuff, but the reality is I'd rather.
That's nice.
Yeah, and I always use my own keyboard because I can't use a shitty keyboard. I
always did. They always looked at me weird when I went into a shop and I'd unplug the keyboard when I was service writing. I'd bring my RGB fucking badass keyboard and whoa, I was yeah, these other keyboards suck ass. No way.
Right, and for the extra like couple of dollars, like basically you look at $100 for the course of like an infinite amount of time. Like I'd rather spend the $100 and work on a $20 piece of shit that's like gonna irritate me all fucking day. Where I'm just like, well, I don't mind like the loud ones. It's just like I remember like when I first started working my current job, like the keyboard that was there was like complete garbage. Like multiple keys, you had to like smash the key to fucking work and stuff, and I was like, I'm just not gonna deal with this.
Yeah.
I don't want to like, and other people's filth too. And somebody else used it for fucking years before me, and I'm like, I'd rather have my own filth to like deal with,
Yeah, that makes sense.
And like all the ones I use is always the one that came with the computer. It's a $10 keyboard that just sucks.
Yeah, where it has like more deck flex than the button travel.
Right.
It's just,
or like if you're typing too quick, sometimes we'll just miss a letter. Or like these other ones, like if you just tap it, like it'll type 3 of them.
right.
I know, like some of them feel like so soft to the touch that it's almost like a sensor versus actually connecting.
Yeah, it's like there's that feel to like I run mechanical keyboards at my at my desk for ever and ever. I've had a mechanical keyboard for a decade plus. That used to be like the standard keyboard back in the day was mechanical, that kind of stuff. Because like there's actually like a press, and then like when it actuates, there's still further of a button to press. So you're not just smashing the keyboard and like giving yourself fucking arthritis and like and tendonitis from just like, oh cool, I'm just like smashing the same. It's basically just like hitting the table. Yeah, like that's stupid. Like that.
I do miss when we watched that video about Apple's and the keyboard and all that stuff. I really do miss that keyboard. Like I don't know. I don't understand why, but I'm like, oh, I miss that sound, that feeling of that keyboard, the way those keyboards.
And that's kind of how like these keyboards are. Is like they have an actual spring scenario and like the button
click.
Yeah, the actuation's in the middle and not on the end kind of situation. Whereas like even like your laptop is like decent because it's an Apple one. Like those ones are okay. Like it sucks that you have like the generation that like they have dust problems with that generation of laptops.
Really?
So like they like recalled the fucking the laptops if you have this problem because they're so bad. And so they went back to the old keyboard on like the Mac, the other Mac that I have. Yours.
I bring this in the shop all the time. There's probably enough sawdust for a termite to be satisfied.
Well, sawdust is bigger, so you're usually okay.
It's like 6 screws. Pop that panel off, just a little can of compressed air, and
okay.
spray it
I'm a little
out.
paranoid because it's like technology. I'm like, I know how to use big tools. I'm gonna be getting a little.
Sawdust isn't near as bad as like regular like household dust when it comes to electronics because it's a lot larger.
Okay.
So it doesn't get like into stuff the same way.
It's cool when you get like the little baby roaches. You get in there when they're small, when they grow up and die. It's cool. You see that more like bigger. I don't know if you see it in that. It's kind of funny, but bigger like laptops.
Oh, okay.
You get that.
We don't really have that much of a problem with like bugs in Colorado.
Oh my god, I got the best roach story.
Compared to like, when you were down in Georgia, where like insects.
Did I tell you that cockroach story?
I think you did. I remember something.
God.
But yeah, we don't have like the weird bug problems here as much. Like we have earwigs, I guess, like during this time of year. We have a little bit of a problem with those.
Oh, they crazy too. My preschoolers, I had one preschooler find a fly in the rocks and pick it up and was playing with it. And it was alive, like crawling around his hand. He gave it to another student, like, we love bugs. We were digging in the dirt just so we could find worms yesterday.
Perfect. I mean, there's nothing wrong with bugs.
Store that he's not a fan of worms.
Oh my god.
It rained the other day. I was like, and she had just done some planting, so it was like a big pile of like extra soil she didn't use. It's like, I know there's gonna be a fucking worm in there. There was a big fat one too.
Yes.
It was quick.
It was a fat one?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I grabbed it and it almost slipped right out of my hand. I had a good bit. It just pulled itself back in.
Wow.
But I pulled it out and I went to show it to Dorothy. He's like, but any other bug, like, she'll kill it, no problem.
Oh yeah.
Or she'll see a bug outside and she'll go grab any toy she has and just start smacking the shit.
Oh yeah.
out of it.
On our way to the cemetery today.
Yeah.
On our way to the cemetery today.
Well, for once, you can't kill them.
There was a
So-
roly-poly that came out in front of her, and she was like, oh, cool, roly-poly, and she was like, ha!
Oh, those are cool bugs.
I know. She had to smash it. That satisfaction of the crunch. I get it.
They're that crunchy scenario.
They are.
We used to have a lot more roly
We
polies.
used to have a lot.
They used to be here. They used to be all over all the time.
They
Now,
get pretty big too. And now I haven't seen one in a long
right?
time.
It's been a while. Like we
Even
definitely.
ladybugs. I don't see
Yeah, we
ladybugs very often.
We don't have that many bugs around here. I think it actually probably is because of the mosquito spraying that we do in Larimer and Weld. I think both those two
That
reasons
makes
why we
sense.
have less bugs.
I have 7 butterflies that have grown in my little butterfly cage thing, and they're so pretty. The kids are just obsessed. Like as soon as they run in the door, they're like running to go look at the butterflies. It's the coolest thing.
Dory loves. She's got a little butterfly blanket.
Yes.
She calls them fireflies. But
Yes.
they're butterflies.
Spend $15 and get that butterfly grow thing.
Well, so they've
It's
been
so
to like
cool.
the butterfly pavilion, and then up at
Mm-hmm.
there's some museum up here that has like a little butterfly room, same thing. And she was in it one time. I guess she stepped on one. She didn't see it. It was just chilling on the ground. She stepped right on it.
Oh shit.
There's one we went to though where they had.
Worms are yucky. Yeah.
Yeah. There was one we went to that had. I can't remember where this one was, but have you ever seen an atlas moth?
Mm-hmm.
Those things are fucking huge.
No, I have not seen.
Yeah, they're
Like,
massive.
Like, their bodies are like this big.
Really?
They're like
Fun.
giant just grubs with wings. Which
I love that.
pretty much what they are.
Grub. I think of Lion King. Slimy, yet satisfying. Oh.
Yeah, again we don't get those big ass moths around here very often.
No.
We have weird bug scenarios
What was
here.
it last year or 2 years ago with the miller moths who were really bad that one year? That was insane.
Yeah, they can get pretty nasty
They were
sometimes.
everywhere, dude. Just those little like straw looking ones. Those were
Yeah, they can get pretty gnarly.
Walk-
We haven't had a locust breakout in a while either. So
Oh yeah. It's kind of a cool noise.
there was one
I
like
haven't even heard that
probably
noise in a long time.
a decade ago or so. Like it was just fucking gnarly. It was like a wet season here, and it was just fucking. There was you couldn't like do anything without just being like cool. Now I'm just driving through a bunch of fucking locusts or grasshoppers or whatever the fuck. Like it was just fucking disgusting.
It's always cool when you find like the big like cicada shells, like when they shed their skin, but it just kind of stays there. They perch on something and then just get out, but their body stays there. Those are kind of fun to mess with.
And again, until you have like
1,000 of them.
yeah.
Exactly.
One or two is cool every now and then. Just sounds like super high voltage electricity in the distance.
Yeah, again, it's been a while since we've had like a big gnarly one of even of those.
I haven't even heard that in a long time. Really.
Like I said, I think our mosquito spray scenarios have like really like fucked shit up here.
I remember when I found out that was a thing, with the trucks that go around and spray it.
Yeah, it's weird because we don't have. I mean, bugs used to be like everywhere, and you don't see them much anymore. Like even like spiders and stuff. Like we really don't have that much of an issue. Like I leave spiders be as I have spider webs all over the fucking windows and stuff here. But
Yeah, they're always in these windows. Always.
well, it's because they can crawl through them because they're garbage. But yeah, it's one of those.
A lot of wolf spiders.
It's a lot rarer than it used to be. We used to like have just so much more shit around here.
I did, like when I was like between jobs, when I was trying to find something to do, and I was working at that green tire place.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I like the first time in a long time I'd seen a black widow. Big, like it fell out of the tire that I was holding. It was like the owner's like, holy, what kind of spider is that? Like, dude, that's gotta be a black widow. Like that looks. So he kind of kicks it, and it landed on his back, and just giant red hourglass. Like, yeah, kill it. I was like, I don't have to kill it. Just push it outside.
Right.
He was like, nah. No.
Well, and that's another thing too. Like it used to be like everything used to be like a lot different around here too. Like 'cause, like where this house is was not that far from like basically farmland.
Right.
Not even 15 years ago.
Used to be a lot more ag.
So like there was a lot. Black widows used to be a big problem around here. And, like all sorts of stuff. And now you just don't.
Just don't really see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your back hurts?
Mm-hmm.
Well, use a pillow next time.
It's long days. Long days, bent over the
Sorry.
It's a very different.
Yeah. Different kind of play.
Words of wisdom from
Shitty people.
Use a pillow next time. Oh God, it's so great.
I don't know, this was another long week. I'm like so I'm 2 weeks in for this month, and there's like just over 2 weeks left of work. Obviously, it's basically half of the month anyways. Tomorrow's the 15th. But I'm almost at goal already. Like halfway through the month with like my shit. I'm like, I am fucking worn out. Like we have people that like have already hit goal fucking 12 days into the month. Dude, it's we're fucking busy right now, and it's like I don't care. It's just I'm so like overworking.
This is one of those weeks where like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was like dead. And Thursday and Friday, everyone went into panic mode. It's not even the end of the month. Everyone's like, we got all the shit we need now. It's the same thing. All the times you guys knew you needed this a week ago.
Right.
But you waited till I was getting requests at 3 in the afternoon, and then they emailed me, hey, are you gonna be able to make it here today? I was like, the fuck do you think, dude? No.
Right.
I have people who told me on Wednesday they needed me today. That's who I'm helping. I'll help you next week.
That's just what it is. The lack of planning on yours does not make it urgency on mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's people are fucking problems for sure. Like I had one of my coworkers call me today, like at like 3:30. He's like, I have a fucking problem, and I was like, okay, well, I mean, I have time right now. I guess I can help you out, like whatever. And so he sends he forwards me this email from this client or whatever, and it's like their website is going down, and I'm like, okay. So I look at this email and it's like, oh no, they canceled their shit 2 months ago, and then 30 days. They're lucky that their website stayed up this fucking long. It was literally 2 months ago.
The website they're not paying for anymore. Stop working.
Yeah, and I was like, well, if the company they're coming from can turn it back on so I can get the stuff, but I'm guaranteeing that nobody on the East Coast is fucking answering their phone at fucking nearly 6 o'clock.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, I can't fucking get your website back up at this fucking point because your lack of planning,
It's a personal problem at this point. We'll fix it next week.
Well, and the thing is, their new site's going live anyways, next week.
Oh.
So, yeah, your site's gonna be down for 4 days, but reality is this weekend, you're likely not gonna get a whole bunch of contact stuff going from then or this, and it's now it's a fire that you caused because you didn't send us a shit fucking on March 15th when
when you were supposed to.
Yeah, when you canceled it. So it's I'm I can help, but they got to do it right now because I'm done. I had another one at a ticket where it was take this one down for non-payment at 4 p.m., which is when we close for Fridays. We're every day is 4 p.m. We're closed. And it's but then my partner that does the tickets too for that one, he just was fuck it, do it now. He didn't. I was gonna try to figure a nice way to say how would you expect your coworker, because there's a coworker that sent the ticket in to turn this to do this at closing time on Friday when nobody's fucking working because we all luckily in my job it's when it's time to shut the fuck off, they'll be turn your shit off, you dumb bitch scenario. I'm lucky about that situation. My boss is fucking cool about that. She's half the teams have fucking happy hour at fucking 3:30 on a Friday. And then they just get drunk on Zoom or they go fucking, to a bar or whatever.
Yeah.
So it was how is it, I was going to be how can I say nicely to this person, how would you feel if I asked you to work when you're not supposed to be working? In a formal way, where it was this wasn't a, hey, could you do this at this? It wasn't, she didn't ask us or whatever. She was do this at 4. And I was I was just going to leave it up, to be honest. Then Danny came in and was all, nah. And I was okay, I mean, that's what I should have done in the first place, is just did what I wanted to do. Because I thought about it, because we got the ticket at 11 o'clock. And I was I'll just let it sit. I don't really give a fuck. It's Friday. They should know better.
Yeah.
it was just one of those moments, and I'm
It was
just
a
glad, I'm glad he came in and took the bad guy moment, because I have the bad guy moment all the time where I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. Stop. And then he just fucking did it. So
Like, and as a company that's asking for another company's help, you should know that anything past like noon on a Friday isn't gonna get touched.
yeah, right.
At all.
Like, especially like what you work with a lot of small businesses. You know, it's not like you're working with like major, you know, corporations that have 24/7 operations. Like,
Yeah.
most of your clients are 8 to 5, 7 to 5 at most. You know, maybe a 6 o'clocker every once in a
I rolled
while.
up at a shop today, like 4:30. Like all the techs are gone,
Yeah.
and fucking it was the same one I had a problem with today. It was like 2 weeks ago. Same thing. Oh my god, it's an emergency. We gotta get it out of here. I show up at 4:30, and the manager's outside, and he like comes to my window. He's like, "Dude, you should be like at home, like winding down at 4:30 on Friday." And I just looked at him like, "Excuse me."
You asked me.
Yeah, you did. I'm here because you asked for my urgent help. Well, again, on another car that isn't even gonna leave today. What the fuck, man? I
Right.
could have done this on Monday and it would have made no difference.
Right. It's like that's what, like, that makes no sense about yours whatsoever. Like, well, and that's like my stuff is also like small business. Like, our company deals with mostly small business stuff. So it's like, would you be doing this on like a fucking at 3 p.m. on a fucking Friday? No, you wouldn't. Then don't ask us to fucking do it. I don't understand how people are like that, where it's like, no, like, you understand how like you would want to work. It's kind of like that like parent situation was like, you know, when I was a kid, you didn't do that shit when you were a fucking kid. Stop fucking lying. Like,
Right.
like all this shit. Like, it's the same like
You
scenario.
did not hike a mile both ways, bitch. You got a Mustang when you were 15.
Right. So it's like, stop. Like, there's, like, people forget, I guess, like, how they want to operate, but they want other people to like run around them, and that makes no sense to me. That's one of the reasons why like I'm not big on like tradition stuff, because like it's like old people telling you what you should and shouldn't want to do, and it's like, for me, I'm like, no, that's not how.
You rebel.
You didn't want to fucking do it either, so why are you making everybody else fucking do it?
Right. Like arranged marriages.
And just the
What's
stuff,
weird about that scenario is,
everything.
so it's very weird for like us as Americans, but for like much of the world, like, it's a pretty normal scenario.
Mm-hmm.
And what's crazy about that, like, also is it forces them to like
Work it.
fix
Work
shit
it out.
that's like not like
Yeah.
that bad. Whereas
And
like,
they tend to be some of the happiest couples
right,
you'll ever encounter. Like,
right, because they have to like figure it out and make it work for both of them.
They have
Versus
to.
like,
that lack of
Sometimes
freedom is
it's actually
better
like
for
some
them.
serious, and they like. I mean, sometimes it's like an arranged, like they absolutely hate each other. Clearly.
right, and that happens.
And that happens, but oftentimes they end up falling really in love with each other just because of who they are. Like,
Right.
Which I find that just like, oh wow, that's
What?
cool. And then it makes sense. It makes sense why like all of those stupid girl shows have so like. There's, I don't know, whatever, they have like those like 90-day fiance or whatever the fuck that shit is of like arrangement you've never met before, you're getting married today. Like,
Right.
I understand the idea and the concept behind that, given the context of like arranged marriages. But some of that stuff is like,
Right.
such
There-
no.
There is plenty of it. So like, there's plenty of it that's like not good. There's a lot of that is good, because like it comes down to like arranged marriages in a lot of places. Like, they have similar. They have similar likes and like, you know, wants in life and those kind of things, because culturally that's how it works.
Right.
So it makes it easy for that to be like, oh well, yeah, this makes sense because it runs this way. Now there's other ones obviously where like they're like totally separate like factions of life, and they have different shit, and that's when they don't work
Right.
at all, and that's when
Right.
it's like abusive and problematic.
Right.
So it's weird how like we look at it like, you know, like people generally need some kind of direction.
Mm-hmm.
That's why like, you know, people are sheep or whatever, like kind of are. It's just
It's true.
because everybody like they need some kind of direction, and
Yeah.
we're, you know, we have tons and tons of freedom here, and that's why like we also have tons and tons of like societal problems because of that. And
Right.
you know, like especially like the United States is so goddamn huge that like culturally, like you go halfway across the country, not even, you know, fully across, and it's totally different. It's because, well, we have a totally different experience in life.
Right.
And that's sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't when it comes to like bringing people together on how shit works.
True. I don't know. I find that some of that stuff is just really interesting, and it makes me. And then it makes me just laugh at all of the people who are struggling with their singleness sometimes, and they're like, "What am I doing wrong?" I'm like, well, what are you doing wrong? like on TikTok, there's this one dude who's just got like a duet after a duet after a duet of like he sees like a couple that's like happy and doing their thing. Like whether or not they're an attractive couple or not. And he's like, what am I doing wrong? And that's what he says every single time. And it's like, well, maybe if you weren't on TikTok talking shit about everybody else's happiness, maybe that might have something to do with it.
Well, I mean, there's sometimes when I think of think of it like that too, being that I've been fucking single for a billion years at this point. Like, it's always like, and then you're like, but I also don't want to I'm not going to be like the person's like, oh, I'm just going to settle because I'm going to settle situation.
No, don't do that.
So
Who was it? John Stamos. Like, Jesse, Uncle Jesse. Babe, right? He didn't get married or find love until after 50, and he was super happy about it. Like, I guess there was an interview not too long ago about him just being like, I'm so glad I waited. In every situation, I'm just so glad I did because this is absolutely perfect.
Right. So, it works like that too. Like, when it comes to being a famous person, that kind of stuff, there's a lot more work that people don't really see.
Oh yeah.
They just see the rich and famous and all this stuff, and you just get whatever you want, all the scenario, which is no, there's a lot of work that went into getting to that point and those kind of things that sometimes you just don't have time to find a partner, or find somebody that is able to deal with that bullshit anyways. Because it's a lot of time, and you're away from you see comedians or whatever, and they travel 50% of the time or 60% of the time, where it's they got there because they put 100% of that time for a long time just to get to 50%, and they still have to be that 50% to keep going. And it's well, are you going to be okay with your significant other being away 50% of the time?
Right. Can you hang?
Yeah.
Can you hang?
And so
but you have to choose wisely, because a lot of people can't. Over the last couple years of me being single, that it's been a lot of people getting bitchy about me being busy. I
don't give a shit.
Okay. But that's been their biggest bitch is that I'm busy, and it's either you can build with me or you can fuck off. It's
right.
Either do or don't, and then if you're big enough of a priority, I'll carve out my time and I'll do what I gotta do, of course. But no, if you're gonna be a little bitch about it, buzz off.
Right, and
I don't have time for that. I'm not
very much a thing.
It's very much a thing. There's with everybody being on their phones and so attached to technology, there's this neediness of attention, and I need you to have you need to give me all of your attention all the time. And I'm I can't handle that. I'm not even sorry either. I'm not even
gratification.
Sorry.
Well,
yes,
that's very much
everything. I've gone through way too much to think instant gratification is going to satisfy me. It's really
it's one of those things too. Is we have that used to again, whatever we need. We got fucking same day delivery from across the country and all this shit. Obviously, everyone's complaining about my fucking. I don't fucking need it. I just complain about it because it's funny.
I'm just bitching because I can't.
Yeah, it's just because it's funny to me. That's oh, I'm gonna get it today when it hasn't left California. That was the whole point for me. I was no, it's not fucking gonna be here. I already knew it was not gonna be here. That was the first day in the fucking range, and now I'm gonna even get it during the range, and it's just one of those we have that instant scenario. Oh, I need this now. Need this now, and it's.
Did I tell you I got a Peloton?
You were telling me that you were getting one.
Are you in love? Do you have room for it in the bedroom?
I don't have it yet, but when it's going to be delivered to my mom's house. Because once you order them, it takes 6 to 8 weeks anyways for them to put the order together and get it over. So they have somebody come over and set it up and everything for you. So we'll have plenty of room for it in my mom's house, our new place, in a month or so. But I've ridden on it before when I went to the gym. That's the only piece of equipment I used. I fucking love it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind like when I set like my bike up on my trainer and do the thing. I so much prefer not being inside when I work out though. So like for me, like I went like on a 12-mile bike ride yesterday. I just rode down to like Best Buy and came back. But yeah, I just struggle so much to like have that. Like, I also don't like really have like a lot of drive to work out necessarily. Like, I like riding my bike a lot, but I usually like need a place to fucking go or something to do is like much more of like my jam. Like I have zero problem like being healthy and doing the thing, but like if I have somewhere to be or somewhere to do, and like I won't just go like I struggle even to this day to like just like I'm gonna go on like a fucking like 50-mile bike ride by myself. That sounds great.
Yeah, like that's something like I know people give people who have Pelotons like a bunch of shit. Like there's that certain group. Like they have done a very good job with their like program that they have because you have to pay for it, but if you get like a Nordic Track or a Proform, one of the other cycles, it's almost identical. There's just a different platform you have to use for workouts, and it's not great.
Well, so with that Peloton too, is you can use it to do like Zwift or Ruby is another one you can use it with, where it's a paid for like program, but they basically like it turns it into like Zwift is like kind of like a game.
So yeah, they had one of those too that I actually like playing with. If I didn't feel like just doing like a normal workout, because like for me when I work out, I need a coach to like push me, or else I don't fucking do anything. It was the same in swimming. Like my fastest times, I would never come in first, but it's because I had that competition and that shit to go, and that's what I liked about the Peloton. iFit has it too. But there's a scoreboard on the side, so you can see people who've done the workout, like who are currently doing it, who've done it this week, and like where you match they measure it in like the kilowatts or whatever you're putting in. So they just measure that. So as I'm working out, I can see myself climbing, and that like helps me work out
when you
harder.
get it, you should look up Zwift because it's basically like.
Yeah, there was one I did where like same thing, just a bike with a giant screen on it. But the course I did, you were like in a giant urban park, and like you had your little guide, and you could sit there and like actually turn the handlebars or whatever, steer them, and you had to like go get as many rings as you could in like 20 minutes. It was kind of a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Super fun.
Ruby's cool because like they take like real routes, and they put it like on the screen, like so like you're like traveling through that actual route, and then it takes your watts, and like if it's like incline or whatever, like it'll like add that to the way it works.
That's the one thing that.
Have you ever been to like Cycle Bar?
I never went there.
It's really fun. Avery kind of fucked it up when we were going there a lot. He like started dating somebody that was working there, and she still works there, so we don't go anymore.
Gotcha. Fucking Avery.
But that was super fun because like basically like it's a little like too positive for like somebody like me, where I'm like just tell me to shut the fuck up and fucking ride and like go faster or whatever. So like they're like a little bit like a little positive, but basically you're just in a fucking sweatbox with 15 other people pedaling, and it's super fun because you're just like, and it hurts, like you're fucked at the end, like especially the way that I like, if somebody's like, let's fucking try your hardest, like go as hard as you can. I actually went as hard as I could, and I noticed that everybody else did not, because I got off the bike and could barely walk, and they were like, oh, I'm fine, and I'm like, you're full of shit, you didn't go as hard as you could for the 45 minutes that we're in this fucking building. Like there's like multiples where it's like you're going as hard as you can. But yeah, Cycle Bar is pretty fun. We should actually like roll sometime. It's kind of expensive though.
Sure. Well, yeah, it's like we spring for the nice one. It's like their cheap one's like $1,800. We got their nice one that you can tilt the screen sideways. There's plenty of other workouts outside of cycling you can do as well. So that'll be kind of nice. But the big thing for me is like it's gonna be super convenient. So obviously I'm Berthoud. It's not like right now the gym is right across the street. Yeah,
but it's also not like super far from anywhere either.
Yeah, but
like 402 and like Taft is not that far, and there's definitely a gym there.
Yeah, but like when I get home from work, and if I want to get a workout in between getting home from work and streaming, there's not a lot of time.
Yeah, because as soon as you're home, you're in dad mode, husband mode.
So you just hop on, do it, like get home, it's all right there. Hop in the shower really quick and get on, do my thing. So it'll be super convenient.
Nice.
Just not having to go anywhere
Mm-hmm.
to work out.
I didn't put deodorant on. I feel it.
Smell
In the
it.
shower.
I definitely smell it.
I'm definitely not to shower. So I'm not ready to shower again after like an hour and a half later.
I'm pumped though. It's gonna be a ton of fun.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, that was one cool thing like that Nordic Track does really well. So, like the Pelotons, you can adjust the resistance, and that's about it. And one of the nice features of, which not like it's that hard to fucking do if you don't, but when you're doing the workout, as resistance changes, this bike automatically does it for you, which is kind of
Oh,
cool.
nice.
Where like the base ones, you have to reach down and turn them out yourself, which isn't that fucking hard. But the Nordic Track bikes actually incline as well. It's like you can, not only does the resistance increase, the bike also actually tilts back. And one thing they are really good at is the nature rides. It's like they're in the classroom rides are bad, but they did a really good job with like you're following a dude across a mountain bike trail. And as the course inclines, so does the bike, and like actually putting you as
Yeah, I looked at it briefly on Sunday because Amanda and Dan just got the like super nice Nordic Track treadmill, and like they're like, yeah, if you get like the Nordic Track ones, we can like share a plane. And I was like, I looked at like their cheapest one. I was like, I don't know if I'm ready to spend $2,000 when I can just like put my bike on a trainer, and which I already have. Like, and my trainer was $75, and I have a nice bike. Which kind of sucks to be on the trainer because you're like worried about like, I have a carbon bike, so you're like,
does it flex a little
am I
bit?
gonna? Well, it flexes a lot under my weight anyways, just like riding.
But
Like,
now you've got the rear wheel on a.
yeah, and so like part of the problem like too is like it's a Trek with the press and bottom bracket, so like the bearing like creaks a lot.
Yeah.
So like I'm riding a fucking what would be a $10,000 bicycle, and it like it feels like I'm like
It sounds like my bike going down a hill.
yeah. Yeah, so like under my weight, like it just makes a ton of noise. And you're like, man, this really sucks that like I have like a really expensive bicycle. It sounds like it's fucking from Walmart just because the bottom bracket creaks so goddamn much.
You know what I realized today when I was driving down Carpenter Road, coming to Fort Collins this morning, or going to Loveland this morning, is that I do not want to be one of those elderly couples who enjoys going on bike rides on 2-lane roads. I do not. I made that clear and conscious decision today. I was like, I do not want to be them.
Well, that's where you and I definitely differ on that one.
I don't want to do that. Oh.
I don't mind cyclists on the road. It's just the ones that don't know what they're doing.
See, and it looked like two couples, and the men were like, I don't want to fucking be here.
Like there was this old dude. Like he was in shape. Like he was actually cycling. He wasn't on his little cruiser just going for a ride. He was cycling.
Right.
But on a 2-lane road where they just recently paved in a bike lane, he's still like in the road. And it's a pretty decent like
Lane.
speed on this road. So dude, just move over a foot, man. They just put this bike lane in so you're not in traffic.
So yeah,
And the pavement that they put where the bike lane is much nicer than the shitty pavement you're choosing to ride on. You've got like, the road is that type of, like it's the bits that they put down and then they just kind of let cars pave it as time passes. And they put like the nice smooth concrete on the bike lane. So dude, you're making it hard. Just get
pro biker.
I mean, he wasn't a pro biker, but okay.
Dude, just get over. You're making it hard on yourself, man. There's people trying to pass, and like I don't mind. I know how to pass, like whatever. But I saw the car in front of me. Were too scared to pass the person because they were in the road.
Yeah, it's kind of like I have an issue too. Like for me, like I'm very much like I'll ride like roads that like even don't have bike lanes, but like typically like the speeds aren't super high either. Right. That's kind of the thing. Like where like even if you're like going over the dams or whatever, like the max speed's like 35, and if you can ride within like at some point on the road like within like 10 miles an hour of the speed, you should be good. But you shouldn't be rolling out like in traffic on a fucking like
On a Huffy, just fucking.
right when like you can't like even like be within like a reasonable speed of what the traffic's going, especially in a town like this or like any of northern Colorado, to be honest. Like
They're super bike friendly towns.
Yeah.
The only road there isn't a bike lane on is College, because you're not supposed to ride your bike on College.
right. Well, and the thing is like even people like ride on like fucking Prospect where there's no bike lane. I'm like, that's not where you should ride. Go one block either way, and there's a bikeway, and ride on those roads, and that's what you're supposed to ride on. And that's kind of like the thing is like I have a thing where like I get pissy with people when they like get pissed at like cyclists and that kind of shit, because it's like I do that, and like I've had people fucking like try to hit me when I'm like I'm very much in the right of way.
I was there.
Where it's like I had one guy. This is a couple years back. I was coming from the shop and I was coming back over here, and they were doing construction out front of Odell's, so there's no bike lane. Speed limit's 20 because it's construction. And
People like trying to hit you with their mirrors.
you know what's funny?
and
No, like there's no. I've learned in those situations to take the whole road. Plus, I'm doing like 22 miles an hour, so like I'm basically like within the range of like how fast you should be going anyways.
Right.
And this dude just starts honking his horn, and I'm like, I'm literally going faster than the posted speed limit of 20 miles an hour.
Fast.
I know that I'm doing it because I can easily, and I'm sitting there like, go fuck yourself. And that's so at this point, I'm gonna slow the fuck down because go eat a dick.
Yeah.
Like I'm already going faster than I need to be going on this scenario. I'm taking the whole road so you don't try to pass me in a construction zone, which is 2 blocks long.
Yeah, it's just chill out and wait.
Yeah.
In that situation, yeah, that's absolutely stupid. Because I also ride on the road sometimes, but I also do the thing where I'll go find where there's a bike lane, because fuck people.
Right. And like the amount of times like I've almost been hit, like, I don't know if I've told you this story. Like one time, it was 2019. I was riding my bike, and my current road bike's a little faster to ride on the trails around here, so I'll ride on the road. And but again, I can pedal out to fucking 30 miles an hour pretty easily. But I rode just Prospect, Shields to Swallow to LeMay to Horsetooth. Mm-hmm. And that Horsetooth, like LeMay does that little jig where you have to go on Horsetooth and go off. So I'm in front, I'm in the lane because I know that's where I need to be. I don't need to be sitting on the side, I'm in the lane. I get over, I get onto the bike lane, that's where I am. And, a couple cars pass me or whatever and then get over. And then this one lady, like, decides, like, I'm, like, right where the turn lane goes to go to fucking LeMay. And she, instead of, like, waiting the 5 seconds, 10 seconds, almost tags my tire, like, we're not even in, like, the, like, merge lane anymore. Does this, and I, like, came up next to her, and I was like, and she was in, as a fucking green 90s, late 90s fucking Pathfinder. And this lady is, we'll say, haggard is the best term for this scenario.
She looking like a dime in a rundown bar in the middle of Wyoming.
Yeah. She's a little haggard. And it's, it's 7:30 in the morning. I get it. Nobody wants to be fucking driving around and shit. I'll go make a bowl here in a second.
Oh, you're good.
So, like, I get it. Like, it's morning. Like, and so I was like, and she had her window. It was nice. It was a nice day already. And I was like, she had her window down. I was like, hey, like, like, you fucking, I didn't say, I was like, you almost hit me. Like, there's other people on the road too. Like, you should pay attention. And she's like, man, like, fucking, like, cussing me out and shit. And I was like, I'm just trying to, like, protect myself and your shit. So, shut the fuck up. Like, pay attention to what you're fucking doing. Drive right. Fucking handgun fucking out the window. I'm like, oh, cool. You're gonna fucking brandish a weapon at 7:30 in the fucking morning because you didn't like that I called you out that you're fucking stupid. And so I'm like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Shoot me in the fucking middle of the street right fucking now? How is that gonna work out for you? I'm not even close to her. Like, I'm fucking, from here to the wall from her at this point. Because I'm like, I had to, like, dodge her shit, and I was like, what the fuck? And it's just like, you fucked up. I didn't. I did everything that I was supposed to do properly. I wasn't, like, swerving in and out of traffic and being dumb. Like, this is just exactly what I needed to be doing, and it's just like, yeah, and that's kind of like the hatred that I get on that scenario when I'm riding bikes, and I'm like, I didn't do anything. I didn't run out in traffic in front of you. I didn't threaten you, like, or anything.
I thought about it.
And, that's, I've had people like swerve cars into me and shit, like trying to like hit me.
Fuck.
And so then at that point I get off, I'm like, get the fuck out of your car. Nobody has ever got out of their car. Not one person.
They just take off.
Yeah. And like it's like I told you about the time like the fucking guy like tried to hit me after I yelled at him for reversing on mountain. He was driving backwards down mountain. And so I was like,
What?
don't be fucking like this is like right after I almost get hit by another like something like I was just downtown where speed limit is like it's only 25 through there. You should be fucking paying attention because there's cars in the center and shit. You shouldn't just be reversing down the fucking road.
Yeah.
Like not like a little bit like to like go into a space, which you should never do in my opinion anyways. You're not supposed to begin with.
No, you're not supposed to go in reverse.
At all, period.
Ever. Down the street.
Yeah.
Ever.
You can back into the street and that's it there. Other than that, do not be going in reverse. So I call him out and he's driving this fucking like van or something. I don't fucking know. It's a Toyota Sienna. It was like a late 2000s, like 2008 or 2009 Sienna. And then he just starts fucking like pull up next to me like later after like I had stopped at the light or whatever, and just was like yelling at me, and then just like swerving, and I was like, I'm sorry you're having a bad day or whatever, but you need to be called out for your dumb bullshit, not because like you should be doing that. Well, I was like, I don't give a shit if there's an old lady or whatever it is, should not be reversing down the fucking street. And he just like tried to like fucking run me over, and I'm like, get the fuck out of your car. Let's see what you actually have, big man. Like, you're gonna threaten me with your 4,000-pound car. I'm pretty sure I'll beat your ass face to face. Like,
I love that game.
dude, it's so I every time I ride my bike, I almost get hit by a car. Every time. I literally yesterday, I was like, I went down the trail yesterday even. So on the trail, like at Drake, there's those two roads at like the train tracks, and so like. One of them has a no right turn on red light. It literally has this big ass light that says no turn on red. And when it turns off, you can turn. Literally, light turns to where I can cross. Fucking. I'm like, obviously I say some things, so I'm not going to just sit here and just like take it. I'm like, okay, fucking no turn on red, you dumb bitch. Like straight out loud. And I got a dirty look from somebody else like walking across the street. I was like, go fuck yourself for one. You're going to get mad at me for this person almost hitting me when it's my right to go. Even.
Yeah, but you called him a name.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
How dare you throw names? Okay.
Right, and that person, she just like, was like, I think I said I fucking hate old people, like, out loud, like, heavily. Which I generally don't like old people that much, so there's that. So when I become old, I'll hate myself, it's okay. But yeah, I was like, literally every time I ride my bike, somebody doing something that they're not supposed to be doing, I almost get run over. And it's not like I'm in another car where like, yeah, it damages, there's some, damage, but like, if that lady would like, she didn't even pay attention to me at all because she only has to look left on the scenario, even though she should be looking forward at the goddamn light. Like literally if she would have hit me by my car, possibly broken leg, shit like that, like, where it's like they're not even paying attention at all, and it just fucking irritates
people who like don't check the bike lane when they're turning, that's a problem.
Right. Well, it's
you
one
can
of
always see it coming too. You see that person has their turn signal, they pass you. You're like, you're not going to see me, are you?
Right. It happens all the time.
So I always catch it and I slow down. But yeah, if I wouldn't have, you would hit me.
It's
You never
crazy
fucking
that
know.
like they just don't even bother to pay attention. And it's one thing like I had somebody on I was driving home from Man and Dance House on Sunday, and I'm in my fucking Envoy. It's pretty big. It's not the biggest vehicle on the road.
It ain't small.
It's not small.
Ain't no
it's
big.
fucking bright ass red.
Red.
And like the dude just talking to his phone, almost like turns his blinker on. He turns his blinker right as I got to like next to him. Like I saw it like in my right window, and he came up, and I was like, "Get the fuck off your fucking phone!" I'm driving this bright, big ass fucking vehicle.
Bastards. I don't get people.
It's just constant. Everyone wonders why I'm so angry, because I remember everything. I'm going to remember that almost getting hit by that fucking dude.
People are so stupid.
3 years later, I'm like, remember that shit and get pissed.
You meet him at the bar, you motherfucker.
He was old too, talking on his phone. I can talk and drive this. Apparently you can't, you dumb bitch.
You can't. My granny, my dad's mom, just got into a bad car accident. Not yesterday, but the day before. She was leaving Sprouts in Loveland. She was going to hit up 15th and take the one-way south, right? So she was going to go right by the Walgreens real quick, hook a left, and then go down the one-way south. Well, she started skipping across the one-way heading north, and a black car hit her. Or she hit that car. They both hit in the front corner.
In the corners.
In those corners. And she was in the middle. She was already out in the middle lane. And so she said, she's like, I would have not gone if I knew that light was green. I wouldn't have tried to dart out there. But then again, you never know. Right? Because she kept saying it was their fault. That car came out of nowhere. So the officer or some other people were like, there were witnesses, ma'am. Like, she was angry and refusing to go in an ambulance. My parents live literally like 4 blocks down. So my dad and my mom showed up, and then my dad showed up, and then my dad's like, I'm taking you to the hospital. Because her ex-husband, my papa, Bruce, he did almost the exact same fucking thing, refused a doctor, had a stroke and an aneurysm, because he was a dumbass.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, especially like when you're aged.
Yes.
So it's a thing, it's like you don't bounce back the same way.
You don't. And so, I mean, she totaled her car. Absolutely totaled her car. Got a concussion. Like, fucked her shit up. So, yeah, part of me is like that old people thing. I get it. But then there's my Nana, who's this fucking badass. Like, she's 80-something years old, and this woman can back in a school bus into her own fucking driveway like a champ. Like, tiny little city driveway.
Right.
So, I mean, there's some exceptions to the rule.
I agree with that. There's definitely people that are exception to the rule. And again, like, my thing is, we've talked about this before, like, it's too easy to get a driver's license in this country. And, it's so easy to, like, and then, there's no checks and balances for anything,
Right.
Again, you tell somebody, like, hey, you fucked up in this, in this way, and they're like, again, brandishing a weapon or yelling back at you for, like, I'm just trying to tell you to, like, save not only myself, but other people from you and you from yourself.
Yeah,
like, it's suck. People, like, a lot of our generation's really bad about it too. We were talking about before the podcast, like our friend, like, where it's like, you can't criticize them for anything, otherwise it's like fucking complete fucking destruction. And it works the same way with, like, our parents' generation and the generation before them. Like, there's no saying that they're wrong, just ever. It just doesn't. They have no accountability for that. For most people, they just don't have that. And it's like, much like, your grandma crashing her car. She probably did it. She probably crashed her own car, which is, it happens. It's okay. Like, it does happen. But, like, the reality is she should have just been like, yeah, I fucked up. Like, obviously, like, in front of the police officers and that shit, like, maybe not, except for, like, that scenario. It's proven to, it's innocent until proven guilty situation when it comes to, like, those things. But, like, in front of your family, it's like, yeah, I fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's crazy to me that people just don't have that accountability for fucking shit up.
Oh, I know. That's an evil that I don't agree with. That lack of accountability. I struggle with that. And I mean, for my dad's side of the family, I'm like, oh yeah, I know that you deny everything to your fucking grave. Like, I know that.
Well, it is a cultural thing to be that way.
Well, his side of the family is definitely part of that culture. My mom's side of the family, no. Like, they're not that way. They just never were. So it's a huge clash of cultures right there.
Yeah.
That whole male chauvinistic, everybody's, I'm right, you're wrong, fuck off, like.
It's totally, a parent, like, my parents are super bad about that situation.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas, like, it was a disagreement that I had with my mom a couple weeks ago. I think I told you about that, where it was like, I just wanted you to be like, oh, I fucked up, I should have done that. Like, versus like, I fucking helped you fucking 5 years ago kind of shit. I was like, I didn't even bring any, like, thing up. I wasn't like, you do this every time.
No.
Whether or not she does or not, I didn't say it. I didn't do it. I just wanted, like, this
I'm not
current...
being disrespectful.
Right.
I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not bringing up old shit because I'm a fucking grown-ass
Right.
adult.
I just wanted this for the future. You fucked up. Tell me that, like, let me know.
Sorry,
Communication.
I will do better. What can I do to make it better? Like, my preschoolers, we walk them through this all the time. This is why they play well together. Is because when someone messes up, they fucking tell them, and then they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry. What can I do to make it better?"
Right.
That's it. Like, how can I fix it? Like, don't take my toy. Like, wait for your turn. Like,
Right.
identify what the fucking problem is, and then if you hurt someone, like, what can I do to make it? I need a hug. Sweet. Like, let's go play
Right.
somewhere else. Like,
It's
let's
really not that
handle
hard
it.
to,
It's
like-
really not hard.
And it's generally easier because then also as like, adults, we don't have this hidden contempt for other people and things like that where it's like the criticism rolls or whatever. It's like, something like the other day I was like bitching about somebody's bullshit or whatever, which I had pulled out to their face already to another friend. And he was like, well, like you kind of like do this shit. He's like, I want to like say something about you in this motion too. I was like, okay, bring it on. Let's see what you got. And then, then like we can discuss it and go along with it instead of like, oh, now I'm just going to be like passively aggressively angry at you for 6 months or
Right.
whatever it is until I get over it.
Can't do that.
And
shit.
it's, I'm definitely the person that I have to, it sucks because like I'm that person that has to tell everybody when they're fucking up. Like, generally, like, when it's against me or whatever, I don't really give a shit. But there's also times where, like, that, like, hurts me, too, where I'm like...
Yeah.
Now, like, when I do want something or I do need you to stop doing that, like, well, normally you're okay. And it's like...
Well, quit walking over me.
Right.
Like, knock it off. Like, I shouldn't have to be a squeaky wheel.
Right.
For you to honor me. I should not have to do that. And I totally agree.
Right.
I'm
And
sorry.
I have that, like, thing where I'm always that person that's like... Man, do I have to fucking do this shit?
I know.
Like,
Well, that's part of why. I know. I do the same thing, so that's why I've asked. Like, I've gotten in the habit of asking him, like, do you want me to tell you what's up? Do you want me to just shut up and listen? What's up? Like,
Right.
what do you need? It's one or two, because I'll need to focus on the latter. Because I'm going to have a hard time not telling you where the fuck you're fucking up.
Right. It's
Not that I want to
it's-
tell you to live your life, but this is how it's affecting me, and it's bullshit.
And that's generally, like, where I am, too, is, like, I don't like to tell people what to fucking do. Do I have an opinion? Probably.
Right.
Like, I'm not, like, a judgy person, but I have an opinion.
Right.
And that's, it's one of those, like, well, do you want me to tell you you're fucking up or whatever? And I'm always the person that's like, okay, I've had enough of your garbage. Now I have to fucking tell you because nobody else will. And then I'm going to be pissed about it because then you're going to be mad at me.
Right.
So now that I'm, like, I'm just criticizing you, like, this scenario, whatever. And it's always hard. Like, I don't, again, that accountability and, like, just, everybody just needs to be criticized more, I think. And, like, actually openly and not, like, in, like, a negative, because usually when people get criticized, too, is it's, like, when everybody's already, like, fully pissed at you.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of situation. And, like where everybody's so mad, like, already, where now I'm, like, cool, now you're going to be really pissed at me because everyone's like, yeah, I knew this, fucking, like, and I'm like... Just tell them then. Like,
Right,
I hate that
say
moment.
something. Yeah.
But I'm always that person that has to do that. And that's, it comes from, like, also having to, like, check my mentors and those things like that, like, as growing up, where I, like, learned that, like, people are people. And, we're going to fuck up. That's just how everything fucks up.
Right.
It's like, we look at, like, machinery and all this stuff where we're supposed to have 100% uptime. It never does.
No.
It can't. It's not possible.
No.
And people are very much the same way, where it's like, you can't be 100% all the time.
No.
I fuck up. I want people to tell me when I'm fucking up.
Yeah.
That's like one of the biggest things for me as friends. I'm like, if I'm fucking up, you fucking tell me I'm fucking up.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can't be my friend.
Right.
You're an acquaintance. You're not really a friend.
Right.
And a friend, like, that's, I mean, gosh, the intimacy of friendships is important. You need people to help you grow, because otherwise you're just a piece of shit and you're just stuck.
Very much so. And that's like, I'm glad that I have no filter on, like, those kind of stuff. Like, I'm generally nice about things, but, like, there's sometimes where I'm just
I'm
like,
generally a dick about things, is what you should have said.
nah, I'm pretty nice about things.
No, you are so kind and you're so sweet, and how you gauge your friends really well, and what way I can approach you when you're being a fuck. And if they're extra fuck, like, then you meet them with their fuckery. Like, but if they're in a vulnerable place, like, you'll meet them with that comfort. You're really good at gauging that.
Right.
So yeah, I admire you. I think you're great. And if you call me out on my shit, I probably deserve it. Guaranteed. Every fucking time. When Dick says something, you're wrong.
Right. And it's one of those things too, like, somebody that came to me, like a few years back, where it was like, you always just have to be right. I was like, no, I don't always have to be right. Like it seemed
just
well,
am.
and that's part of the thing is it seems like that is because I thought about it and I went like around it a few ways before I came to you on the situation. So it's not that I have to be right; it's that like I've decided that like my method may be better or not, and it's one of those things like if we could discuss it, it would be a better choice than. I don't like being right. I don't want to tell people they're fucking up. I want everybody to be perfect all the time, of course. Like that's what everybody wants, and it's what we should strive for in the end game. But we're not gonna get there. So it's like, if I'm like, hey, like I've thought about this for a minute. Like this is how I feel on it, and if you don't agree with it, that's typically okay too. But I definitely like to like the logical scenarios. Like I'm not a very emotional. Yeah. Well, you can make the next bowl too, so you can walk in there with your hands.
No, you should.
So I don't have to deal
you
with.
should. This is what courtesy is. This is what being a friend is. I'm gonna call you out on your shit.
That bowl is much smaller than this bowl, by the way. Yeah, it'll get really hot with the three of us smoking it. You just don't like touching hot things. I know. Last week when like
See if this incredible science works again.
yeah, touch the bottom of the bowl, not the middle of the bowl. Yeah, that literally was like a motion last week.
They're hot right
Oh,
here.
you're so
but
pretty.
they're not hot. Not even that pretty. Also, I need to get a bidet. I finally remembered to use it.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've used a bidet on the toilet.
It's pretty awesome.
The accuracy is amazing. Like,
Oh my god.
how, I mean, there's just not that many ways to sit on a toilet, but
How did you know?
it was spot on.
Apparently our
AI or something.
apparently our buttholes are in a pretty similar position. As far as the way we
Similar
because I was like, there's no AI on that motherfucker. That thing is
Seth needs to come over and assess for you guys. Just check
he won't
it out.
use it. He will not use it.
No, I'm talking about you guys having the same.
Oh.
anatomy.
You probably would.
I mean, you guys package check, so.
That's different. That was OTP.
Well.
Not well. Feeling a bulge and staring death in the face are two different things.
Oh my god. That is so. Oh my god. The first thing I wanted to say was like, oh, never mind. I'm not gonna say that.
I mean, you can say it. It's not like it's going to be any different than what's already
I
happened.
was like, well, then I realized who my audience is, so I was like, all right, because he's the whole staring death in the face. Like my first thought was like, have you like been down there like near someone's penis before? And I was like, wait,
What?
I haven't. You haven't. You don't know what you're staring at.
What?
I've seen death.
Well, it's not really a penis thing. It's a butthole thing.
Yeah. There's. Yeah.
She took your death comment as like looking at a penis scenario.
I was thinking of blowjobs. I was like, this guy's clearly never been down there before. It's not
No,
pretty.
but I'd rather stare a dick in the face than a butthole.
I don't know about that. Think about that again.
Depends on the dick and butthole.
Okay, when you're like, let's say
it's
you're,
literally like this much
yeah, let's say
space
you're
between
like,
a dick and a butt. Like you're gonna see it.
Yeah, but one's gonna look back.
Wink.
alright, fair enough.
Yeah, at least a dick can be like a playful little wink thing, but the butthole's just an abyss of who knows what.
Oh my god. You're right. I know. Yeah. Just close your eyes. It's better. Just close your eyes.
Alright. I don't know.
Just take anything.
I know, but you know how I do things.
I know. So just start smelling.
Yep.
Well,
Have like a
police
candle
have
shop.
seen more buttholes than most of them kids.
Thank you.
Bet.
Bet.
I just remember how years ago, as like kids, mooning was like a thing, like constantly.
Oh yeah, do you remember like people like outside the car, like their asshole?
Constantly. And it's been a long time. Yeah, dude, Montucky's the jam.
Oh man, that was hilarious.
God damn, our roommates are just loud. We need to close the door. You didn't even.
I'm a child.
You didn't even. You didn't even see what you did.
What you do?
Did you close the door?
No.
Okay, then I'll do it later.
Well, in a second, but...
No, when I
I will send you the clip because it's pretty funny. I don't think we need to say it out loud. Because it was pretty funny, but I get you.
No, do you ever meet someone and
I have.
instantly know that your dick's bigger? I had that today.
Well, all right, fair. That's so silly.
Oh, God.
That's fair. I mean,
Fucking winning.
I wish it was a joke, but it's pretty funny.
It's really not.
I don't know what that
It's okay. It's okay.
You gotta shake someone's hand and you're just like, I know. Wink, like, it's really okay. Like, I know. We'll
I
never
know
do
he was
romance.
super confused because I was in the shower when you came in, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
He
I just
doesn't know this.
walked in. Like
Yeah, like normal, like it's
Yeah.
been for the last year basically. And you can just tell in his voice like, who the fuck is that? Which is funny because like
yeah,
there's always people here on Fridays.
right. Well, and haven't seen me before.
Which is he's been here, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, and I'm not bad to look at. So when you first like walk, I like walk in like I own the place, and then I'm like, oh, like definitely got someone on that.
It was just one of those moments where like again like I was taking a shower and normally like we're down here already fucking podcasting by the time you get here, so it was one of those moments. But yeah, it was pretty funny. Like I could just tell inside. I was like, God damn it! Like, I didn't get out of the shower just enough time for like to not deal with that awkward situation. Whose name's Jeff?
Oh,
My name is Jeff.
He's,
The fuck is happening?
you're not looking at it, so you don't know.
Oh no.
What?
Well,
A poker is right there. Blue.
I know. What am I not looking at? What happened?
No, like her mannerisms.
I'm funny. Oh god. Oh.
Yeah, he's a nice enough dude. I'm not like upset that he's my current roommate, but
Yeah.
the other day I was like, I was working on a bike. I was putting new, because I run tubeless on my mountain bike. Mm-hmm. And so you put like this, remember like the slime back in the day you put in there for
Oh
like
yeah,
punctures?
fuck yeah. We
It's
lived down the dirt. We had to have
Right.
that.
So it's kind of similar like idea on how that works. So basically like when they went from like, the tubes, to a tubeless, the idea is that you can run like a lower tire pressure and you don't have to worry about like getting a pinch flat.
Oh, okay.
So like that's the idea. But like you put this basically so like for puncture resistance on it, so the tires are roughly the same thickness. You put this like latex glue in there basically, and so it coats the inside. And then if you do puncture it or whatever, it'll fill small holes. So it's not like you don't have a problem with like a leak or whatever. But every like 6 months you have to replace it because it just kind of over time gets hard. So I'm out there like replacing it or whatever, and he comes out. He's like, "I'll never run it," because he rides mountain bikes apparently, and I've never seen him ride his bike. But
Who knocks?
I don't know.
Strangers.
Delivery. Plus, we
DiGiorno?
got my, my doorbell of a dog upstairs, so that's all he does is bark when somebody knocks. Other than that, he doesn't do shit.
Yeah. If you walk in, you don't scare the dog.
Yeah.
Yep.
You almost barked at me when I came in.
Yeah.
It reminds me of
you were
the
coming around
one
the
time.
corner, and like we came around the corner at the same time, just like, fuck you.
Right. And then he's all, oh, shit. But,
You've met me several times.
right. For 4 years.
Yeah.
Pretty close to this point. He does that to me sometimes where I'm like, huh? And then I'll chase him around. Oh shit, oh fuck, I fucked up. So he's like telling me, he's like, I'll never do that. And it's like, he's got like a $5,000 mountain bike. It's like a pretty nice like scenario. And it's like brand new. And I'm like, so like, do you like hate traction? Or like, what, like, he's all, well, I run like really high pressure so I don't get like pinch flats. And I was like, well, you don't have to do that with this scenario. And he's like, well, I'm just old school. It's like, just because you're old school doesn't mean you're right. And that's one of those moments where I'm like, at some point you just have to like understand that like you can be wrong, and I just explained to you why you're wrong. And it's okay to be like, I'm not going to change my ways. That's all right, but don't tell me that like I'm just never going to do it because I'm old school. Like that's a fucking dumb excuse. It's dumb. Like, and he got like pissed about it. Like, just, and I was like, it doesn't work that way with me, guy. Like, I just told you why you're wrong. And I'm probably 100 pounds heavier than him because he's, fucking short. And I'm like, if I could run my shit at like a third of the pressure and not have a flat in years, then I might be onto something and you might want to try it. The same.
It's like the same thought process as like blindly following traditions.
Right.
It's like, if at least you know why you're doing it.
Right.
That was a story I was told when I was, maybe a few years ago. Just I never thought about it. It's like, even families just have traditions, you just do it. Why? No one ever asks. It's tradition. It's just what we do. Like, okay. There was one where there was a family that was every year for Christmas, they get together and have ham for Christmas. And they would always cut like the butts off of the end of the ham for some reason, which is like, they cut off about half the ham and
right.
The rest. So one day, like their grandma was there, like, well, why did we do this? Because she was when we started it. Because she simply didn't have a pan big enough to fit the entire fucking ham. so for years,
You're telling me we've been wasting heaven, man!
Yeah, it was tradition. That's what they did when the grandmothers didn't have a big pan. That's it.
I love that!
So this tradition is just based on being poor, which is fair.
Right, but no one ever asked why. They just would do
Oh my
it.
gosh, that's so funny.
And then one day, hey, Grandma, why do we do this? She's like, my pan never fit the whole ham.
Which I guess
Never
you can
corrected
continue
them.
being a tradition because it's funny at that point,
Right.
and then just put another pan and cut, do the rest of it a
Right.
different way or something like that. Have like 2 different styles of hams or whatever.
Just do it because it's funny.
Yeah. Not because like
You just blindly don't know. It's just stupid about it.
that's
so funny.
fucking great.
That reminds me of my papa. So we put his ashes in his space this morning at the cemetery, and that was really cool. But for Christmas Eve, my Nana makes oyster stew. And we do Christmas Eve at their house every year. Christmas is my Nana and Papa's fucking jam. Like, Papa would decorate the whole house with all the fucking lights, like everything under the sun. It was the greatest thing. And Nana would make oyster stew. We do Christmas at their house, Christmas Eve. When he, like 2 years after he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's and he started to lose some stuff, we're having oyster stew like we do every year. And he's sitting there in his chair, and he's like, you know what? I never liked this stew. He's like, I've always gotten, his trick has been, he admitted his trick was that he'd serve and let everybody go first, and then he'd just get the broth. He wouldn't get one fucking oyster in that bowl. He'd just drink the broth and just never, ever, ever complained or said a word or nothing. He just did the damn thing, and then he's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to tell you the truth
Right.
real quick.
Well,
I'm going to tell you how I really feel.
That might be one of those like concessions that you have like with like someone that you love that you like they love something and you're like fucking gross.
I know.
You're like they love it, so I'm not gonna like
complaint.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like do it. It's one of
Do
those
it.
moments. It's gotta be one of those moments.
Dude, they
It's
don't
still
make them like
funny
that
as shit.
anymore. Isn't that great? Oh god. And then like the fact that he died on Christmas Eve, like I just think that's fucking hilarious.
He's
I'm
like,
like,
these fucking oysters clog.
done! Like, I don't have to do one more oyster stew. I'm over.
Sweet release.
He's all
Exactly. Right? Like
fuck
literally.
this shit. I'm out.
Oh
Like,
my god! 3 minutes after my mom and my nana called me to tell me that he passed away, I called them back to tell them that. Like, of course he fucking passed away on Christmas Eve.
Joke's on you. If he gets to his heaven, that's all there is to eat.
You thought you were getting manna. Turns out it's oyster stew.
you had heaven on earth and you didn't realize it.
Oh, that's so good.
You have
Yeah.
a little makeup streaking right here.
Right here.
It's from
Probably because I was crying because I
The
was
laugh
laughing.
cry.
It was so fucking funny. Did I get it though?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
It's all smeared now.
So like, oh,
You got it. You got it.
I got here. Hold on, let me get this for you. Wipe off half my eyebrow.
It's gone.
Let me get this nice and squeaky for you. So the comment earlier, by the way, since you closed the door,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
is that when she said, when you meet somebody and you know you have a bigger dick than them, that's what happened when she met Jeff.
Cool. I get it. Let's see that.
You ever walk into a room and there's like instant intimidation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a porno set. Oh boy.
It's almost like it was almost like I walked in and I was like, "Hi, I drive a 3500 truck. What do you drive?" Like,
I told her to call my tutor with a stick shift.
nice to meet you.
That's exactly.
Swinging. Fucking swinging.
I should put a 4-cylinder with stick shift. It's literally sitting out front. Like,
4-cylinder? Poor guy.
You're so pretty.
Yeah. I don't know. I've only ever talked to him once.
Same.
It was when we were upstairs. He couldn't figure out how to turn on the TV.
yeah, well, to be fair, it's
To be fair.
2 controllers.
To be fair.
Like,
No fairness given. All the odds were in his favor.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, like, the other roommate also cannot remember a password, and he gets his fucking credit cards fucking hacked once a month. So,
yeah, but, you know, drugs. Stuff. That made me cry.
I just don't understand people that are, like, roughly, like, my age and younger, that just having, like, technology problems, which is actually apparently most people. I just don't think it's. I think it's
I
weird.
think it's weird.
Where
Like,
it's
Dorothy
like,
wants to watch something. She has no problem grabbing her iPad off the counter, unplugging it, unlocking it, finding her show. She's even got to the point now where she hasn't figured out how to plug in her headphones yet, but she will put them on, unplugged, and sit there and watch something.
that's fantastic. But I mean, at least it's one of those like I saw like it was a tweet or something like the other day where it was like,
Oh, fuck.
what?
I can always forget this table rolls.
Yeah, has wheels. But it was like their child was like they thought they were being sneaky while like just being under the covers and reading. And I was like, and they're like they haven't figured out why the batteries in the flashlight haven't gone out yet, but I'm glad that I have this child that will just sit there and read. The screen's on the back now.
Oh, there we go.
It's a pretty nice camera for $200.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. It's got a pretty nice display on the back.
The front display is pretty good too. I think if you tap the quick screen button on the side once,
Oh, hey.
Oh, hi,
That's
here's my
kind of
face.
cool. So if you're using it for like this thing,
Blogging.
yeah, that's,
This thing.
that's kind of cool.
Yeah, like when they and they keep doing firmware updates, so like it keeps getting better and better. I bought a 128 gig SD card for it, so at 1080p, 30 frames a second, it will record like 4 hours, and I have 4 batteries for it.
What does slow mo? That's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty rad. I'm gonna bring it to the track tomorrow, and just tell Amanda to like record everything, because I'm gonna have 4 batteries for it. So.
Yeah.
So I bought the I wanted the charge kit for it, which came with 2 batteries, and then like on Amazon they had like the spec, like, you know, depending on which vendor you buy it from, they'll throw something in to buy it from them, and that one it came with a spare battery also. So I have literally 4 batteries for it.
That's dope.
So like it'll last all day on the end of that stick. I'm like, just record everything, and then Dan can just edit whatever. And I'm gonna bring the gimbal with the big camera tomorrow too, and get some cool shots. I might edit something really cool for his channel.
That'd be dope.
So.
Hell yeah.
Because I want to use all my new toys, so. And that tripod just happened to work out. That came with those $17 lights.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No
I'm
shit.
actually like pretty surprised about how like good those lights are for $20 with that coupon.
They're pretty nice.
Yeah, for no money.
Pretty cheap. Yeah. It's dope.
Yeah, I was really surprised. I was looking at like. I keep seeing like those ads from that same, because you know it's the same brand. Those lights were the same brand as the big lights that I have, and they have a 3-pack of their RGB app controlled ones. They're brighter than these ones for like it's $200, and I might
Nice lights though.
with some RGB in them.
Yeah.
I'm like when I get paid, I'm like I might. I don't know. I need to save a little money since I'm going to Utah in a couple weeks, but.
Dude, I'm going
You
to.
ready for that?
I'm not
Are you
ready.
for, is it a run?
Yeah, I'm doing a half marathon. I'm not ready at all.
Fuck. Good luck.
I'm glad that it's mostly downhill. It's going to be like a lot of
Is Evan
walking.
going to be here Memorial Weekend?
So he was talking about being here.
Okay.
He was unsure if he was actually going to be here. I am trying to talk him into coming out the end of July.
The last weekend of July?
I think it's the second to last weekend of July.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna look.
I'll have to see when he gets closer what he's doing in
Because the
December.
last weekend, okay, July 31st is the last weekend, right?
That's the last weekend.
Okay, so that second to last weekend, the 23rd through the 26th, I'm going to be in Nolans. So,
Whatever.
that weekend? The weekend before, the weekend after?
I mean, when he comes out here, it's usually for like a while, so we'll
Yeah.
see.
Good.
I mean, Amanda got into the Boston Marathon again, so I'm gonna try to go out. I need to buy a laptop so I can like actually travel and work. So I'm gonna try to go out there for like maybe a while.
Yeah.
So like I'm looking at like hopefully like the new laptops with the RTX 3050s are coming out like right now, and so we're talking like
How much are
gaming laptops between like $700 and $1,000.
It's not as much as I thought.
So like obviously it's not gonna be like fucking like, you know, super extreme or whatever, but
It's pretty good still.
yeah, it should be pretty solid so I can go out there and still stream and work and do the
Better
thing.
than a Chromebook.
Not for me.
Y'all, I got shit I gotta get done. Yeah, cornhole board and deliver.
Okay,
I gotta get out of here.
that's fine.
I fucking hate that.
Who is here? Is Kate here?
Hey, girlfriends.
What up?
So
Oh my god, I have to go. I'm so pissed. I have to go seriously. I'm pissed. Nice to meet you, Sarah.
John, nice to meet you. How's it going?
I missed
I heard a voice and I was like, I know this scenario.
He's got a very warm butt.
What's going on, man?
What's up,
Good to see
man?
you. Yeah, what's up, dude?
How's it going? Let me move some stuff around so you're not. Both of us closed early on that scenario.
Next time.
the best.
Yeah, or anytime you just want to go grab beers. Okay, just call me. Like, the cool thing about being self-employed is that you're like, hey, you want to do something? Like, oh yeah, let me fucking do this.
Come get your kids. 'Cause I'm going to drink
I'm
now.
going to drink heavily at 2 in the afternoon. Pick up your bastards. Because I'm sick of them.
Yeah, today, I was like that.
Do it.
We gotta go. Well, John was like, we gotta go.
Yeah.
Let's get out. Let's go.
Get out of the house.
Yeah.
Good. Oh, it's so good. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it.
I love you. I'll call you.
Yes, please
So we
do.
can hang out.
Yeah, call me anytime. Call me. Oh, I should probably grab that beer. It's just
Yeah.
because y'all ain't gonna drink it.
No, because that Coors Light that I've had has been
The
there for a
Coors
while.
Light for the with I've got the lid
John
on
will
it.
drink it though too.
I get sawdust in my
Probably.
beer.
That was meant to be drank. So.
Right. Okay. Hey, love you guys.
Love
Okay,
you.
See you. Good to meet you.
Yeah, you as well.
Hello.
Hi.
What's up?
We swung by Omar's, and Omar says hi, by the
yeah,
way, and
he did.
he said something about his wiener, but I didn't catch the entire thing. He told me
Wait,
to
what?
tell you something about his wiener. I don't know.
That's fair.
But I picked up these.
Didn't catch that part.
So
That's hilarious.
if anybody-
Okay, we'll drink them. I mean, you know us, so.
Yeah, he gave me 5. I was like, I know he gave me an extra one. Yeah, we came over to hang out. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
That's fine. I feel like it's been such a long time since I...
Yeah, it's been a while.
Do you want to do some?
Sure.
Yeah, you were over here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's been a couple weeks. I knew I was gonna see you this weekend anyways, so.
that's true. We have a concept. We gotta figure that out, how we're gonna do that. I know we're gonna drive. It just
Yeah,
kind
should
of
be fine.
depends on... Because John doesn't want to drink there.
Not a lot, but yeah. We got a lot of stuff going on.
And also because it's our thank you to you for
Yeah,
having
definitely.
us.
I mean, that's fair.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about that too, because like Dan's racing at Vandermeer both Saturday and Sunday.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
So it was possible, like I know I was gonna try to go tomorrow, but I also was thinking about maybe going on Sunday as well. And it's down the street from Red Rock, so it's like you guys show up and pick me up kind of situation.
Oh, okay.
It's possible on that one,
Sure.
but I haven't really decided on what we're doing with that yet. So
Nice.
That sounds good.
yeah, I haven't been to Vandermeer in fucking years now, so it's been a while. It's not bad.
I thought it was me and my new belt then, so I had to question it.
Yeah, it's
So I was like, orange juice.
So you got Rage Against Machine tickets too?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
it's
Lucky.
Raging Against Machine around the Jewels
Oh.
at Madison Square Garden.
Oh shit, you're going to New York for it?
It's next year, but yeah.
Did you see the lineup for Riot Fest? Looks so kick-ass this year.
There's a couple that are pretty good, right? That I'm like, I've never traveled for a concert before, so like that's like with the Rage is like, I've wanted to see. I mean, Rage hasn't toured since like '99.
Been a while. Yeah.
So like, cause you know, it was Velvet Revolver was his band after that, and then I saw Tom with his band called Prophets of Rage,
Yeah.
which is kind of like a super group / tribute band.
Sure. Yeah.
It's so it's him, and then one other guy from Rage. I can't remember who it is, and then the guys from Cypress Hill and Chuck D from Public Enemy. They did like this band, and that was like the last show that I saw at Red Rocks, and probably my favorite show at Red Rocks. So hopefully like this weekend should be good.
I mean,
Hopefully it doesn't
Lucero
rain.
usually does, even if it rains, it's going to be kick-ass.
I'm bringing the umbrella, so
Well, I guess we'll bring an umbrella.
I have a big ass one. So
Bring a poncho.
I mean that's fair too.
I'm not swinging that far, but but like Red Rocks is so cool, and to get to see like those guys there, we've been to like a few of their shows obviously in the past, and they rock it every time. Like it's
Yeah,
so
it should be
every
good.
time.
Plus, like like the amount of I don't know like what they're gonna change with since the mask mandate's kind of done.
That doesn't start till Monday, so
Actually, like the way that Polis said it was like we don't give a shit right now. So
Well, if it's
Very-
gonna get
well, I
maxed
think-
out.
I guess it was like in Larimer County. It was like starting Monday in Larimer County. We're gonna start.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, we went over to Ace for dinner, and I like wasn't wearing my mask. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I read an article today, and it just totally skipped my mind. And what's so stupid, like in the car ride over, John was like, "What do you think about like the mask thing being gone?" And I was like, "I think it's gonna be really hard for me to get used to." And then we got there, and I was like, "Oh,
well, I mean that's the thing we've talked about. I don't want to fucking wear mine
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I spent money on custom ones, and I don't want to touch it again if I don't have to. Like, I'm vaccinated, go fuck yourself, like, that kind of situation. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm over it.
Yeah. Same.
But yeah, I'm pretty excited for, like, the live music scenario for sure. Like, this weekend's the first one that, like, that's actually I want to go to.
Yeah.
Like,
Same. No
Well, I heard by
offense.
July, Red Rock should be full capacity is what they've claimed anyways. I don't know.
yeah, that's so many fucking people.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, Texas is already throwing festivals and stuff. I mean, it's happening, but
Well, we did such a good job of getting everybody like vaccinated that
yeah. Well, that's their
that's
the
kind
basis
of
of
a
everything,
jam.
right?
So
That's-
hopefully,
Right. Well, and luckily here in Colorado, it's not quite as bad. There's still like, well, I think we're at like 55 or 60%, which we were hoping for like 70 or 80 at this
Right.
point. We have all the capability of getting there. Just people have to go
Right.
fucking do it.
Well, and then like a headline is everything. So I saw a headline today that was like, what, like 25 new breakouts of COVID in Larimer County, and I was like, oh geez, but that's just it was like most of them are 5 people or less, and then it's like only 119 people in Larimer County have active COVID cases. And I was like, we killed it. There's a lot of people that live in this county, so that's not a very big percentage.
We've done pretty well. I mean, this county in general has done pretty
Yeah.
well. So,
one thing I've heard. Like people are getting sick off the vaccine more than COVID. You know,
well, that's the thing is when you get a vaccine, you basically get a
Yeah.
mild form of it, anyways.
Yeah. Oh,
So
it's-
think about how like disgusting like you felt on like the mild form of it versus like
yeah.
the real deal.
It was horrible. Well, and like just
Yeah.
going out, and poor John was like, holy shit, and like my legs
second
didn't
one
work.
just
My
killed
legs
me.
didn't work for like
First
10
one was
hours.
fine, the second one was I was down.
Yeah, John
Like,
was.
under like
I was
10
all,
covers,
see?
like freezing, my whole body hurt. Like, what?
Well, when you got your second one, that's when I showed up that one night, and you were like, went to
he
bed,
was-
and you were just fucking done.
Done, yeah.
You were over, like you were on the couch, just fucking done.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. You're like, I'll be back, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
Well, and you
that's
got
right.
lucky because you didn't. You felt like what, like a little tired.
Yeah, I was a little off for like 3 or 4 days, like nothing crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I drank the day I got it, and
Me
the day
too.
after I got it,
Did both
and the day after
Same.
I got it.
Yeah, almost same. Well, it wasn't until like I think I got it at like I think 6. They finally
Mm-hmm.
got it like in me, and and like at 8 o'clock the next morning, I was like,
Takes a while. It's like
oh
a
my
little
god.
delayed
So
fetus.
almost 12 hours.
Yeah,
I guess,
you
it
texted
took
me
to
that
cook.
morning, like, how do you feel? I was like, I'm a little off, but I'm like, okay. And you're like, I am fucking sick as shit. I was like, well, I mean, that happens. So, like,
Yeah.
you know, I was lucky that it wasn't, like, too bad.
Well, I had
But-
ordered a Chiba Hut sandwich. I ordered a foot long because I thought John would come up and eat it with me, but he
ate
did
it.
there somewhere at the end. He did. But, like, I think I slept next to a Chiba Hut sandwich for, like, well over 6 hours. Like, I ordered it, I went and got it, and then, yeah, I woke up and I was like, now I'm hungry, and I took it down. But,
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, shit happens. Again, it's one of those, you mildly get it, and that's just kind of what it is. So.
well, and it's, like, you think about that, and I was like, fuck, I haven't gotten, remember when you got really sick, you got, like, the flu, but maybe you did get COVID that one time, because that
yeah.
was around the same time.
It was January of 2020 that
Oh, yeah.
I didn't move for like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah. Like,
been it,
I
yeah.
hadn't had the flu in so long. I was like, oh, yeah, it sucks to get fucking sick. I lie about being sick all the time. But, like, I actually,
I'm like, I'm fine.
I got sick for like
Fine.
8 hours, and I was like, yeah, fuck that. Like, I don't like that shit at all. I never want to get sick like that.
Yeah, that shit was. I mean, again, like, you know what that January scenario, like Scott had gone to Vegas for a show,
Maybe, yes,
and
yeah.
he was like sick while he was there, and yeah, I was like, I was brutal. Like, it was gnarly. And again, I haven't had like the flu since like 2012.
They were like
it's been a while.
patient 0.
It's possible. There's people from all over the world in that scenario, so it's
yeah,
like.
I know.
Yeah, like they're saying, like there's people that possibly had it like November of 2019
Right.
here.
Well, someone I worked with probably said the same. Like he had it in late November, December, and then he tested for the antibodies and tested positive. And he's like, "Oh, I think I had COVID back in November." Yeah, so it's like, Well-
last time I was sick.
yeah, I didn't even know about it until like February of 2020.
Yeah, I mean it
Remember
was
that?
it was
Remember
just
that?
flew under the radar everywhere because
Yeah.
it kind of turned into like it was like that bird flu scenario like when
Right.
SARS came through,
Right.
and like outside of like China and like Taiwan, like it really didn't go anywhere.
Right.
Whereas like that's what we were kind of like
hoping for.
as far as what it was, like, you know, I knew about it in early November.
Yeah, I knew. I had because we were watching China though, so we were like, look at this thing going on in China. This thing is nuts. And then we're like, oh no, oh shit.
Well,
And then
it's here.
the U.S. was all
Yeah, and then it turned into the worldwide scenario. So, I mean, we're lucky that, again, like, you know, as far as, like, here in the States, like, yeah, we've had it, like, really bad as far as, like, populace, you know, per.
Sure.
It was, you know, really fucking bad, but I mean, everybody's at this point since nobody like actually did fucking lockdown properly.
Right.
Everybody's gonna fucking get it at some fucking point.
Well, we were all still hanging out with each other too, right? And we were all out doing like God knows what. But like,
Everyone was.
yeah, and like, but Italy, man, Italy got slammed so hard. I think they had been on like, you better fucking stay in your house for like 6 months.
Yeah, it was like police patrol scenario, and they, they went through it again after they let it free. So it's like
They had like some of the worst statistics around it though too, right? I mean, it was
Yeah,
definitely
they
was
tanked.
insane.
yeah, well, and that I think that comes down to is like
Older population too.
yeah.
and-
I mean, populace of like a lot of Europe, like, you know, here in the States, we've only like recently like done like where our populace is aged, you know, our average population is roughly my age now, whereas
Right.
like
Yeah.
prior to, you know, 1980s, it was, you know, young.
boomers,
Yeah, so it's like we finally got to that point where like the younger, you know, generation has become like the standard. You know, like there's far less Gen Zers than there is millennials. And millennials are outnumbered by baby boomers 2-1. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like we've hit this point where it's like, unless you're, especially as white people, I guess,
Yeah.
because most of our population gain is actually from minorities and immigration. So, and that's something like anti-immigration people like need to understand too, coming in the future, is that white people aren't having fucking babies.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, we've stopped having kids.
yeah, so it's one of those things where it's like, we're gonna have to have immigration
Well,
because
our generation,
our birth rates are so
especially,
low.
Like it didn't like the trend is like our generation because we're like we can't afford to like have kids, or we're not married, or like
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
huge.
It's like
shift,
we're like we're
definitely.
so poor, like
Well,
like $60,000 worth of debt. I don't know.
So to blame the boomers on that scenario again. I saw like a tweet like the other day. It was like, why don't kids go outside? Then it was a picture of like concrete America. Like, of course, like nobody's going outside in concrete America.
Yeah, it sucks.
Like,
I did see it was trending on Twitter today. Did you see the trend of the Oregon Trail generation? So, and I got
No.
pissed about this because I remember being in like elementary school, being
yeah.
really little on like the old Mac computers.
I'm
that
ready
would
for
only
these
run
fucking
2
shots of
colors.
fucking fireball.
Oh,
Trying to
for
fire
sure.
them up.
Like, so like all these
we're on the
people-
pathway to like try to get drunk. We were like,
Good,
we were gonna
fucking
leave and go
good.
downtown situation.
Yeah,
So
for it.
For sure. Well, so like this thing was like,
what, Eric? Our cousin kids?
It's a cousin kid.
Yeah,
It's
what-
not
or crazy
sexual.
like our cousins. Oh, because we were talking about how we're not having kids, and then it's like, or they do have kids, but like, I don't know. I hate like not you. Obviously, you're the exception with your beautiful Dottie. She's so freaking cute, and you guys are good. Like you guys should have had kids, but most people, I don't think should have a whole lot of kids. But like,
We
no.
lucked
So
out
this,
for sure.
you guys lucked out for sure. I can't imagine a situation where people could get more lucky than like you and
Yeah.
But this Oregon Trail generation, they're like from 1980
Just
to
open and close it.
1985 is called the Oregon Trail
Yeah.
generation. Fucking send it. Oh boy, you really did that.
I'm not doing that.
Oh man.
That's a sipper for me. But no, so this thing, they call themselves the Oregon Trail generation. It's the kids born in 1980 to 1985. And they're like, because we were there when Oregon Trail came out. Like, well, I was there like too, but like, I'm not like trying to. I was like, man, these guys are really pushing it. They need to be known for something too. I don't know. I don't know.
gives a shit.
That's
like,
what I said. And then I got mad because I was like, how am I not a part of this? Like, I don't know. Like,
it was like what was like a couple like months ago on TikTok when they were like, "You're old if you don't have like a center part or like you were center part."
oh,
hair or
yeah.
whatever.
If you part your hair on the side, you're too old for TikTok. I'm like, our generation created TikTok, so you're too young for it, actually.
A center part. Really.
Yeah, it was like if you part your hair in the center, you look like we know if you're like in your 30s or like late 20s
So
because
funny.
you part your hair on
When I
the
was growing up,
side.
my mom tried to get me to do that every day. Like, oh, you should put your hair down the middle. Like, no.
That's embarrassing, and you shouldn't. But like,
As
Never
far
did.
as like,
I worked so hard to get my hair to part on the side for years, so it would lay that way because it always parted in the middle, and I had bangs, and it was not great, guys.
my head's so goddamn round that I can part it anywhere I want.
You should part your hair. Let me see that center part.
It's not center parted now, but I
Yeah,
can.
let me see it.
Just bowl cut it out, just fucking
Yeah.
long on top. I think Chris would stab me, but
Oh yeah, because it doesn't look good. If like, I mean, if you want to look like some guy
Not
that
as
was
a-
in the
not as a
Backstreet
dude,
Boys in the
especially
90s,
You've got to have long hair.
dudes can't
Right.
do it. Yeah, like it's like a
Like if
girl.
Eben
Like it was
did it,
more. I think it
yeah.
was pointed towards women.
Oh, it was totally pointed towards women.
Because no guy has a center cut. If you don't want to get your
no,
ass.
We all
that's
rock
like
the
the
bowl
like
cuts.
like the. Oh,
At
all
one
of us
point,
did.
Yeah.
Oh, I had a bowl cut.
Every
First cut was like,
because
never
you and I
go
like
away.
are
Did
pretty
he have a
close in
bowl
age.
cut like when I met him?
Yeah, like it wasn't that long ago when I had
Yeah,
basically.
it was not that long ago.
My head's so goddamn round, it's just easier. I get it. I understand.
Yeah, I still, every now and then I come across that picture like when we first met, you look so different.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
crazy how like a couple years later it's changed.
Yeah.
Again, I had to glow up like crazy like in my
Oh.
30s.
Fireball?
Spears hit different.
Oh, which one?
That.
What is it?
Dominga.
It's not
What
bad.
is it?
It's
It's
not
sour.
Oh,
bad,
it's a sour. Mimosa
but it
sour.
might be the orange.
Well, it looks,
This is
mimosa.
orange brine in
I
it.
drank 3 glasses of wine.
It's
before
just
that.
built different.
Well, you have a problem with like just switching from anything to
I
anything.
know it's so hard.
Go spit. You're okay.
I think I got it under control. It's just the whole situation has to calm down.
Yeah, you can change from like one light beer to another light beer, but
Yeah.
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 you're like, we didn't drink that much. You're like, I
Yeah,
know, but
yeah.
here we are.
Well, almost instantly. Like I remember one time I went to it was the last time I ever did a fireball shot. I was with Johnson. And we ran down to Tony's because we had just gotten off work at the
That was the last
bar.
time we've had a fireball shot, but okay.
I mean, Jaeger shot. It was the last time I had a Jaeger shot. I was like, what do you mean? I was picturing black liquid in my head, but this just rolls off the tongue. Ran down to
think I
Tony's.
had
I
any
hadn't
right
had
now.
anything to drink. I'm sure somebody does. I hadn't had anything to drink all night because we had been working since like 7 at the hookah bar. And we were all Jaeger shots, and she handed me one, and I took it, and I was all, bleh, and I was all, but I'm not drunk. She was like, do I need to kick you out? And I was like, I just got here. I was like, I've been working all night. I'm not even drunk. I can't do it. Like, I can't do a lot of things anymore. Some
I can
wines even, I'm all fucked.
Pretty much still, for some fucking reason.
The only thing that always fucks me up is like tequila at the end of the night.
Always.
Can't do it.
Who's that?
Like,
What's that guy's name? Jim Gaffigan?
yeah.
Seen his tequila skin?
No, you're thinking of
Jim Brewer.
Jim Brewer.
Brewer. Who's Gaffigan? That's.
He's another comedian.
He's a
Super-
chunky.
He's a-
He has
super pale
really
chunky
white
dude.
hair. He's
Yeah,
got
yeah,
like
yeah,
7
yeah.
kids,
I knew it was a Jim.
5 kids.
Jim
Jim Brewer, he always looks like he's high
Like,
as
you
That's
fuck.
see his
fucking
tequila
so funny,
skin?
yeah.
Like, yeah.
Everybody,
Everybody out!
Yeah.
Jim Brewer's
Yeah.
super fucking
Boy,
funny.
Heineken.
We did tequila shots on Nicole's birthday at the Rio, and I made it like halfway into mine before I was
Oh,
like, nah.
Like if I start with it, I'm fine.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you start with it, you're fine. But like if you're drinking everything else, then you like that's your nightcap. That's a problem.
Oh, it's terrible. You're like, oh.
The only one that I don't like is just gin. Like that one, I just don't like it. So like,
Suck on a tree.
yeah, like
Yeah, you
if
just
I wanted
suck
to
it
eat
on
Never
fucking
liked it.
a pine tree, like cool. Like I have friends that like Paul loves that shit. He loves gin, and I'm like,
I can drink a gin and tonic if that's like the only thing I'm gonna drink all night.
I've heard like good gin's not as bad as like the shitty gin.
It's-
Nah, it's all
but
shit.
I've never tried it.
It's all
I've had
shit.
Oh my
shitty
God.
gin. I don't like it.
Tanqueray, everything. I mean,
It's all shit.
I remember one time.
Tanqueray is just
we were-
like, it's like
Tan-
shitty, but like
was just
expensive.
had good marketing.
Right.
We were at a party in college, me and Dozer. So Dozer must have been like a freshman in college. And
Hey, John,
we
put
were
that
at-
mic in front of your face. Since
We
you're
were-
sitting there.
we were at one of my friends' houses for Brush. And
He's making a shit ton of noise. I've never heard that. I've never heard that noise come from. I think it's to his rap.
Springs. I was
The
like,
cable's
I
the
think
bottom.
it's
Yeah,
the
the cable at the
squeaking
bottom.
around,
You went the
yeah.
wrong way, but
You
it's
do
okay.
one revolution to the left. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
There it is.
But yeah, it just made so much noise. I was like,
Oh no! Oh jeez!
The last time I had a tequila problem was when I was like doing a lot of drinking down in Berthoud, and I was there and I was drinking with these girls, and they're like, let's do tequila, and I was already fucking hammered. Like they had walked in close to like the
So he's all
closing of the
yeah.
bar. Like, oh, they're girls. Like, yeah, I'll do a shot with you. And I immediately took the shot and I immediately like stood up. I was like, no, I just have to go to the bathroom. It's fine. And I had no intention of throwing up. But
while you're walking,
kind of impressive at the same time. Like, I just walk over, I'm peeing. Out of nowhere, just like all in the urinal though. Didn't make a mess. Didn't miss a drop. Didn't get it on me.
Yeah.
Nice.
Straight into the urine, just standing. Didn't stop peeing.
Man,
just
that's lucky. That's lucky.
It's great. But those are also the same girls I got tased by in that same bar.
Oh
Wow.
shit, dude. That's a
That's
rough
birthing.
twist.
Yeah. they brought up this taser and I fucking, because they were playing with it.
I think one of them wasn't carrying
You
a
just
gun,
heard
am I
that
right?
noise, just
Right.
like, oh fuck, who brought a taser into a bar? So they're all fucking around with it and they're like, they kept asking, like, can we shock you? I was like, no, I'm not down for that.
Who
It's not
are
fun.
these girls?
So they-
One of them's a
I'm
cop
just
now.
sitting there drinking.
Right.
They do it right in like my lower back, right on the spine.
Did you
That's
puke
where it
it?
hurts.
No, but I did lock up and fall off my bar stool.
Yeah.
They're like, are you okay? I was like, no.
Obviously not.
Damn it!
Like,
I did not consent to this. No means no, you fucking bitches.
in the grand scheme of things, yeah, I'm fine, but what the fuck?
We got to make a shirt out of that, so put that on the list. The no means no, you fucking bitches. But no, like when I remember we were at this party with and like Dozer pulled a bottle of gin out of the freezer because I think he stole it from his parents' house, to be honest with you. And that kid was pulling shots from this bottle, not vodka, but this gin bottle. And he goes, "Kate, you want one?" And I was all, "No." Like, what are you doing? And then he spent a really good part of the night vomiting tree needles out of his fucking nose. For sure. Because
like
that shit
remembering
hurts
the
coming
taste.
back up.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's like that's the only one. Like
Even with tonic, it's not.
I just don't even like. My stomach has problems with any kind of food. Any food, you're like, it's all nah. Booze, fuck yeah, throw it in. Don't matter.
Yeah.
It does not matter what kind it is, how much it is. It's fine.
Gin's
But
fine.
as soon as I put gin, I'm just like, it's gross. It's just
off-putting.
yeah. It's just not what.
It
what I
really
want.
changes your
It's not
whole
how I drink.
situation. You're all, oh, what is that?
Well,
It's such a different flavor profile than
Yeah,
everything
exactly.
Now,
else.
our punishment shot, if you lose a bet or something, is microwave gin.
That's
but
horrible. That's
God, I would
such
order a snowboard
That's
full
like-
speed into a pine tree.
yeah.
right.
Like,
We used to have the punishment shot where you'd get a coaster, right? You'd have 3 throws, right? You know how they just kind of cascade everything on the bar? You throw a coaster, whatever bottle you hit 3 times in a row, that's the shot that you get poured in, right? So we play that game at the end of the night, right? And
We
Oh,
get
this
kicked out
reminds
of the
me-
bar if we were just tossing coasters back
Yeah.
there. We're all, oops.
This
well, they
remi-
let it. They would like
We
that
got
was-
kicked
no,
out of
that was what they
those
did.
They
plenty
would
of
facilitate it
times.
for us.
This
It's just
reminds
like-
me
Yeah.
of a place we used to have in town. It's called Sports Exchange.
Yeah.
And so they had this
Oh my God,
big
all
old
about
like
that place.
basically like stock ticker scenario.
Right.
And
yeah,
the
yeah,
and the
I've
prices
seen
of
those.
beers
Right, it goes
or
up and
drinks.
down. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah,
That's
and so
super
you'd always
cool.
like buy the cheap shit, like or whatever was cheap, like
It's down. Buy
yeah,
that one.
Yeah,
it's
it was
super
like one of those
fun.
moments. Like it was
Super
cool.
fun, yeah.
They
But
had
you get
problems
the
with serving underage people, but
Yeah.
stonks.
yeah, it was such a shitty
Your brother
bar.
goes, just get her some
But sometimes you
wine.
just get like some random ass shit. You're like, what the fuck
Yeah.
is this?
I think bars should definitely incorporate more gimmicks like that, like regularly.
Oh, they'll sell way
Such
more
an
alcohol if
engagement
they
piece,
do
right? Yeah,
it.
it keeps people there.
Like-
It keeps people
They're gonna
drinking,
get
yeah.
drunk and fucked up anyway.
Oh, it's such a
Make
good
it
Yeah,
a
you
little
might
business
as
more-
model
well
for the
let
bar, right?
do
It's
like
cool,
give them
yeah.
a good time.
No, so that's the problem is you don't need to have those because you're gonna get drunk and fucked up anyway.
I think if I,
I
had
would
a bar,
enjoy
I'd get a bunch of scratchers for it.
Like if that was like a special, like hey, for $3, here's 3 coasters. Toss them at the bottles. There's your shot. I'd be like, I will do that all night.
Yeah, then you're throwing a King Louis. Give me that shit.
I'm sure they'd have like a dedicated section.
There's
to
like a
it.
shield over the like top.
Remember at
shelf.
TI when we used to have that King Louis bottle?
Yeah, I do.
And then the only time it got drank was when it was like, hey, you want to try some really expensive ass fucking
That was the
cognac or
only
whatever
time it got
was?
drank because nobody who ever
Yeah,
went
we're
to
not
that bar
gonna
could
spend
Did you
afford
bring
it.
this to me, or did you-
She did.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
I don't
Like
give a fuck.
nobody could ever afford it. So like,
Right. So Titty
yeah,
just
the
like
only times it would come out was like if
yeah, when
we
Titty and
were-
Natalie and Eric were like, oh, we're gonna flex on some motherfuckers today. You're like,
Yeah, and I remember
Yes.
Eric handing me like a shot of that one time, and I was like,
it's
oh
gross.
yeah, it was disgusting.
not good.
So I felt really bad because that's like a $40 shot or whatever, and I was like,
It's a $1,300 bottle. The shots were supposed to be $80.
$1,300.
okay, so
Yeah, King Louis, like-
and it was real gross.
Because it
and
was
I
like
couldn't
you get
drink
like
it.
there's like a minor amount of
think I
like
threw it on the
King
floor.
Louis like King Louis like the 13th I think. Like he had like a big old supply of like cognacs or whatever.
Wow.
So like each bottle has like a tiny amount of that shit in there. Other than that, it's just garbage ass cognac, like garbage. And it comes in this crystal bottle that like when you like you can like they send it back in, they give you like $200 back.
Wow.
because
Yeah.
it's crystal.
Jeez.
Like it's so gross. Yeah, and I
It's
remember I
just
was like,
garbage can
I was
material.
like one of those like wait for everybody else to take it and throw it on the floor things because I was like, what am I gonna do with
We-
this?
I-
Funny is it all
Not
tastes
drink
the same,
it.
right? I mean, like,
It doesn't. It was gross. But I also
even
don't drink
worse.
cognac.
Cognac?
Like, cognac's not my
Cognac
shit.
can be good, but like
Nice cognac.
it gets expensive because
Right.
cognac can only come from
That area.
it's like champagne.
Yeah.
It can
Well-
only come from like champagne itself can only come from a Champagne,
Champagne,
France.
France.
And cognac is the same way. It can only come from this area in France. Otherwise, it's called something else. I can't remember what
Well,
it's
that's
actually
funny
called.
you said champagne because we went to this party once and it was like
It's kind of like champagne. But...
It's
No.
champagne.
Don Perignon. Have you had like an expensive champagne?
It tastes the same as everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all gross.
It's not.
No. So yeah,
worse,
champagne
you
can
know?
only come from
Real
Champagne, France.
only comes from champagne.
Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
Actually, you're right. No,
trying to
he's
help you
right.
be a better
That's
person.
No,
true.
it's champagne. It's
No,
French.
it's not. I took French.
I also took French.
The city
not
is
a-
called Champagne.
It's an area, not a city
The
anyway.
region is called Champagne
I
France.
gotta see.
It's called Champagne France.
You gotta see, so shut the fuck up.
I also got candy in my shoe at Christmas. 'Cause
Okay,
that's
well,
what
I
they do
took
there.
French for 4 years, and it is called
Can you
Champagne
speak?
France.
Can you speak any French right now?
Yeah.
Ugh, I actually can introduce myself.
So shut the fuck up too.
He asked if I could. Je m'appelle Kathleen. Hi.
Oh my god, so did everybody else. Jubapel, fucking bullshit.
I can speak zero French.
I haven't been in French class in
Sounds like a
12
laughing
years.
stock.
Another part of like more French language if you want it. Champagne.
There it is. There it is.
But yeah, so like that's the thing is like Don Perrier is only expensive because it is the name,
Yeah.
not because it's fucking good. It's
not.
just a
Yeah,
bullshit.
you pay for the name.
Yeah, it's just like somebody made it fucking famous at some fucking point.
Yeah.
And it's like buying Don Julio.
Well, yeah, we went to this party. It was this fancy.
As far as like
everybody-
tequila goes,
bottles
Don
and
Julio's
bottles.
not bad.
Yeah, but also the
It's
Rocks tequila is way cheaper and it's way better.
Yeah, it'd be like Patron. Patron's kind of garbage.
Oh, Patron's not good.
You should try the Rocks tequila. I think
The
it's
Rocks
probably the best
tequila
tequila I've
is
ever had.
Rocks, yeah.
really
So Terramana, I think, is the best tequila I've
It's
ever
so
had.
smooth. Like,
So
I
I
really
wanna-
don't get that.
So I haven't had his or
You should try it. You can drink it
Ron
straight.
White makes a tequila too. That's supposed to be pretty good too.
Yeah.
Do you remember the French hot dogs? So they did that. I always wanted one, but you like obviously after the France, I'm not doing that. But they take a baguette and they.
You're just not gonna make one yourself. You had to go to France to
I
do
don't
it.
know how they do it. So they get it like a baguette, like a good like foot long baguette,
Okay.
and they make this little like they almost have like a fucking deep hole saw and like make.
So it's a
perfect-
fucking pig in a blanket?
Kind of,
Like literally,
yes.
like you started saying baguette, and I was like, it's a pig in a blanket. That's all it
Kind of.
fucking is.
kind of.
It's just not fried.
Right.
What's fried in a hot dog? Just out
No, a
of
pig in a
curiosity?
blanket.
Oh, I was not just out of curiosity. What kind of hot dogs are
What?
you eating?
You can bake them.
Oh yeah, when you make a pig in a blanket, you get croissant or like the crescent rolls and you bake it.
So yeah, you're just saying this thing is a pig in a blanket for France, and you have to go to France to make a fucking pig in a blanket.
Just
Yeah,
the way they do it. I think it's
you
really
do.
cool. So they take like a foot long baguette,
Okay.
they hollow out the middle like perfectly, and they have this like foot long sausage that they shove in it with like whatever, probably Dijon or some French. Which is really cool. It's not like it's not. Yeah, it's
This
not.
is a French grease Dijon mustard.
Like, I don't know, but it's just more like the experience of it, I guess. Just I'm not gonna hollow out a fucking baguette and try to figure out how to put my limp sausage in it. That's not gonna
Gross,
work.
dude.
Right? That's what
No,
I'm
the
gonna
way,
do.
It
the
probably
way you
shouldn't
said
be
it.
limp at all, right?
It's gonna be a little flaccid.
I mean, no, because the sun, you're gonna
I
cook
couldn't.
it.
I would
it's gonna have
disgusting
that
in my brain
snappy
for
casing,
sure.
So it's not gonna be like a raw hot dog.
I'm just thinking like American Pie scenario. Like,
Yeah, seriously.
Did you ever
my
have
limb sausage went in the bag.
Dick and there's a hole in it.
Did you ever? I like that.
It's kind of dry, sandpaper. Like if you move, if you
Oh,
will.
do you remember what were the college like? I'm gonna make it so dry for
It
you.
was from Saturday Night
like
Live.
sandpaper.
Yeah.
No, because Donald Glover was in it and stuff. It was that like college something website where they used to make all the videos.
It was a
College
college
humor?
humor.
College
Yeah, it was
humor,
college
yeah.
humor. She's like, I'm gonna make it so dry for you, like sandpaper.
I thought, yeah, it was college humor because fucking Will Ferrell owns that shit. So.
Yeah.
Man, that was awesome when it
It's
came
so
out.
funny.
Dude, so dry. You love it.
Because like the girl who said it actually ended up being Erin on The Office. And she's like drying her tongue with toilet paper. She's like, I'm gonna make it so dry. She's like on her knees. She's like, I'm gonna make it so dry for you, like sandpaper. She's like, you like that? And he's like, what? Like, it's like so
thank you.
funny. It's really funny.
No, thank you. No.
It's
They
just on my
tried, I
mouth is
guess.
so dry.
It could be amazing. But I don't want to try it.
Good.
It's like fucking a hole in a piece of wood.
It's different.
Is it?
It's softer at least.
Yeah.
Depends on the wood,
Rigid
right?
piece
So
of
it's like a dry
It'd be
fucking
like,
sponge.
It'd be like having okay, that's a good. I was gonna say it'd be like putting your dick between two like kickballs, like because they're dry and weird. Like they have a weird texture.
That's how I describe kickball. You know those balls we used to play with in
You know,
school?
it's-
They were like just kind of dry.
I work
It's
in
like
marketing.
this
I work
scenario
in
that,
marketing,
like,
so I'm really good
You
at
know,
this.
I thought about the kickball scenario, and that looked fucking good.
I immediately thought about a kickball. I don't know why.
You ever just want to try to catch that thing with your dick? That's what I did with my
Between two of them,
throat.
you know?
That I was like, that reminds me of when you were chewing and you got fucking hit with a kickball in the fucking throat, and you're just like, claw.
Back when I used to dip, we were playing kickball and I had a dip in. I go to catch it and it hit me right in the throat and I swallowed half of it. So I just go to all fours in the middle of the outfield, just.
Oh, God.
It's still in play. And I just bounced off my throat and went fucking who knows where. I just keel over, started throwing up.
And that was when we were playing rec ball for the city, so the balls are kind of harder.
Yeah,
It's probably like the stiffness of like the corner of the couch.
Yeah, they're not like
they-
softly inflated. They're meant
Yeah.
to.
No, they're hard,
Dude,
yeah.
they'll give you a black eye for sure.
Black throat. It was gross.
That was so fun though. I keep getting messages from Go Kickball that's like you have 2 weeks to sign up.
We were talking about that the other night because I got the same email.
I was all short.
Well, you told me you were gonna do it, and then you never did.
Well, because I can't
Pretty
find
serious
girls. I
around
don't
here?
know girls.
Well, no, we'll just sign up all together, and then we'll fucking be on a team with somebody else. We'll meet new friends. Wow.
Fuck that.
I don't fucking think so.
Well, we won't have an Avery, so they can't fall in love with him. So that was a problem we played.
It actually cuts out a lot of issues that would have been going on in the first
Was
place.
it? Is
so.
it like you gotta have half?
It's supposed to be
Guys and
pretty
girls.
close.
Yeah.
Pretty close, so it's balanced.
Yeah, we did like
We just-
intramural volleyball same way. You gotta have.
Our friends are really picky about certain things. It's
Yeah.
kind of annoying. we had such a weird like range of people, like people who did not give a fuck, and then people who wanted to like practice for a rec league.
Why are you guys not?
And then there's people that wouldn't want to practice but were pissed that they were losing.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
people who wouldn't
Why are we
play the
losing?
game the way it should be, so they get yelled at, and then they were like, "Why are you telling me how to play the game?
Yeah.
We told you to run because people were running towards you. That's how you play the game."
That's funny.
Yeah,
We had a lot of problems
with Sarah,
with
we
that.
were talking about like the criticism, how people can't handle criticism in day-to-day life, and
Some people
basically,
can't.
basically the same
Yeah.
scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It was
think,
a lot of
like,
fun.
The rest of us were pretty good sports about it. Like I was all whatever. I'm running faster though, right? Like,
Right.
You know, like.
Like,
No,
like,
that
we
was-
had a lot
I
of
got
fun.
really competitive and into it, but at the same time, I did keep in my mind that it was rec league.
Right. Yeah.
With people that don't do sports at all.
Right.
Because we had a few people, like some of our friends, they're not like athletic people, but they wanted to hang out and play. And it's like,
Yeah, we
it's
can't
one of
be
those like,
yelling at him.
fucking goddamn
Yeah.
it. But like, we understand it's okay. And then there's other
Right.
people that were like, we're getting pissed while also not being competitive. And you're like,
So angry.
what are you doing?
Like, we all know who we're talking about. But, like, I remember one time, man, yeah, I'll never forget that when she was standing on second base and the girl who was on the other team was all, you can run now. And she was all, don't fucking tell me what to do.
Yeah, it
and
was
then
a-
she started walking and then she got out and I was like,
She got pegged in like the
my
fucking
God.
head with a fucking ball.
And she was mad like at everybody else about it. I was like, Jesus. Oh, here, I'll whisper in her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then she got like fucking mad at everybody else about it. She was like, and that bitch. And I was all, dude, we were all yelling at you.
Yeah, it
To
wasn't
go.
just
I was
like
like, you had
the
somebody
other team
rounding
being
one
friendly,
going.
and the girl that told her was like friendly. She was
Yeah, she was
the,
nice.
The
She was
whole
like,
other
"Hey, you
team
can
was
run."
super friendly and nice, and
Yeah.
this person was just not having it that night, which I understand sometimes. She was having a problem all the time at this point in time.
Yeah.
But like it was like, and then she's like mad at me. I was like, I just told you to fucking run. Shut the fuck up. You're okay.
Yeah, and I had to hear she was all, and I was all, dude, nah, we were all yelling at you.
It's funny how competitiveness can take over sometimes, though. Like
Well-
I joined an intramural basketball.
Oh, that was
team
me
before.
yesterday playing video games.
Well, like, but we
It's all
won
fucking
most of the
until
games
someone
that our
goes
team
hard, and you're
played,
like,
so.
no, it's going down. You know, yeah.
We killed it.
We have the-
our team did a really good job.
I mean, overall, considering how dysfunctional like our friend group
Well,
kind
we
of
won
is.
like 3 of those seasons, didn't we? Like 2 or 3 of those seasons, we ended up being like one of the champions, like out of it, like top 3 teams. that
Especially in
year.
the go kickball stuff.
Do you
Yeah.
win money for it and everything too?
What?
Is there like a pot at the end of it, or?
So no, like for a city kickball, it's like $120 for your entire team.
It never made sense to go
play.
kickball was more expensive than the city.
Right, it's $50 a person.
Like the city
Yeah.
league, we would play like on the softball, baseball
Right,
fields,
it's like a
over
real
here.
field, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was
And
like
then the go kickball is fucking cones in the grass, and it's more expensive somehow.
It's so expensive.
no, they didn't
That's
care
I
if we.
think because they give us T-shirts.
They also didn't care if we drank in the park, as long as you.
That's
True,
very
that's
like
a good-
you,
that's a
they
good
were
point,
like, we don't
yeah.
give a shit. We would
Probably
throw
can't drink on
up,
the
show up with
softball
like
field.
30 racks.
Yeah, we were showing up with like lots of
Like
booze,
mountains of
backpacks
booze.
full of
I'm
like.
ready.
We were sharing booze with like the other team. Like, well, you need beer? We got you. Like,
Whereas the city leagues, like they're not supposed to. If they see it, they'll yell at you.
yeah.
Yeah.
But they also
We were
didn't
even like
really
offering
care.
fucking beers to like the refs.
Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I've met
remember
some
like
funny
we were
refs.
bringing Jello shots for like everybody. Like
Yeah.
Lindsay would make a shit ton of Jello shots,
Mm-hmm.
and we just get everybody tanked. That's how we play
Why we're
games.
here. That's why we're here.
Yeah, that's what we want.
It's a
And then we
rec
tried.
league, people.
We were trying to give
chill.
beer to that one fucking ref who was like 19. He's like, I can't. We're like, why? He's like, well, the league says no, but like the law says no too. I'm like,
Oh, you're
oh
young.
shit! Fuck! Stop.
Well then.
It was a lot of fun. Despite every time we showed up to a game, there was something weird going on with like somebody on the team. You know, like
That's just.
Half of the fun was
It's what
being
it is,
Seth
yeah.
trying to ride home in the dark on a fucking tandem.
oh yeah, I forgot about the tandem bike.
Because we'd always cut through. There's this little. Because it would always be over at what fucking park is
Rolling
it?
more.
Yeah,
Rolling
Rolling
More.
More. So there's like a sidewalk that we can get on this side and ride in. And when you pass the tennis courts, it gets kind of tight.
Yeah, it
I've
does.
never rode a tandem. I mean, you got to be.
Well, you want to
pretty-
this summer because we have one.
Yeah, it's
Not
not
really. 'Cause I feel like I'm gonna crash.
No, so you
No,
just ride in the
they're-
back.
they're
He controls.
super
'cause
easy to
it's
ride.
it's
They're
for a
super easy.
6'5" person in the front and a 6' person in the back.
Yeah.
So you
It's
can
a big
ride.
friend.
Yeah.
Pretty like scary.
So you
guys.
gotta put your
And
life in
dude,
his control, but
they're
like
fine.
you're good.
What a steal.
Yeah, you guys got a really good deal. with
Just
them,
the whole
didn't you?
story of that too is fucking funny as shit.
The story is hilarious.
I love
We
it.
picked up this tandem bike for $300.
That's it.
It's a nice bike too.
It's a
Really?
it's old, but it's nice.
Legit, like in shape, ready to go.
Yeah.
Damn.
But we it was opening day. What 3 years ago now?
Yeah, 3 years ago, opening day for baseball.
Okay.
And the day after, so Seth and I are both just fucking hungover and whatever. But we go and we're coming back from what was it Parker I think. And I had my little Saturn Ion at the time, and I had the little rack like for just a normal bike.
For tandem though.
Versus like a 90-pound fucking tandem on the way back of this
So
car.
tandem on it, and
Was it hanging over like wings?
it was about the width of a dually. With my Saturn Ion, and there's
I can just
construction
picture that.
coming through. So, like, I'm driving and Seth is just, like, making sure the signals will fly off the back because I'm watching it in the rearview mirror and it's flexing hard.
It's like the whole car.
Is it on a hitch or is it just one of those like trunk?
It's one of the trunk ones.
Trunk
Yeah, on this
Oh,
plastic ass
yeah.
car.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the whole car is plastic. So it's flexing and moving. Thing might fly off. It was a lot of fun.
Oh man.
Then we got it back and we almost crashed it.
Yeah, we went for a
immediately.
ride right afterwards.
Seth and I tried to bunny hop it.
Are you ready?
It was like our first time.
All three.
Our
The
first
first
riding
time.
this, there was a speed bump down the street. We tried to get some air off of it, and I'm in the front, and I come down with the handlebars like this.
Oh god. We're going left.
And
But it's so long that it doesn't crash.
yeah,
So you have most control up front then. Is that
all
how
the
it
controls
works?
up front.
Yeah.
Like if
Okay.
you're in the,
So you're
I've
just
never
back
even
and it's
ridden in
like,
the back.
"Alright, woo."
But yeah, if you're in the back, all you do is pedal. You can barely even see because you just stare at my back. You just have
Yeah,
to
you just
trust
have
the
it. You
person
just
in front.
trust
Trust you.
Yeah.
It's trust
You
goes to
gotta
the
trust.
The
front.
biggest thing is like you need to understand how a bike works and that you have to lean to turn.
Yeah.
The only time I've
yeah.
ridden it, now that I think about it, was me and Bailey went to go get shisha for Smoky Monkey,
I'm sure that was a
and
nightmare.
and I'm barely big enough to ride it in the front, and Bailey's
It's a
just
big
not
bike.
giving a fuck, and she's hammered in the
Yeah.
back, like, and I'm like trying to ride it, I'm like, we're
It-
already kind of drunk too,
It
so I'm
gets
like,
a little tough when you're the one doing all the work.
Right, that's what
So,
I would think, yeah.
I rented a tandem bike one year for Tour de Fat, and
Think that'll happen this year or is it like
yeah, it'll happen whether it wants to or not.
what time frame is that?
Well, this year I won't
August,
have it.
August,
okay,
September.
Oh, it'll happen.
Throwing it out, so I'm inviting. So last year I invited like a few people for my like little party.
Yeah.
This next year I'm inviting
Yeah.
co-workers and I'm fucking
Everyone. So one year for Tour de Fat, I rented a tandem bike so me and Nicole could ride it. And she refused to ride it crossing streets. So every time we came to like a corner and had to do like a T, she would make us get off and walk the bike and then get back on.
Why? 'Cause you couldn't
And
get started
then
or what?
I don't fucking know what it. No, she wasn't even the one doing the work. So I was like, we were riding this thing, and I was like, man, this thing is hard to ride. And I looked back at Nicole's feet, and they're just going with the pedals. They're not
They're not
doing any
actually
other
pedaling.
work. Yeah, and I was all,
I need your help.
you have to help me. We're going up a hill. So I was like, never again with you. I was like, you're gonna be in the front next time we do this shit. I was like, I'm gonna be the one back there, like, yeah, this is nice. Fucking.
It's a lot of fun. And I remember I got this little speaker that mounted to it. There's
Oh yeah.
the speaker's somewhere here still, I think. But there's like this little mount it came with, so I put that where the water bottle goes. It slides in there, and there's a little button on. Like, there's controls on the handlebars now. Where you
Oh.
can control your music, your volume, skip songs.
What?
There's also a horn. It's a lot of fucking fun.
Through the speaker?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But
What-
that was probably Dick's favorite Tour de Fat. It was probably, 2 or 3 hours of Dora the
Oh my
Explorer
God,
on
I
repeat.
wanted to murder you. And then when
'Cause-
it went off, and you're like, no, play it again.
I just put it on repeat. It was like the club version of the Dora Explorer theme song.
For
It's all-
3
Because
hours.
Seth and I was
I'm gonna make a bowl.
I was Dora and Seth was Boots.
Oh
It's like the
my
kids
God.
fucking loved it.
Yeah. What up?
What up, bruh?
Got it.
Hey, Scott.
Hey guys.
What's going on?
What's up, man?
And I don't know
What are you
what that
doing?
deodorant's
Good,
working out.
good. What?
What's that?
Something about my deodorant.
Deodorant.
I bought like new deodorant that's like doesn't have aluminum in it. Or anything. I don't know. It's not. Doesn't work as well.
Definitely down to
Because
try.
it doesn't
Yeah.
have the aluminum.
Reapply on it.
Oh my God,
Aluminum's not good.
I used to sweat
Yeah, I
like.
know, that's
Did you ever
why
see those like commercials where some guy would like lift their arms up and it would just like shoot water out of his
Yeah.
arm? That's what I used to. That's what used to happen. And I used the aluminum stuff, and it made it 10 times worse. Ruined all my shirts. It-
Well,
like
did you
some
use
of those.
deodorant or antiperspirant? It was a huge difference.
Well, it was like it was like prescription stuff. Which
yeah,
made
but was it
ten-
prescription deodorant or prescription
Yeah.
One's a
antiperspirant?
cover up, one's supposed to actually
Antiperspirant helps you not sweat.
No, I sweat more with
Deodorant,
antiperspirant.
like
It's
antiperspirant is for people who like have a huge sweating problem, like sweaty pits.
So I
It
went
helps
to
you
the.
not sweat. Where deodorant is like you don't really sweat. That
Actually, I'm
much,
sorry.
it just
Yeah,
helps
the
smell.
aluminum stuff actually stopped it, but it came in this like little squirt bottle,
Right.
right? And you just put it on. It didn't have any scent or anything, but it just clogs your pores
Which
basically.
is not good. But
Not good at all. I'm like, man, I probably should be doing this.
there was, I
It finally
can't,
went away, but it was
I can't do aluminum.
10 year ago.
I,
Yeah.
I get like a really bad rash, like
Well,
blisters.
metal, obviously
yeah.
the metals are really bad for you, and
I don't even have like.
I
regular stick and
when
tape
I was in
or
high school, it was really bad. Like I would put on a t-shirt and put on another t-shirt over
Well,
it
it's a random
because I had
spot in
such
there
a
that's
bad
like, oh,
sweating
it didn't
problem,
like this skin this
hoping
time.
that the
It's like,
first
well,
t-shirt would stop
I
it,
didn't
which is
know,
obviously
yeah.
not the
Should've
case.
got
I'd be
some pads
sweating
and
through.
roofing it out.
I did. Sometimes I would have to put like toilet paper in my armpits. It was
Oh, yeah.
horrible.
Well, it was like
Yeah,
in high school, I just
exactly.
used Axe, which is super aluminum heavy.
Yeah.
Is it
And-
really?
Yeah.
and that's when I found out that I can't.
It's when
do
every
aluminum because it
high
like
school
broke
locker
out
room
to a
smelled like.
blistering like really bad, and that's when I was on the
Yeah.
swim team.
Oh
So
yeah,
every
for
time
sure.
every time I took a stroke, like something else would crack open,
And you got
and then
the
the chlorine
in
hits
there.
it.
Yeah, it's
Ow.
which
so
it
bad.
helped like heal it because it's cleaning it
Like
out, but
bleach.
it fucking burns like a
Sure.
motherfucker.
Ow, yeah, that's really
When
rough.
I went to college and they gave out like all those little Axe sprays, and I went and visited like the first week after whatever fall,
Yeah.
and we would fucking Axe bomb people where you take like 3 of them, tape them together, and then like rubber band them on basically, and have them set,
Yeah.
and just like you know how in the dorms everybody leaves their door open,
Oh yeah.
and you would just like boom, pull, throw it, grab their door, shut it, and then just lock
Little,
their door.
little grenade.
And it got so fucking bad that the floor was like just reeking, always just Axe bomb people.
It's
Oh,
funny.
that's rough.
Oh yeah,
real
like ruined the
gross.
fucking room for weeks.
Oh yeah. All my clothes smell like it.
Yeah, forever. The only kids that I knew that actually wore Axe were either guys who were really, really self-conscious and didn't know how to fit in, or guys who smoked a lot of weed.
The shower in a can.
That for sure.
When you
Yeah.
be working all day
Axe and weed
in
with
the
this,
shop, you just wash your hands like all fucking good, and then you go
You could tell the difference.
just because you didn't have a shower
Oh,
scenario.
we did that Axe.
Never did that.
The best one, the one to do that with is actually like the sport sprays, like the Adidas branded ones.
Let's take
They
this.
smell like they don't smell like crazy. Like the Axe ones smell like aerosol can
Well, the problem
plus
with
scent.
Axe is
Yeah, a
You
lot
know,
of
like-
aerosol with it. Yeah.
So like whereas like the sports ones typically were like less like
well, and the problem like the sports
Errant.
ones are designed to be like deodorizers, where Axe is just a fragrance.
Yeah,
Right.
Axe is just
So
a
it doesn't
cover-up.
cover it up. You just now smell like ass and
And-
I always like my mom was always like after we like take a shit or whatever, I was like spray the thing. I was like so it just smells like flowery shit. Like,
Yeah.
Right.
like that's like
It doesn't
Breeze.
help like negate the other smell.
Right.
It just mixes with it. So yeah, you have like a nice garden that you just blew up in.
Shit.
Like the sulfur match tricks better because it like it overrides your nose to the point where it's like now I'm just like it's overpowering, so I don't smell like shit, but I smell sulfur.
Right.
Planting roses in a porta potty.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what deodorants
he's
you
got
guys
bouquets and
use.
shit in a fucking porta potty.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. That's
for your
what-
benefit.
What it would smell
It'd be like putting a Febreze plug-in in like a porta potty.
Yeah.
For what?
It's just the shit's just constantly
It's just
there.
a bowl full of poop. Like
best.
every time I go to the store and we're shopping to like
I just
get
think of a bowl
soap
full
and,
of
like, stuff
poop and I
like
just
that.
think it's like
Yeah,
totally
it's
different.
disgusting.
2 girls, 1 cup.
So your smell is tied to your taste, and you're actually also tasting that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fun
Yeah,
fact.
you can taste
Yeah.
it. But
That's
no,
why
like
beer's
every
better out of
time
the
I
glass.
go to the like store and
smell
we're
it.
shopping for like body wash or something and I get to read like all the names of the guy stuff, I just start laughing. Because I'm like, babe, do you want to smell like dragon's breath?
The men's ones is like there was like a couple that I really liked from like Axe was like bad for everything else, but their body washes always smell like pretty good.
Yeah.
And like there was one that like you're like fucking I'd fuck me, goddamn. Like
That Squatch brand you see all the ads for, their soap is real nice. It's
Really?
Dr.
$9 a
Squatch.
thing, and it's like a fucking a month, $9, $10.
Really?
It tastes
That's
good.
Squatch one?
It's I got like 20 of them, well,
Really?
8 of them for Christmas, and they were.
Is it bar soap?
They're
Is it
nice.
bar soap?
Bar
Or?
soap.
Yeah.
it's,
I think
it's
it
too
is.
bad it doesn't actually
Yeah.
clean very good, it just smells good.
I don't know. I mean,
There's a reason why detergents are in your fucking soap because like if you work on cars like this guy does or like I used to, like
Yeah, but
you're not fucking
need
around with
something
that.
to cut
You're,
that
yeah, you're not fucking around with natural ass shit. Like you need something disgusting.
you need chemicals to wash
Yeah.
off everything else.
skin that's
A lot of
dead.
bar soap has left like a waxy feeling. You know, it's just like, it's just
The best thing
sticky.
that I've found
It's
the
like,
use of for bar soap is just like put it in your car for like a deodorant like scenario. Like, yeah, like it's because you just like take the fucking, you just rip one side of the box off, toss it in there, and then like 2 months later you fucking throw it away. It costs $1, good to
I
go.
like bar soap because if you store it properly, like the axes and stuff, it's like new thing. Oh fuck, I put way too much on, and then at the end you're trying to milk it. Where bar soap's pretty consistent until that one.
So
drop.
what you're saying is you don't have control over your squirts.
I fucking. I'm not going to.
We've all seen that bathroom upstairs, and I think we know the answer to that. I think we all know the
I
answer.
have a history.
It's just easier to control the amount that I use. I don't know why.
I haven't used bar
But
soap
fair.
since I was little, but I think like I buy unscented soap because I don't want to walk around smelling like something. But also a lot of unscented stuff is like not as waxy. Doesn't have. Well, I don't need the detergent part, right? Because I'm not like super greasy. I don't need something to cut through that.
Right.
So like if you don't buy that. It's like get something that's like moisturizing for your skin, right? So it's better.
Especially with your fucking
That was nice.
sun degree
But I would say,
temperature
like,
water that you
spring
use.
sport was like the waxy shit, you know. You just,
Your
you just put a
sun
layer
degree
on, you get out
temperature water that you
there.
use to take a
Water
shower.
and, like,
the shower,
It's
you're
the
just
heat
fucking
of the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like literally like
it's impermeable.
One
layer,
that's not good
yeah.
for your skin.
You only like
right.
I always like lotion in my house for that reason.
Yeah.
I got out of the shower the other day, like last night, and I was like, John, look at my butt, and he was all, "That's not okay," because it was just red. Yes.
Yeah, it's like $1 and no one ever, like, you did in the hockey fucking locker room, you ended up, like, just everybody would take your shit. So it'd be like, go buy the $1 fucking Head and Shoulders or Herbal Essence so that when you're sharing them. And that was with the axing, that was the thing I hated the most. Like, you'd be on the ice and you'd check some. Bro, like, we're playing hockey, you don't need to smell good out here. What the fuck? Like, smell horrible. Like,
I think
Yeah.
Head and
Check your
Shoulders,
heart
as
next
far as a 2-in-1 goes, because that's what John uses, like it works pretty decent for my hair too, and I don't really get tangles if I use this
What's
stuff.
that? The Head and Shoulders? Yeah, I've been a big fan of that for
Like
a
the
while.
2-in-1.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as like shampoo and conditioner goes, it's when you get to like the 3-in-1s where it's body wash too and like other
That's just
bullshit.
garbage.
Dude, it's
Anything's
trash.
body wash if you try hard
It's
enough,
so
so it doesn't
You
need
said
to go on
body
the
wash, it's like,
packaging.
what? No, that doesn't make sense.
No, it's so trash.
here, here, and here.
It
No.
makes your hair so greasy and sticky.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody
I mean,
that thought of that was like, oh, we're going to take advantage of
I
male
can
laziness
wash
right
my
now.
body with shampoo if like I have to.
Right.
Just the scientists told me like don't do that. My dad, when he
So
takes
does
showers,
nothing.
has one thing of pump soap in there, and he does the whole thing.
So
Because
bad-
he doesn't have a whole
so
lot
bad
of
for
hair
your hair.
left.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a whole lot of hair up
So
there, so
bad
he
for your
doesn't
hair.
give a shit. So
There-
he's all.
There's a huge difference when you get a good conditioner, though. Like, no,
Oh,
hair's
There's
so
a reason
long.
Hands
shampoo
down,
and conditioner are
hands down,
separate
yeah.
Big and
What's that?
There's a reason shampoo and conditioner are separate things.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one's got a lot of proteins in it, and that's also why like you grow mold and stuff in
Yeah.
showers, because that protein that's in them, like that's what the fucking bacteria eat mold.
I just don't go to town on like a lot of shit. Like
I don't
lukewarm
either.
showers, like not a lot of soap unless I'm like super dirty for some reason.
But you like don't, you're not one of those guys that beard waxes. I know some guys like do that. Like
No, my
have to
shit's
have
soft
beard
as fuck.
wax.
I don't
No,
have
you
to.
wax your
I
hair.
tried that once.
On
I
occasion.
started
And that's only because again my head's so goddamn round I have to.
Yeah.
If I don't, it's like, whoa, and my hair is also thick as shit, so it does whatever it wants.
You go about that like nice thick.
Forgot you.
I would like
The what?
I just let it go.
Oh, the one that has your name on it?
Because I'm wearing the
Here
shirt.
we are.
Feels like I'm about to go to a wedding.
Yeah, well,
About to be somebody
I'm
with
like
somebody's
thinning up here too, so that's why I don't give a shit about like shampoo anymore. Like I tried the whole like, what is it called?
Rogaine?
Nioxin or something. It was supposed to be like regrowing shampoo, and I tried all that and like made your hair feel good. But
It's
it
all
didn't
about
do
your
anything.
hormones.
So it's
Has
like,
nothing to do with
well,
what you're putting in
there's
your
nothing you
hair.
can do unless like I'm
To
gonna
an
bald at
extent.
some
To an
point.
extent.
Slowly going away, so it's like whatever.
Well, at least you have like a decent like head shape that it's gonna be okay when you do go bald.
Right. Hopefully, I don't know. I've seen myself bald, and it's like
It's
eh,
your head shape is
Takes a
fine.
second, I think, for you to get the shock and awe.
You also have to get used to it too. Is the thing. Everybody
Also,
else,
I think
nobody
I have
else
like
is gonna give a shit
I
at
had like
all.
a permanent lump from when I was like a kid. Like I jumped into this like it was like a
You just got the dent in your head.
daycare, Oh, it just gave me this, cut my head open, and everything, and I had a lump there for probably years.
I mean,
So-
it happens.
And I did shave my head back then, and I had this huge lump. So I don't know if it's still
So that's my problem. Like, I'm glad that like I
Wear a
don't
headset,
have.
and over time it'll
yeah,
figure that
right.
out.
Just bring it
Well,
down.
and God bless Dennis. Like, he's all, yeah, when you meet one of my daughters, that usually happens. Well, Dad.
I got like a big scar from blowing
Thanks for
my
trying
head
to make
open,
him feel
and it's
better.
happened a couple times. And if you get it clean enough, it looks like something growing off my head. And then I was telling them, I have a scar here. You will catch it. Please don't, because it just bleeds. And I've had, oh God, oh, it's bleeding. I'm like, I told you, it's scar tissue that's gotten so fucked up that it looks like a weird little.
Well, the problem is it can't really heal all that good because your hair is also growing in it.
Yeah.
Right.
So
And
it's like,
just anything, like head wounds or head wounds.
Well, it's interesting that his hair is growing through it instead of around it, don't you think? Like, isn't
nah,
that
your hair, it still grows in your scar area. It's like whenever you get like a cut and it
But
gives
it's
a
around
scar.
it though, right? I think
Not
your
at
scar
me.
is more.
Well,
your head's
through the
different than your
scar at
arms,
that
though,
point
too.
anymore, right?
Oh, you could check. I'm sure it could because scar tissue is just regenerative tissue. But
Right.
It's just slower at regenerating normally, and that's why it's.
But will
That's
it,
why they
but will
blow
it hold a
open.
hair follicle? I guess. Right.
So the thing is, it can still grow
But I
in a
think it
scar
splits that,
scenario.
Right. So it's just kind
Yeah,
of
but
like
it'll grow through
regrowth.
tattoos, which is a deep level
True.
abrasion. Like
That's
Yeah,
true.
so it's the same thing. Like it just grows. Like your entire body like can grow hair, right? So it's like it doesn't matter where it comes from or whatever. Like
Except your forehead. Well, maybe some people.
yeah. I was like, have you ever seen unibrow scenario? Like
ladies too. Like
eyebrows are right there.
Yeah.
hair's interesting. Like I'm happy. I'm like I got a thick head of hair, but I'm happy I'm not like Pepe because like I love the kid, but like he's gonna take off his back and it's like
Oh yeah.
shit, bro,
Super
I'm so
hairy back.
fucking sorry, bro.
You'll have to
Forest.
you'll have to rewatch this episode to hear what Sarah says.
What did she say?
You'll have to watch
Okay,
the
I'll
episode. I
watch
can't.
it.
You'll have to
I'll
watch it.
Okay.
It's
I gotta click
it's
the
About
button.
me or Harry or
about Hefe.
Oh, yeah. Scott's all about.
oh, they talk about me all the time. I'm not worried about it. I deserve it. shit, fuck them and feed them fish.
Only sometimes.
I don't mind. I can always go upstairs and get out of my basement if I need to.
It's not like this is my house. Everybody has a place here. No.
No, I'm ready for the outside. It's fucking. We need to get up there
Ooh,
and
gosh.
do it.
Yesterday would have been the perfect day for it. I spent all day outside yesterday, smoking and
Jealous.
working.
It was
Like,
super
it was
nice.
dope as fuck.
Basement.
I cranked out the awning. It was kick-ass.
You from home then right now?
No, I'm working in the plant.
We're in the basement of the.
At the basement of the manufacturing plant, yeah, Loveland. Yeah. And there's no windows, right? So it's just kind of like you're just stuck in this room, and it's like you don't know what's going on.
I like tell him, like, I'm outside. He's all, why?
She sends me a picture. I'm like, God damn it!
I think that's why I don't.
No
even-
windows.
I was wondering what you were doing.
I don't want to make all the.
I get you, but like I was just like, what the fuck are you doing?
Are we still saving beets?
Nope, you can drink them.
Oh, okay. What is it? Oh, yeah.
It's
I
Max
did hear
Lime
today
Peach.
though that I saw a headline saying that we're out of a drought completely. in
Here?
Colorado. Yeah, that's what it said.
We're at like a 30-year
I've only heard
average.
that
No,
once
and like
in
the
my
Fort
life.
Collins, Denver, and I think like
Yeah,
Maine,
northern Colorado
like,
is
some
actually
areas.
pretty decent right
And I
now
think
for
the
it.
foothills they said are completely out of drought. At
Well,
this
that's.
There
But
was
southern
3
southern Colorado is still not.
point. Yeah.
There's
Well,
3
Pueblo's
inches.
going to be in a drought for the rest.
After
of the
last year, I don't care if like,
time.
we get snow into August. Like, I'm fucking was done with looking out and just seeing.
It was so bad. Like my allergies were just destroyed all last year, and it just destroyed everything.
Even me, you could see like in your
Yeah.
nose and shit.
Yeah.
Like the furnace
Oh,
filter, my
yeah,
dad bought
sorry.
this super high-end like air cleaner one, and it was nice because you could measure. We have a measure that like air quality, but it was like he took it out after that like first major batch, and it was like, dude, that's going in at everybody all day long. This sucks. And I
Yeah.
liked that one day you guys were like, I don't want to. It's pretty fucking smoky, and I definitely remember like,
Yeah, when we came back,
Oh,
when we came back from Winter Park after riding bikes, because we saw the fire scenario, like from where we, where we see all that shit. We came back and it was just fucking red and disgusting the whole time. Like we stopped to look at a truck for Eben, and like there was just ash falling from the sky, and you're like,
no.
That was,
It was-
some of the most insane fires I've seen since like when I moved here. That was nuts.
yeah, and that was pretty crazy for what it was. Like,
Yeah.
Like,
Like,
last
high school
the Tour de
was there?
Fat party we had, where we're sitting there at the end of the day,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden it starts raining ash. What the fuck?
Oh,
Well, it was
yeah.
like high school, like 04 or 05. There was one that like was pretty bad.
Well, we had that one, like,
The
you know,
Hyde
like
Park
2000.
wasn't
Yeah,
bad.
Hyde Park was disgusting because you could see the fire from here.
Hyde
Like,
Park was
it
real
was-
scary.
That was the one that one of them fucked up Colorado Springs real quick. Like I remember watching.
yeah, the
What
black
was
the
that?
Black Forest fire.
Black Forest fire.
That like
Yeah.
came to the
And that
road
was
you
that was like when I was in high school, so that would have been around like that
Yeah.
time that you're talking about. That one was nuts.
The Black Forest fire was gnarly because, like, my cousin's house was, like, right there.
Yeah.
And my aunt and uncle live, like, right, like, they live in Black Forest, or they did at the time. They don't live there now.
Well, Black
What was
Forest
that?
is like a really affluent community.
Oh, yeah.
And like I had like a few friends that I lived with in the dorms that were like from there, and they were like, and then my parents' house was not safe. I was like, oh man, there, I'll look at it, and I'm all, this mansion? Is your house behind it? Like,
I mean,
where's?
did
They're like,
you-
no, that's our house.
It was like
Good
when
golf, I
Malibu,
didn't
what,
realize
last
it
year?
was
Year
that
before
way.
last. 2019 when Malibu, like, lit on fire. Like, that shit was fucking wild, too.
Yeah. What was that show we watched the other day? The California fire. That.
Is that
Oh
just-
yeah, the Paradise Fire.
Yeah. So.
So there's
man, that
like a
was nuts.
documentary. It's only 40 minutes. It stops
40
real
minutes,
quick,
but apparently
like,
they
the people
evacuated
who
everyone
survived
into
it-
this like parking lot because they couldn't get anywhere else. So they put everyone in this like big parking lot and they said, "Well, we'll see what happens," because the fire was
Hopefully
coming
it's
around all
okay.
areas and it just like hit them all at once and everyone was just like ducking down and apparently
so,
they
I
made it
mean, it
through
didn't
because
go
they're on
through
this
the parking
big
lot.
concrete like space and it didn't
But
hit
it was
them.
all around them, which I
But,
can't even
man,
imagine.
can you imagine that shit? Like,
that
just
Wow.
trying to get it
Well,
back.
there
You
was
can't
a-
get out and
I
like,
watched a movie about a fire team that got swept over and like when they say like it's blanket time up and you get on the ground and throw your
Yeah.
fire blanket.
Yeah.
Dig a hole.
And-
Yeah.
that'd be so
And
scary.
it's
get a
horrible
wet
because like
blanket,
it
like-
means it's coming so quick.
Right.
It's coming at us 40 miles an hour.
Are you thinking
Right.
about, like, the movie that's called, like, it's like Firestorm or
I don't know. It
something?
was, I'm trying
Yeah,
to
it's where
not-
they're
it's
not
the same
paying
guy.
attention to the fire, and it goes around them, and then they have to dig a hole and just get
No,
away.
no, this was like a firefighting crew, like a hot shots crew. That the
Okay.
guy was like, he was doing this,
Oh,
he
it
was
was like,
telling
like a
this,
documentary
and then
scenario?
He just ended up like going over them, and there's
There
so
was a
many
movie in the
epic
late
crews.
90s that, like, really, like put it on, like, where, like, it was like Firestorm or something like that.
Okay,
Like-
yeah,
But it
sounds
wasn't
familiar.
Mount St.
Yeah.
Helens and it wasn't Twister. But it was in the same genre.
Or Backdraft.
Yeah, just,
There was another one about it was like a firefighting team in New York. They did like a movie about like a true story, that kind of thing.
Overboard.
The one where they had to jump off the roof of like a 10-story
Into-
building.
into-
Did you ever see that one?
Overboard.
So they're fighting
Oh,
this
it's
fire,
Adam Sandler?
and it was up on top, and
board?
somehow it
Yeah.
spread to underneath them.
Back in the day.
Yeah, what's that?
So
That
all
way
they
it
could, the only way they could go was up. So they ended up making their way to the roof.
I don't know.
And it was like 4 dudes. They just locked. They're like, either we burn to death
It's not this way.
or we jump and take our chances. They all lived,
Fucking Patrick Swayze.
but
I don't know, I might have died on that
Escape
one.
from fucking LA.
Yeah.
because they just
Oh,
like
okay.
fucking hook up and they just all jumped. And I guess they
You
were in a
remember
situation where they had
I
like
don't know.
a airbag.
You're grabbing one?
Something like that. So,
That one was really.
which I would imagine like having
Okay.
being in a skyscraper city, like airbag would probably be like a normal tool you have on your truck.
Cheers.
It have to be.
well, so like to kind of the Hyde Park fire was really scary because like the boys were living in the townhouse at that time, and they actually moved all of their shit into the hookah bar, and I was living over on Myrtle, and
Yeah.
my house got so hot that summer. You don't know, but like.
No, I was like,
Oh.
he made the face after he took that shot. And I was like, "Gay."
Yeah, that's how it is. The house got so hot that summer because we didn't have air conditioning and we had to keep the windows shut because of all the ash. That I would actually take Bear to the hookah bar with me because I couldn't leave him at home. And we spent a lot of days over in PetSmart because I had air conditioning and there was just ash falling from the sky all the time, and we were just watching
Yeah,
that
Hyde Park was
fire
gnarly.
burn down.
Because
Horse
it just wasn't far.
Well, it did Hyde Park and then it did Hewitt Gulch at the same time
Mm-hmm.
because that's what got me in trouble. And I remember like they fucking MP evacuated that area, and I was like, there's no way I'm losing what I spent all that summer on.
Right.
So I hiked in there to water everything, and like they killed power obviously, and I mean I'm sure that's what got me fucking the house ready. But like walking in there, I remember sleeping one night because it burned my neighbor's house less than 500 yards away down. But I was in a valley, so it probably just skipped and went on. But I remember like waking up at like 2 in the morning, running out there, and you could see the flames, and it was like, I should probably fucking run out.
Yeah, what you have is not worth your fucking life.
No.
Well, and that's a lot of problem. Like even like that, there was that one like the summer with like down by Boulder, and that lady like fucking burned up in it, and it was like, or like even like the the troublesome fire. Like there's a couple like families that like didn't leave because they're like, oh, like it's not.
Those windy days.
Like,
you
this is
can't
our
mess
house.
around
This
with.
is our
Yeah.
house. Well, and that was it. So what we were seeing with a lot of those
Yeah,
evacuations
no one
is
realizes
that
like the wind can just
people
like no matter what, it's just gonna
refuse to leave their homes though.
take
You
up.
can't
So
outright.
wind
It's
without
20
like.
minutes. There's like.
Well, that was
500
our huge
acres,
issue
you know,
with
it's
that
like-
fire anyway,
How do
with
you
all the
learn
site
that?
conversations happening.
I don't know
like-
what like the rate was, but like it was insane.
But anyway, so like our issue this past summer was that this past summer was so windy, it was spreading that fire
Yeah.
like crazy.
Yeah.
But people knew that that fire was there and refused to leave their houses, and they were dying in them. And
Yeah, a
that's
few people did. Yeah.
we had a pretty big like. Rate,
You
like,
could
death
build
rate.
another fucking house. Like fuck
That's
off.
the
Like
shitty part about
You
it, too,
will
like,
get the insurance money
my house,
eventually.
yeah.
As a firefighter, like you're gonna lose everything, but you motherfuckers put other people at risk by coming.
Exactly,
Well,
and that
yeah.
too, because they're coming to like get you, and like
They should
they
be.
think about that when they can't come and get you, and like get you
Well,
to leave.
there's a call that they have to
That
make too.
hurts-
It's like
that-
I can't come get you because
that hurts
of
them.
this, right? There's a
No, I'm
path,
sure.
you
Yeah,
know?
it's like war. You see your guys down there, and it's
Right.
like now this will cost more lives to go help
Exactly,
them than
right.
it will.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have to leave them, and I mean, Marines say no Marine left behind. But at some point, like you're picking up a body, is it worth
Well,
picking up
what was
three?
that? What was that line? Dead bodies attract dead bodies. You know,
Yeah.
type of thing.
Well,
It's-
and like,
it's
and I
the
hate to
same
say this
thing.
after that statement because this is a
Yeah.
rough sailing.
During
During that Hyde Park
exactly.
fire,
Right.
when like it sucked to like leave like the environment of like a house that's like 100 degrees during the day to go and work at the hookah bar, which is also 100 degrees during the day. We didn't have that swamp cooler then, and just constantly be breathing in ash and smoke. Like I think my lungs suffered a lot that summer. Like I got bronchitis really bad actually.
Well, it reminds
It
me
was
of
rough.
the volcano that erupted in Hawaii like a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
one that, like, I never got to meet Michaela's grandpa. It killed him. 'Cause he
Yeah.
already had was it
Respiratory
COPD?
issues, yeah.
And like when that thing erupted, like everyone flew to all the department stores, like bought all like the furnace filters. They were taping them up to the windows.
Yeah.
'Cause in Hawaii, you can't have the windows shut. It's so fucking
Right.
humid that you rely on that breeze.
Oh yeah.
So everyone was just put in front of the windows because you need fresh air to come in, but
I'm
they,
sure
they
those went
couldn't.
in quick, so no one got them. Like,
And they couldn't get
everyone-
filters
yeah.
fast enough. He already had COPD on top of that, and the ash just.
And that's like a
Took him
murder.
out.
Yeah.
Like,
That was the first time I met Michaela's family was going out to Hawaii for his funeral.
Jeez. Oh jeez. That's.
Two filters are pretty crazy how tight they are. Like I got a couple of HEPA's. I got like all the vacuums you can buy a HEPA filter.
Yeah.
It is not a HEPA filter. It is. It's HEPA grade. But if you watch how a vacuum works, it picks the air that comes in, it hits the filter, it drops, it spins around, and then it blows out the back.
Yeah.
Like a dust collector like I have, it
Yeah,
has
it
a
continues-
filter,
continues
and then
to
it has a
filter
filter
inside,
on your
yeah.
exhaust side. So anything blowing out has to go through a HEPA grade filter. And it's pretty big difference. Like, it means it's harder to like make the same power because you got to blow through a HEPA.
Right.
HEPA filters are like, you're getting down to like, MERV 6 or 8, whatever.
But you're getting a lot better quality of air. if it's got
Filtration's
filter and a
nuts,
bunch
like,
of
there's-
stuff.
Well, we almost bought this air filter because in our current place, like our neighbor, he's got a smoke inside his house.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we'll wake up some mornings and it just smells like a fucking casino inside of our apartment.
Yeah. Oh,
And like
jeez.
we'll wake up and like our eyes are fucking swollen and it's just like
Oh,
we're all
man.
fucked up.
Yeah.
We got this air filter that we almost bought, but like we were watching like all these like testimonial videos and all this shit about it. This funny demo video where this dude walks in front of it and farts, and the machine is so sensitive that it kicks on immediately to clean
Got
the
it.
air because they can like tell.
I got this.
It's
hilarious.
crazy how like advanced some
You
of
can
this
you
air
can
filtration
filter
shit
your
is.
fart, man.
Yeah, like
Keep
he,
one
it
of those
was,
in my room.
Because it'll only run if it notices that like the air quality's bad.
Yeah.
Like you can turn it on before you get home, so it helps clean the space. But like, yeah, this guy walked by it, farted, and it kicks on, and just cleans the air.
And there's
Fucking
there's so
hilarious.
many levels of that because I
It's
have a
violent.
build clean fucking air filter, which is a giant HEPA filter. When we sanded that, I told John like get this on it, have a vacuum, put a box. Concrete's one of the worst. It's silica, and it was still on everything in Nick's house. Like, it was upstairs, like
Yeah.
the fucking. I don't know.
I
You
was
need
so
to have
pissed.
like an absolute fucking filter. You need to have a whole air filter that
Yeah.
circulates. Because
Yeah,
you get another
central,
thing called
yeah.
plating out, which is where like the particles actually attach to things because there's charges and everything, like
Right.
electrical charges. And plating out, like for racing, which is some of the things I do, it actually like decreases. You have to do an equilibrium level, which is a guesstimate, but it's saying at this level with this much airflow, you're gonna have this much plate out, so you can reduce your 9 to 8.2.
From like a radar perspective or what?
Well, I just know about fluid dynamics because I've studied how houses work and stuff.
Yet he can't spell.
I can't spell.
No, but like,
I just give you shit.
Way to be a dick about it.
Neither can John.
So
So it's okay.
not even 8.2, but like what's that?
They probably speak each other's language.
Picocuries per liter, which is a measure of radiation.
Okay.
Radiation.
Okay,
So
radon.
there's no safe radiation. Yeah.
Just
I
say
do
that.
I do 3 things well. I build houses and fix things. I fuck up relationships, and I drink beer. Those are like the 3 things I do. Don't fuck this one up, dude. You're fucking the one I like so far, and you got a good girl.
Try not to.
If you need any help, I got you. Just come hang out with me for Come hang out with me for a weekend, and I'll get you.
No, that's cool to hear though. I mean, like
Radiation things are hilarious anyways, like the way that like they work in general. Like so Union Station in Denver, like the train station.
yeah.
Yeah, that looks so cool now.
Well, it's because it's all the granite that's in there produces more radiation than if you were ground zero at fucking Chernobyl right now.
Thank God we have laminate countertops that suck ass.
Granted, but that's the thing. There's not enough coming out of that. It's not big enough of a
Right.
source.
Right.
But yeah, so like literally right now, like we have a fucking city in the world that you can't go in because of radiation, but we have an area in Denver that produces more radiation than
And we
living
have
there.
a radiation stockpile just running from here all the way to Alaska. That's why we have so much.
Chernobyl is actually a really good example of people refuse to leave what they have. Because there's still a bunch of people that live in Chernobyl that refuse to leave their
Assholes
houses.
fucking not doing their job when things went wrong. People.
Well, there's that
turn
too.
their-
So get
it's not
this.
that bad. It's not
So
that
get this: the place I work for has been grandfathered into releasing our chemicals into the air. Right. So we're moving
bad.
into
Ground farm, yeah.
We're moving into a Fort Collins facility which has way stricter.
VOC.
Yeah,
exposure, all
VOC.
that
Yeah,
stuff,
exactly. So you have to filter any kind of chemicals, which is like 332. Like
Trying to punish yourself right now?
I see a lot of them magnets to our
Just
rotors
about
and everything.
I'm trying to get drunk.
So
It's possible.
basically
I mean, I don't know what
we're
time it is
putting
now.
rotors into our systems that
Yeah, probably not. We got plenty of like liquor.
and give gas flow
but
to
you know
the
how it's
systems
drinking bar.
that go inside cabbage.
I mean, I can bring down the.
Do you want me to start bartending?
But
Oh,
the
shit,
but the
yeah.
epoxy
Okay.
that we use is like 332,
Oh,
very
boy.
toxic, very
You're only
toxic.
release so
This
much
is-
a day.
Right,
Disgusting,
so,
by the way.
So
It's
we've
really
been able to
gross.
This
release
specific
it
one is
into
gross.
lovely air because their grandfather
They
they've been there
12
forever.
sucks.
So we're
So
moving
there's
away.
this-
And most of the 1200s are
that
actually good.
building, that building's been sold.
This
Oh,
flavor.
they're not
My
made
job
in
is to
the
like
East.
make every single line.
The other ones are
fit
good,
into
too.
There's still 14%.
that's going into
There was a
Fort
hard
Collins.
seltzer. Which
Fort
was
Collins has
12%.
way
This one,
stricter.
there was a green apple.
Yeah,
so
so
The green apple one's really
exactly.
good.
So
Tastes like green apple Jolly
it's
Ranchers.
I'll never
it's
drink
huge,
another
like slap in the
Froyo.
face.
green,
Like, oh,
there was green
can we
apple.
do
There was
this?
the mango.
So it's like
seltzer.
because-
You're
Grape.
reinforcing
Grape
that.
was like,
Well, no,
eh.
This one is
we
good.
bring our facilities people in and
That-
they know this stuff.
Blue
But
is
at the
supposed
same
to be
time,
the good
but-
flavor, so
our
that's
safety
really
tech
upsetting.
community said
Like it, but
Colorado has
at the
worse
bar,
air
I just drink
than
different. I
California.
slam drinks at a bar.
It's because
Because they
California
get
all
nice
pushes in
air
the
off
air.
the ocean, and it comes across. It's always
So
fresh.
we have worse air from a VOC standpoint.
We have a real big problem
No,
actually
no,
with air quality
no,
here.
it-
You're
it
right.
is-
Salt Lake City, dude, and as
So
you
that's
drive
why
in,
it's so strict on the filtration system. That's whatever you're putting into the system, it needs to be filtrated.
Yeah, we have a really big problem. We actually don't meet
Yeah.
EPA
I
regulations.
didn't know that
all the
I
time.
thought it was like super clear out here, but it's not. But I think it's an ozone. It's an ozone system, right? Because
We get a Miller time.
we're high in the air.
Evan,
You do stupid shit
hi!
like get rid of emissions and then try to bring it back
Oh.
5 years later and wonder why.
but at the same time, I think we're at a weird.
So our emissions levels here in the state are actually really low.
Yeah.
But we have the valley scenario after the
It's a
mountains.
greenhouse effect right up. Right.
So
Yeah,
what
yeah,
happens
yeah.
is we get this
So,
giant
Yeah.
drop in from
We
So
miss you.
that's where it's so.
I'll speak
like,
for everybody. We
sensitive.
miss you.
That's where it's so sensitive, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's a big thing, and so when we moved there, like it's like
Hello.
regulation system of 332.
Ah!
Like
Definitely clown that
you
one.
gotta have going through the ceiling through a filter through 3 filters.
Oh,
like
fuck
charcoal
me.
filters, like-
Oh, no, I know, because the radon's naturally emitting all the
Oh,
time.
he misses you most
you too.
though.
He mitigated
All right, really quick.
all
I know
the
there's a side
top
conversation, but if I talk
Dude,
really
these
close, you can
people
hear me.
need to
So,
control
Evan,
how much they emit.
we're
I don't know they're going anyways.
ignore the background noise, but me and Akella are coming out to Maine like the first week of December to do like an early Christmas with her parents. So what are you going to be around? Because that'd be super fun if we actually meet up this time. Since I didn't reach out
And I
last time
think
we were
that, you
there.
know, we're all trying to go green, right? Yeah. So
We're trying to. I'm currently
huge,
drinking
like,
garbage from
initiative.
Loco. We haven't decided on an exact date yet, but it's gonna be like the first week, or at least weekend. I'm gonna see if we can pull off a full week, but like the first week of December, somewhere around there. Doing an early Christmas with them, but it'd be dope to fucking connect out there. It'd be fun as shit.
I'm sure I'll be here.
Fuck yeah, that'll be dope, dude. And then I can introduce you to my in-laws. They're fun as shit.
Wastewater even at the same time.
Be a lot of fun. We got a good property too. We can get fucking hammered.
Already in this
I know. I heard that's gonna be dope shit.
facility, right? So any kind of water,
It's gonna be fucking awesome.
any kind of, dude, it's huge. Like it's just.
Are we still
like,
have a filtration right now?
No, I'm having a conversation with
I
Evan.
know, it should be taken.
I'm just super close to the mic, so you can
What?
hear me.
Well, they need to take it in the
No one would like want to shovel for 4 hours.
Oh, I didn't get that close to that.
I don't want to shovel for 40 hours.
I don't want to shovel for 40 hours either.
I want to shovel for 40 seconds, dude. Fuck shovel.
Dude,
Equipment. The
I-
big snow was so much fun until I got stuck, dude.
I don't even shovel.
And you
right
saw
now.
that big snow, I was like, I can't wait for it. I have like a 2-foot driveway. I about killed myself trying to shovel that shit.
Pay attention to me.
It was terrible.
I'm paying attention to you.
One of them was real bad. I like, Nick, why isn't it fucking walkway shovel? He's like, you took the shovel. And I was
So-
like,
I saw that when.
That big snow killed me,
'Cause I
man.
got-
Like, I better go. I better
God,
go.
The
I
side
know.
comment
So,
is
like,
irrelevant.
so
I don't know why we're
so
still talking
wet.
about
I know, but now we're
shoveling
all
in
roped into
May
it.
right now.
Now we're
Like-
all
Remember
roped
the big
into
snowstorm?
it.
could have
So-
shoveled 2 days ago. if you wanted to.
that big
Fuck.
that
I don't
big
shovel. I
snowstorm
didn't
that we
shovel
had?
at all.
We messed up
That
on
big
this
snow.
one. We messed
So
up.
one thing, like I guess I can tell you what I do later. I don't think you know exactly what I do, but there were still like shops open trying to push like repairs and cars during the snow. Like, I called my boss like, dude, my 2-wheel drive fucking cargo van is not going anywhere right now.
$5 an hour to shovel. I'll have fun.
I make
Take
more
it
than
away.
200.
But that, so,
I got you, bro.
You got it.
All day long.
Actually,
I would have paid you that day. 'Cause
Here's the
holy
thing.
shit! Just my stupid little driveway took
I know.
everything out of me.
So yeah, my
Yeah, the problem is it's so fucking big. You think you'll have fun, and then you do like 4 bays of truck bays, and you go, this place is like. Man,
That's what he's all. You think you'll have fun? None of that sounds fun.
So, my
I never
mom's-
like shoveling.
my
I
mom's
never
house-
did. I never give a shit.
I'm in a Bobcat and I worked 17
Yeah,
hours
we
straight,
bought a
and you didn't
snowplow.
even stab it. I got called like, hey, you've never hit these 4 sites, this, and I was like,
So
like I had 6
my
guys who
mom
worked
was
17 hours. I don't really know what to tell you at that point. I can't.
Yeah.
my mom's house in Berthoud, which we're moving to in a couple months.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't too bad where we were, but
What?
like the little
What?
place I live in, they take care of the snow, so they had plows in there early and did their thing. So like, whatever. But I went to go help my mom because down in Berthoud, she had like 5-foot drifts in her backyard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy amount of snow. So I go down there to help her because.
Like, what else can you do? Yeah.
So I go down there. I remember my 400. I got stuck a couple times just trying to make it to her house in the neighborhood because down in Berthoud they don't have the
Well,
infrastructure.
was worse too. They got more.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
So
way more.
I'm coming down, going through Fort Collins. It was like they stayed on top of it, like not bad at all. But in Loveland,
Where I live.
a little bit worse. There was like just slushy, like 8 inches of slush everywhere you go. And you hit Berthoud, where like that town's so fucked up they don't even have their own police department.
Right.
Just because it was so corrupt.
Shut
that they had,
everybody
like,
down.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I was like, there's a different reason why they don't have a
Yeah, there's
fucking.
different reasons. Their police department's fucked up, so now it just gets patrolled by like sheriffs every now and then.
Yeah.
But like it's still a smaller town compared to Fort
Right,
Collins. So
right.
we get there and she's got like she bought a super nice like snowblower to like try to help, and that thing you had to break the snow down with a shovel first.
Just a
'cause-
snowblower.
Just to snowblow it.
Because it was like it was
And
super
it was
fluffy on
heavy.
top, a little
It was heavy
medium
and wet.
spot of
It was
like
serious.
just
It was
slush,
that place.
and then like
It's
ice
wet
on the
snow,
bottom.
dude.
You know, it was.
I got
it
videos
was
of me
nuts.
in the Bobcat hitting things.
Well, it's
And
like-
I'm in a 760 something series and just going, and I got like a 30-foot thing I'm pushing, but it just, I'm like, this is a 10,000 pound machine that just got stopped.
Right.
But yeah, so and then
Heavy
so
ass snow,
my
heavy.
mom's neighbors, they have a construction company, so they ended up getting like one of their backhoes or whatever to plow on it, and he was able to kind of
Front end
he had
loader
some
probably,
big
yeah.
tracks, so he
Right.
was able to stay on top
Oh,
of
yeah,
it,
yeah,
and he was fine. So he came up and did like a lot of the majority of it. We still had to clean up, but he got a lot of it out
yeah.
of the way.
Good shot.
And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, like we're just shoveling, snowballing, whatever. I just hear this fucking noise. I'm like, what the fuck is that? This giant, like, huge fucking bulldozer comes around the corner and just starts plowing the streets.
I got it. Don't worry.
It's like, so I'm pulling into the neighborhood, and I got stuck a couple times only because I had to stop because there were people stuck in front of me. But it was like I was only able to make it through my 400 because you could tell some big old lifted trucks had been through before.
Where we were, it was probably a 3 to 4 day ordeal before our street even to get out. Like when I tried getting out, I couldn't get out. Like even I shoveled my way out, and then I was like, I think I got it. But even trying to get into like whoever had a 4-wheel drive with a truck that was lifted, trying to get into those like rut tracks was impossible with the car that I had.
I
Right.
remember
And-
bro dozer skiing.
We drank all of our alcohol the day before when it was supposed to snow, and it didn't snow. And then we were still
they were a
drinking when
day
it
late.
started snowing, and then we woke up to like 2 or 3 feet of snow.
There's nothing.
And then
I'm like, what the fuck?
we couldn't get out, and I called Omar because we were
That's
like,
what-
maybe we can get an Uber, maybe like
Yeah,
Omar's
sure,
open,
yeah,
and
yeah,
nobody
yeah.
could come and pick us
Gotcha.
up. And Omar was open.
Yeah.
He was all, I'm open, and I was like, oh, we're trying our
This
best.
person?
Yeah.
We'll see
Well,
then.
No.
It's like
we had fun.
I got an email
We got
that
the snowboard load up, like.
I got an email that morning from my workplace saying like, oh yeah, we know the roads are bad, but like shops are still open. If
You'll
you can
be
get there,
here.
make it. I was like, fuck, like,
Eh,
what are
we
you
can't-
talking about?
We can't
Everybody
go
should
there.
be closed for the day. Figure out, like I'm driving through Loveland, heading down to Bertha on 287, and there's like it's an AutoZone or Advanced Auto Parts, and they're open, but the plows that went through
Close
piled
them up.
all the snow in front of their parking lot entrance. So they're paying all their employees to sit there and shovel like a 6-foot bank of
Sounds like a
just
place I
wet
worked for.
snow.
Which is funny, like
People
4
aren't
days later it
smart
was
enough to
melted
realize
and
that's when
gone.
you don't.
Yeah, it was
Right,
gone.
but like at that point, like you're paying
Like,
all
oh,
your
now
you're
it's
paying
late
all your
time, I'm like,
employees.
oh, now I'm stuck. I'm
I
getting
had a
paid.
Bobcat on me and I was doing all kinds of snow work because that's what I did at that time. And I remember in my parents' neighborhood, I like was going through and this lady like pulled to the right to let me go through and then like got stuck and was just like, what the fuck? Like this is your fault. And I was like, soccer's canceled, sweetie. I can guarantee you. Like,
Well, it's like
Put that
I
Dodge
was driving
Caravan
past this
away.
place, I'm watching like 6 employees trying to shovel this giant bank of slush. I was like, send them home. Wait for the fucking plows to come through and do their fucking job. There's no point.
and they you fuck them over more. Like that's the thing. People, hey, can you come help me out? I'm just down the street. I'm stuck, and it's like $2.95.
I worked in the postal trucks for years.
$2.95 an hour.
You could
I was
pay
out in
me
the
to come
snow
get
and
you out. This is
nobody should
hard
have been out in the
work.
snow
Yeah.
all the time.
And
People
it's
Yeah.
just
don't.
Well, we obviously the Focus wasn't going anywhere because it was piled under 3 feet of snow, and like that car wasn't going anywhere, and
I
like
tried, well, man.
Bro,
When I needed to go to
other
work,
than to work.
I barely made it out.
nobody should have
Yeah.
been on the road that day.
On that
Not
Monday,
that
nobody.
Day. No, hell no.
Like
Nobody-
the next day wasn't
They
that bad. A
closed
lot of it
work down.
melted
That was the
between
first
then
time
and the
I
next
think they
day.
closed Woodward for
Like that-
the last,
Maybe it was
like,
That day,
like
I'm
10 years.
I'm
That was
passing
the time I did
people.
it.
They're like,
Like,
you
no,
can just
no,
tell
it's
they're not
fine.
comfortable driving in it.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
I'm passing this chick in a little Toyota Corolla. Some dickhead fucking called her into work. You could tell she is fucking
She's
terrified.
Yeah.
white knuckle, just
She's
like
going
driving real
5
slow.
miles an hour, just
I
fucking clenched up
fucking
like
hate
crazy.
this.
That's
Like,
the
just-
worst, yeah.
Like, grow some balls and tell your boss to fuck
Well,
off
that
and
was
be
me,
involved.
and I remember when I told whoever I was working for at the time, we had gotten like a really bad snowstorm, and I was like,
Similar stuff like post office.
yeah, okay, I've got a couple of things to say about this. So like, I knew for sure, like when I had
Buckle up,
left
motherfucker.
the truck company and I was working for the nursing company, like I remember calling and I was like, I'm not coming in, I'm not driving in the shit. Like if people can make it down, that's cool, but I know I'm not driving in it. And I even told Ron that one time. CSU, so I have this is like my jam.
I just hope I'm
If CSU shuts down classes, I'm
like, if we're gonna
definitely
hammer-
not coming.
Yeah.
That for Loco, I like choked the first half. It's like, if I don't taste it,
Oh,
I'm
fuck.
fast.
No.
Because I
It
can't
was.
fire them.
Like, the course, that's cool. I mean,
That shit is gross as fuck.
Right, but I shouldn't have stopped halfway.
You
I should have just chugged the whole fucking thing. Because I don't really taste it when I'm chugging it, but now that I taste it, I'm not working the rest.
I have a
I'm
construction.
trying to get drunk. It was a long week. I'm done.
I worked a lot of
Like-
construction too.
It was a long week.
Yeah,
I think we all had long weeks.
Yeah, like I'm actually 2 weeks in at work, and I'm almost to goal on my work hours.
I get on
2 weeks in.
I have some really exciting news to tell you, just about myself, but like maybe not over this.
Okay.
But like, as really, you're gonna be so proud of me. You're gonna be all, you did a good
All right,
job.
I'm
Oh
down.
my god, we should have a participation trophy ready to start that conversation.
Our parents made that happen, not us. So I know what it feels like to win a real trophy, and that
Right?
takes everything.
Yeah.
Well, that
Participation
takes
trophies
the
are the
cake.
best, dude. That false sense of courage.
That encouragement that I even did it in the first place really
job.
gives me momentum to do something.
You tried, Chief. Here's the trophy.
Here you go. I have gotten a participation trophy in one thing actually, but most of the ribbons that I won were because I did a good job, like in track or something.
I'm okay with participation trophies in certain things, like the Spartan races are pretty cool to have a participation
But
trophy.
they're fucking hard off the the
Right, it
base
doesn't-
level is
everybody-
fucking
Make it
hard.
through. I mean, come on.
Everybody has a bad time.
It's not really a
I'm cool with
participation trophy at that
5-year-olds.
point. It's
It's
more
more of
like,
like you finished, like you get the trophy.
yeah,
I'm
like
cool
you
with
just fucking killed
5-year-olds
yourself
in like
for a couple
recitals.
hours.
It's
getting
still a
participation
participation trophy, though.
Well,
It is, but at the same time, like I don't
But
But
care.
it doesn't have
Right.
a place on it. It's not like congratulations.
Right.
There
You
is,
also
though.
won
There is
first
place
place.
ones,
See,
though.
but for
Everybody won
me,
first
like
place,
keep your
so it's not
fucking
like
medal.
that.
Just give me another beer token. I don't
Some
care
of
about-
them for sure.
Yeah,
Some of them
the-
I like that.
Yeah, like I don't care about like the
Now
Spartan.
I do have my trifecta.
I know. I want one so bad.
They're hard. It's
I know. I need to get in better shape for it, obviously, and then be able to like travel and do whatever. 'Cause if I'm trying to get them all done.
Did you get your vaccine yet? You fuck. You did?
He's lying.
Yeah.
Oh, he's lying. That's why he was all silent during the vaccine talk.
My mom calls me this morning. Yeah, this morning. She's like, because I always gave her shit. It's like, cause I don't really care about like I'm not worried about getting sick. I understand it's more of a numbers thing, and I need to do it anyways, just because. Why not? Like it's smart to get it done.
Right.
But I've never worried about it. I've never gotten the
I know.
flu shots, but like I definitely intend on getting it because we're going to Maine in December, and like just traveling. I'm still
Is
not.
this kid playing loud music right now?
Oh yeah.
I think that was a car pass.
No.
No.
That's upstairs.
Oh fuck me.
Scotty D, you bitch!
So, like I'm gonna get it.
Get it.
I'm just
Get it
being
done.
lazy as fuck. I know.
Just get it. Go and get the Johnson
So-
one. You'll suck for 8 hours or not.
But
So-
here's the
That's
thing.
it.
Also, like in my team of people at work,
Get a USB
I
anywhere?
get
What?
most
Get
of
a
the
USB.
shit.
I have one of your chargers
It's
here
also,
still.
Like, if I do get
It's
sick for a day,
right here. It, you just,
like I get.
yeah,
all
it's
that
in that
shit.
like there's a little
And
round.
you don't work on the weekends, right?
Yeah, you've left
No,
it
so I just need to
here.
get it on like a
So we'll get it on
Friday,
a Friday.
and then just
There's like a
the
little
weekend.
round.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
That's
all.
what I need to do.
Yeah, you left it here a while back.
What were we talking about before you asked me that question?
I don't know. All I know is you need to get your vaccine so you can stop being stupid. So I have.
Oh
a
yeah, so my mom called me
Okay.
because I made the comment to her like, I would like when the first vaccine first came out, I was like, I wish it was just a thing like if you got the vaccine, you don't have to wear a fucking mask anymore. So she called me on the side and she's like, hey, you see what the
Yeah,
CDC
right.
said you
So
should
yeah.
get the vaccine. I was like, here's the
Pee on your
thing.
hands.
I was like, CDC also made it very clear that their statement doesn't override
states.
states, which I think is fucking stupid.
Which is
because
fu-
when the CDC said everybody mask
Yeah,
up,
so now-
the states fucking jumped on it, but now the CDC is saying don't worry about it. Everyone's like,
No, our state's actually like went
like,
along
our
with
state's
it.
being alright with it. Like, because I read that thing with the new amendment, like on Monday officially it's supposed to start.
Well, that's the county.
Right, the county. Sorry,
Yeah.
but even I was reading into the details of that amendment. It's fucking stupid. Like they're saying at restaurants, if like obviously it's more loose than that. Like in the real world, it's gonna be different. But the way they put it in their new amended like public health order, it's like if in a restaurant, 80% or more of the people can show proof of a vaccine.
Okay, yeah.
People
Okay,
don't have to wear a mask.
so-
which hold
yeah.
on, let me finish.
Okay, and then I want to chime
which
in on
one,
this,
when you're
because I got something
fucking
to say.
sitting down in a restaurant, they don't ask you to wear a mask anyway. And 2, are you gonna have everybody show fucking proof of vaccination upon coming into a restaurant? How are you gonna know?
You could as a business, you could.
You could, but at the same time, you could also just say we don't fucking care. Which
Right.
is what
It's
probably
hilarious
most are
'cause
gonna
we
do.
asked that
We
tonight.
asked
So they're
the-
doing their
that's
stupid
right.
legal like publication
Right.
shit. Like,
So
we
you-
get it. This is how you have to
So
do it legally.
you got to remember, this is just, it's a recommendation for all of it.
I know.
I don't think it's
But
even more
what-
recommendation. They're like saying, okay, so we somehow the officials through CDC said, since
I'm going to give you...
I'm
Finish,
also-
finish your thing.
I,
I got
can
you.
I say something
Yeah.
next? Because I got something.
Yeah.
Let
after
him
me. So
finish,
Yeah,
finish,
okay,
finish,
let Travis
finish.
finish.
What frustrates
really
me is
quick.
that like when this all first came out, the CDC said everyone needs to wear masks. Everyone was on it like absolutely fucking doing it, but now they say, okay, you can stop wearing masks,
if you're vaccinated.
and it wasn't like immediately like it's not. Like it sucks that it still comes down to like specifically with my company, like they're not going to lift it for a while.
Mine too.
So
though, but
even though the state and the counties aren't going to like require it, my company is going to
That's-
require that
Well,
we do.
that's up to them.
But it's still a suggestion. I mean, I haven't been wearing one for a while because most of the shops don't give a fuck. There's a couple
Right.
shops where I make sure I have it on because they actually care. The other ones,
Give out vaccination cards so people know and business can request them.
that was a fucked up thing about when we went to Hawaii. We had
So
to
does
make
Colorado.
an account with the state of Hawaii,
Hamakala.
and they had a check-in at the gate when you landed.
Right.
seriously,
If you didn't have all your shit like
like
uploaded
proving
to your
up.
account,
Wow.
they would set
See,
you to the
but-
side and deal with you when they could.
You got to remember, in Hawaii, they can control a lot more than they can here.
Well, the problem with Hawaii is when one person got it, you can only get so far. Everyone fucking got it. Plus, you've got to imagine that when you live on an island and your whole life is outside, and like you go to the beach, you do your thing. No one
Right.
fucking like it was
Yeah.
stupid when we went there because you had to wear a mask in certain places, but you didn't have to on the beach. Like legally, you didn't have to wear a mask on the beach.
I wouldn't wear a mask on the beach anyways, even if they said I had to. Like I would take it off. It's out. Like so.
Well,
yeah.
it's policed.
Yeah, but it's that
Is it,
weird
so,
thing.
is it
Like
severely policed?
This is
in
why
that
Florida-
sense? I
this
mean,
is
like-
no,
like Florida.
in Hawaii,
Hawaii
it
it
was-
was. Because
Really?
Hawaii had
they
these
can
super-
control it, though, in Hawaii. Because, again, they have no outside...
Correct.
Nobody can drive into Hawaii.
Right.
Correct. You have to fly in. They can stop they can make a
Yeah, so it's
checkpoint
way more
where
controlled.
they can control it more because any visitors that come in, they can stop you and hold you at the airport if you didn't follow the rules.
So what were the measures even to get there though? You said that.
So before there, we had to get a COVID test within 72 hours of our arrival time,
Right.
and that all had to be uploaded electronically to our account. And if it wasn't, it was a pain in the ass.
Did
We
you have
were
to
all-
quarantine before you were able to like?
So if you
get
didn't-
released
if
or-
you didn't-
if you didn't have that proof of getting a negative test before you
you
landed,
wouldn't get let in.
you either had to sit at the airport until you could figure shit out, get your copy uploaded, whatever, or they would give you, like they had this whole account set up in Hawaii where they would red flag your account, they would give you special paperwork, you couldn't rent a car, the hotel was notified that you were staying out, that you were now under quarantine, so you don't get any room
That
service,
seems very, very like.
you don't get
If
room
anything,
service,
they
you don't
would
get
give
your
you-
sheets
It'd
changed,
be mandatory.
and they had to go that way
But then
because
they
people
still
weren't
made
fucking
you.
listening.
But they still made. Yeah. Well. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's just the way that Hawaii is, and like, it sucks that I love
It's a way a
my
lot of
heritage
people-
and my culture,
Yeah, I get it, man.
but
Yeah,
old
for
school
sure.
Hawaiians are some of the most ignorant, dumb fucks I've ever met.
So are Americans. You know what I mean?
Just
So-
Yeah, but no, this is the thing where like if you
It's
go to
extra.
Yeah.
if you go to Hawaii, you need to stay on the tourist side of the island because if you go to the native side, you might get fucked up.
I have
They
heard
do not
that.
tolerate anything because I mean, part of it is that a lot of tourism has moved there and it's kind of fucked up some shit.
Yeah, it's a whole tourist community. and
Right.
Like
it
there was a
sucks.
part I don't know
People
where it is,
moved
but
there and like yeah.
it's gotta be like 8 or 10 years ago. They were issuing special IDs to people with Hawaiian blood because they were trying to annex themselves again from the United States.
Oh, really?
To where if you did not have that ID, fuck off.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They fucking hate it.
I didn't know that.
They'd rather
I
be
didn't know
their
that.
own fucking country, territory, whatever. Fuck everything.
They didn't like America. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, because they go there, they do their fucking big business thing, they fuck everything up. They try to gentrify it, turn
And
it
they
into this,
open
like,
Hilton.
like the Big Island, like the the biggest island.
Granted,
obviously.
as such,
That one,
I mean, like,
that's
seriously,
essentially
though,
Denver
you know?
on an island. There's skyscrapers, it's business, whatever. There's no beaches. All the beaches are fucking lava rock and pebbles. There's 2 beaches on the big island that have sand.
Yeah.
Like, it's so fucked up. Like, but when you go to like Oahu or Maui, where it's more touristy, you stay on the touristy side if you don't have some sort of blood or like culture, because like even if you go to the wrong beach to like surf or whatever, the natives will tear you a fucking new one.
I've
if
heard
not
that in a lot of
physically
places,
fuck
even
you
in
up.
like Jamaica, even in like a lot of places that there's a tourist spot, and there's a spot where if you cross the natives, you're in trouble. Even in Mexico, my buddy just was there like not too long ago,
God.
and he went crazy down in Cabo.
Anyway, they stole his phone because he got involved with some people they shouldn't have gotten involved with.
Yeah.
And so he didn't know his phone.
Well, I mean that's the thing.
You
Like
interjecting? Okay.
it's very much like
That's the story.
a native scenario. Like
He didn't go very far.
Yeah.
When it's the
Like-
thing like on islands where you kind of get fucked by the fact that you're on an island.
I know I'm on.
Like in
close the door, Scotty D. Fuck, you're loud as
So,
shit.
in the continental United States, the 48, like there's a bunch of
Like what the fuck is he doing?
it's like a bunch of mixed over. Everyone's a little more, but like when you're on an island, you get that small-minded mentality. Where like you don't know any different because you don't allow it to happen. And that's what they do. They're fucking. It pisses me off.
Well-
like I love calling myself a Hawaiian. I love having that heritage, but the native people who like try to just run their side of the island is fucking annoying. It's intolerant, like not intolerant, ignorant to me.
Well, it's both.
Right.
It is.
So,
it's
and
an
part-
ignorant intolerance of something you don't even experience, but it's foreign. So, ugh.
Right. Well, and that's generally an issue with like it goes that way.
Thought it was- no?
No, I passed it to you.
Oh, can I say what I was gonna say about
Sure.
the thing? Okay.
No, I'm not done. So, go ahead.
I just heard that. So like what they're saying right now. Okay, so I had this conversation with somebody earlier. I was like, when the CDC was like, go on lockdown, what the fuck is that? What?
I should have been here. I did a very mature cackle
Oh my
earlier.
God.
when we weren't here.
Everybody, like a lot. Well, and like some states tried to stop it, right? Like Florida was all, we're not going to do it unless we absolutely have to. But most people went on like lockdown. Now the CDC lifted it, and each of these communities are like, well, and then they're like, but it's up to you if you want to. What I'm more afraid of is that when people are like, well, they lifted it, I didn't listen to it anyway, but now they lifted it, so I'm definitely good to go.
It's already
right?
happening.
And
It's already happening.
you get like.
Have you
Hold
seen
on.
that?
It was a whole man.
And you get this moment, you get this moment
That could be a
where,
t-shirt.
like, you know exactly how people are going to be. So even if a business was like, no, I still feel comfortable with you wearing a mask, somebody can walk into like a business and be like, well, I don't have to, and they're going to have to be like, listen, we can like get you out of here, or you can put a mask on.
There's already fights
And
happening.
that's like what's going like.
They're
I'm,
fighting
So-
over it.
I'm
No,
afraid of
seriously,
like the
like in
moments
the
of
airports.
that.
I saw the news earlier, and there's like people fighting in the airports.
Right.
Already over fucking mask
So
shit. You know
part
what
of
I
the
mean?
thing is with that. So like a lot of like the CDC scenario, it's always been a state localized scenario. It's supposed to be this.
Always.
But that's
But
what my work follows. And
right.
It's like
It's
to
a
the
guide.
T.
It's a guideline, and the thing is, like, you can
Again,
follow
your
to a
business
T.
can do whatever they want to.
Right.
Well,
And
that causes confusion.
It
right?
does. So
You
but
know?
the
Yeah.
thing is, like,
People
people
are
like
smart enough
they're like,
to
well, it's my
dictate-
right not to. Well, as a business, it's also their right not to
Not
allow
to
you
let
to
you
be here
in.
with that scenario. Now, a lot of like
Right.
the current
So
if
it's
you're
like,
vaccinated, the reason why they say if you're vaccinated is to make people that are already like, man, vaccines are bullshit.
Get fucking
that's a
vaccinated.
huge
Right.
gray area, though, right? Because a lot of people don't want to get vaccinated.
Because
But
they're stupid.
if they would have came out of the gate with this, like, hey, get vaccinated, no mask.
So
we would have been
this is causing
100%
hysteria.
fucking
I
already.
think.
Right.
It
So
is.
here's the problem: is
know?
you like the people. There's people that like bring like their dogs and shit around, saying that they're fucking service dogs and all this shit when they're really
Right.
not.
My service llama.
I know your Shih Tzu isn't a service dog.
Right.
No, because
So
then
it-
it's an emotional support animal, and we're pussies, so we let that fly.
So, but that's
Oh!
that's the benefit of being in
I
this
love that you
country.
said
For
that.
like one
Yeah.
side of it is that we have the opportunity to do a lot of things and say a lot of shit and do be this way. It also is a detriment in like this moment, whereas like a year ago, if everybody did what they're supposed to do, which is nothing, stay home for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, or whatever, we would
Or a
be
year,
fine.
like we've been told to.
Right.
Whatever.
If people have some sort of aspect of the bigger picture of shit, it's not just about you and your fucking outings.
Right. But that's
Stay home
Right.
when they told you to. You
Yeah.
could have had this
Exactly.
handled.
100%.
Like, and it's like the
100%.
whole thing. You can fight it as long as you want to. The more you fight it, the more we're gonna have to do this. So sit down, have a little bit of compassion, smoke a fucking cigar, and drink some whiskey. Like,
Just grow
But,
up
it,
and
but,
stay
it,
home.
but at the
Calm
same
down,
time, it
it's
doesn't
fine.
matter to a majority of a lot of people who
Right.
don't give a
That's
fuck,
what that
right?
means.
And then they're just doing whatever the fuck they want. And then now this comes out, and it's like, oh, it's a huge
Right.
deal.
And so that's the thing is
And-
like, if we could get everybody vaccinated, we won't have to deal with this.
But these are the people
Strain a
who
scenario.
don't want to get vaccinated. These are the
Right.
people who are saying like, this is bullshit. This is COVID's fake. Whatever. Right? There's that population of everyone that we
You're
deal
right.
with.
You're right.
And
But even
that
with
is
that,
what
like,
it's turning
if they
into.
would have, when the vaccine came out, if they would have given,
So
even
it's-
as stubborn as some of those dipshits are, like, give them the incentive that, hey, the day you get vaccinated, you can stop wearing a mask.
So
They'll probably fucking
So-
Well,
do it.
and that's what's
I-
happening right now is the idea.
Right, they
Yeah.
should have done it when the fucking vaccine.
Right, but that wasn't available.
But-
They didn't
but
have
I-
enough to make everybody,
Well, when it was first available to everybody.
which has only been like a couple weeks for most of the country.
No,
Well, we got
it's-
ours a month ago.
No, it's been.
We got
about a
ours
month and a half.
here, and
I'm
we
only
still.
concerned about here.
but
Like,
either way,
Yeah, I know, but
no,
like,
but either
no,
way,
like not in the
We're-
mean way,
we're-
like supply wise, other places, if you can't offer that incentive, it kind
Then
of
you don't
Right.
market it that
So,
way.
but
But
that's
the
we-
whole government is
you-
going, you can
so-
stop wearing a mask.
Travis,
You
this
get
goes
your
back to the
vaccine.
instant gratification of like what we were talking about earlier. Is it's not instant. There's too many people that have it instant.
I know, and that's not. I'm not saying that like.
So this is
That's
the
right.
incentive right now is to get your vaccine. You can do whatever you want once you get it.
Right.
That's what it is right now because we didn't have the availability for everybody
so,
a month ago.
So I'm gonna say something. There's
Kind of did. That's when they offered it to everybody. Anybody
that's
could
when
get it.
But no, because there still wasn't enough for everybody a month ago.
We got
They
ours
made,
a month ago.
I know, but they made it available here because there's still people that are 70 years old that still don't have it that have had the availability for 3 months.
and there's going to be for a long
And they
time.
never-
There's
they
a lot
never-
of people that I know who says I'm never gonna get that vaccine.
Right. So
And
so
so-
what they're doing is they're putting that in their brain, whereas you can do anything you want if you get it now. So it's going to make a lot of people.
Like go-karts?
There's another
Get a
division that's
vaccine.
happening with
Well,
this,
but like,
right?
so to me,
There's-
like at that
it's a
point,
huge,
supply or not, get the vaccine. You can stop wearing your mask. If you're still anti-vax, you don't want to get it. Fine, fucking die. Whatever. At this
I-
point, we've
I
been dealing
kind of
with
agree.
it for so fucking long.
I
and
agree
if
with
after
you.
over a year of it, you're still being a bitch, then fucking
There-
take your chances and possibly die. Who cares? Like at that point,
I agree,
you've had a
but
year to
you
cope
also
with it, fuck
can't
off.
give that like mentality, whereas you can do whatever you want.
right.
You need to do whatever you want once you get it.
Yeah.
So what has happened now is it's
See what I
basically
mean? Like, so like
Why?
it's not been the vaccine's not been available for 4 months.
This one out real quick.
I'm just saying for everybody, like it's only been available for 4 months.
Right, like this incentive works for those instant gratification people who are like kind of on the fence. They'll fucking
Right. So
But like for the people who are strictly against it, fine. You know, we've been doing this for a year. At this point, if you're still going to
Well,
be a
and I think
bitch,
that's-
don't get it.
this
take
is
your
kind
risk,
of
fucking die, get
this
sick,
is kind of the
whatever.
rotation with that scenario.
So-
It takes that time.
So what
You
CDC
can't just say
did-
get your vaccine in January and you can do whatever you want because you know most people are going to hear do whatever you want.
Right. I get that.
So you see what I mean? Like
Okay.
So but what CDC did there though, right, is that I agree with everything you guys are saying, but there's a whole lot of people who don't give a fuck about that, right? And CDC just gave this whole like, hey, no one needs to wear a mask if they're vaccinated anymore. So these group of people, right, are now just up in arms around the whole like idea around coronavirus and like this is not that. What the fuck? Like, why were we wearing masks in the first place? You know what I mean?
right, there is
But-
so
And,
many.
and
That's
that's
what-
the
that's-
thing, right? So there's a huge another division that's happening right now because of what has come out in the last like 24 hours.
Right.
You know what I
Right,
mean?
and I get that, but
And-
for those people, fine. Roll the dice, take your chances. At this point, we've been at it for over a year. If you
But you
die,
gotta remember,
Right,
like,
but that
we
meant
can't
but we can't
park-
we can't think of it like that because there's so many people who don't think like that.
Right, and you can't park
And-
that
right,
many
but
people.
we also can't stop.
We gotta make new one.
We also can't stop the way.
we can't park everybody in a fucking ICU situation because it's not available.
So yeah, so I actually
Right.
okay. Me
But
obviously.
at this point, it's been going on long enough. If you've decided not to get it because
I agree.
whatever
Fair
fucking
enough.
reason,
I agree.
Fair
at this
enough.
point, you're at the odds of
None
just
of
what's
us-
available.
we know.
Unless-
We agree.
I
We all
Unless-
agree.
You could have gotten vaccinated. You could
get
have
it
done all these
because
other
you have
steps.
I
an
don't
autoimmune
disagree,
disorder that
man.
doesn't vibe with it. However, what I totally did. Okay, so I had a conversation with somebody earlier about this today.
Put some coals on when you come back through.
And he told me, he was like, so what this is telling me is that big government is utilizing this to get people to do what they want. And it's telling me that we should have been going without masks months ago, or perhaps this
Right,
entire
and that's the
forever.
problem.
And I
Or
was like,
forever.
well, actually, I was like, I don't think about it that way because I care about the people in like our community.
Right.
So
And I
many
care
people are
about
thinking
that. I was
about,
like,
why
when
should
you're
we been
doing
wearing masks
this
the whole
and you're
time?
so selfish because I don't want to wear a mask. I don't give a fuck if I go to the nursing home to
Right.
see my mother and she gets sick and dies from it. That's bullshit to me.
Right.
So I was like, then it was mandatory.
It is bullshit.
I was like,
There's a
the
lot of
government
ignorance,
stepped
though.
in because we're in a worldwide pandemic. The government had to step in.
Right.
And because we were offering a lot of things for free due to the coronavirus, healthcare wise, based on that.
Right.
So when you do that, now it's the government's job to dictate whether or not you take care of yourself. And when you are not taking care of yourself, you're doing something that's not okay, and now they're mad at you. Like, so they're putting rules in place that you have to wear a mask. You should probably wash your hands. Tables have to be wiped down. Everybody can't be slammed in at Tony's. Bathrooms have to be cleaned once an hour. I was
Right.
like, now that's the rules. I was like, when things back off, if people had done it themselves, the government never would have had to step
Right.
in.
And that's
but
very
they
much-
didn't do it, so they had to step
Right.
in.
And
I
that's
was like, the
part of the
government
thing that
had to control it.
a lot of people that don't understand is like
Obviously, it's a
from this
trickle-down,
like public health
obviously.
order or whatever. You can do whatever you really want at your house. That's
Yeah,
typically okay.
Obviously.
And that's one of those like things that happens where it's like we have to put this. That's what the government's kind of there. It's for everybody. It's not just obviously they're going to be against you in certain things, but they're going to be for you in certain ways.
But again, this is not the government. This is
People.
the CDC.
The CDC
coming out
is
with
government, by the way.
kind of.
It is government.
It's all funded by taxpayers.
Yeah, it's government.
It's a government program, but
It's all government.
It's all
It's all,
government.
it's all
the
government.
I work for the government,
holistic
if you
people
really think about it.
society do not look at the CDC as like the presidency and like
I know, which
whatever-
is weird,
what, you know,
'cause-
It is
so-
the
so that's-
government-funded health
It
curriculum
doesn't
that
matter.
happens
No one,
for
no
this
one looks
country.
at it like that. No one looks at it like
They
that.
are the
You're-
people
you're
that
not
track
wrong.
disease throughout the sky. They might not look at it like that, but like fucking visit their website and
It
they'll
doesn't
tell you
matter.
what
No
they
one
do.
looks at the website. It's like the people what they see online.
I'm just gonna start
that is what's
selling
gonna
out links
happen.
to
Like,
the CDC. Like here.
so
Here,
this
here.
is where I see the problem, right? Because CDC is probably this other entity that's telling government what I should do.
It's government funded.
Well, people.
But
again,
people don't look at it like that, right?
That's-
And they
that's
don't.
their problem.
They don't. They
Well,
don't.
I'm sorry that
Society does
people
not
are
look at it
stupid
like
as
that.
fuck,
well,
but like
we've
that's
determined
not my
people are
problem.
stupid for a long time.
That's
And
the problem.
that's the problem because people are fucking ignorant and they don't know what the hell's going on. You
That's
know?
right, McKella. They are government.
they-
Everybody that works for them
They're
is
government.
Like,
Like
in my opinion, that's the base root of the problem. is,
But
like,
but look
the
at it from
government-
like holistic, like societal view, right?
We
what
were
do people
talking
look at
about-
the CDC like?
jobs to apply at CDC.
like
we
everyone's
were.
scared of like the idea of natural selection now. Like if you're dumb, you're dumb, which is what it is, and you need to suffer. That's
We've
what it's
made-
like.
So
We have
let's-
a lot of
let's-
people
let's
in the
change-
US that
let's
should
put,
not be
like
part
people
of
like let's say like we all have
the
the
good
same
end
view.
of natural
Like we have the
selection.
same view. Let's put people who have the opposite view of vaccinations. I don't want to get that. I don't want to do that. Right?
What are we
Because-
gonna create a new Australia? Like
Well, no, but I'm serious.
It's kinda
because-
like-
because
I
it exists and I've seen it
still
and I know
love the
people who do
I don't
it,
want to
right?
get the vaccine because then the government can track me.
It's not that. It's
Government
not that.
is
It's
right.
not
I have a
even,
whole
it's not
life
even
of
that.
it.
It's not even. It's not even close to that, right? It's more people who like this is way too soon. You know, I thought like coronavirus.
Oh, this is gonna make me sick. Like in 40 years, when it's on like the TV. That's
Exactly. There's a
if you
lot
have
of
the
people out there.
coronavirus in 2021, you might be obligated for
But-
compensation.
I hope so. I want
Government
it.
has mandated anything
want
that
it.
CDC gives recommendations for, right?
Mhm.
I look at it as like a sidestep to what government can do for a population.
Well, and that's the whole
Right.
point of like the CDC, because it's Center for Disease Control,
Right.
and so
Good job.
that's like literally like this is kind of what they're put in there for, as like to prevent like these kind of pandemics and those kind of things.
But can you
Yeah,
see
and
how
their
this
job
could get
goes much
misconstrued?
You're right.
how-
Farther than being like, hey guys, a lot of people are sick with the same thing right now. These guys are tracking all over the world what diseases might be brought up in these certain
Right.
situations, and they track this certain COVID-19 strain a while ago.
Well, and what's
before it
crazy
hit.
about like this
doesn't
like,
matter to a lot of
Yeah, it
a
doesn't
lot
matter
of
because
people.
people don't know
a lot
anything.
of people don't care.
right?
They don't
well,
give a shit. They don't give a shit.
They
I've seen it.
generally, I have people in my family that are very close to me as far as like family goes in this fucking town that went on the
Distance or
Don't-
heart-wise?
close both, all of
Okay.
it. I don't want to say names or
We're
people.
not gonna say names. I'm just gonna point in a direction.
But like I've been into a building that I've been into a lot in my life where there was no control over anything.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
And so it runs down to like, again, because they don't give a shit.
They don't.
And when this person told me that they got their vaccine, while this entire time not giving a shit about what's going on at all, and just pissed that their business is like mildly down.
That's all that matters at that point, right?
Right, and I'm like, well, I'm happy that you like actually like looked at it this way in this moment, which you should have been for the past year, because it would be less of an issue.
Yeah.
If you, like, if people like you would like, hey, like maybe I should like look at this like, let's
But a lot of
stop
people-
for a couple. They didn't. They didn't
don't.
give a fuck at all.
They only care
whatsoever.
about what's going on. And
Right.
It's like, hey, it's me.
Did they take
I'm
any
gonna-
kind of precautions?
None.
Really?
No.
Jeez.
I was in there in January for this person's birthday, and I was one of 3 people, which included my sister and Dan, wearing a fucking mask because it was fucking crazy in there.
Well, even on your
And-
birthday, your sister wore a mask.
It's
the
Right.
Just people
entire
who
time.
can't grasp the concept of like a bigger picture.
Right. There's
It's
no,
not just about you and what's going on.
It's
in
about
your
every-
It's not
fucking life.
about you. It's about everybody around you.
But I'm gonna-
Keep
I'm gonna-
them safe.
Guys, I'm going to tell you, there's such a fucking huge population that is
that doesn't
Yeah.
think
No,
that.
it's
That
actually-
is
that.
it's
crazy.
most of the United States. That's like
It's
they've made that
fucking
the American
crazy.
dream versus like
Is to be
the actual
so
to be safe and happy
insanely selfish.
and like have everything that they need.
And then all these people get to tell me how to be a Christian?
right.
Fuck that. Fuck that. That's fucking bullshit. Love your neighbor,
Well,
take
I'm-
care of
I'm
your
pretty-
shit.
I'm
love
saying
your
it's
I'm
bullshit,
pretty
but
glad
they're
that Sarah's
there.
not here for that one. But
Yeah, obviously, I know. I had
Hard dose
but
of
like,
truth. Like
that's
it doesn't
bullshit.
matter. It doesn't
Like,
matter
that's
if
Right.
it doesn't matter if
bullshit.
it's bullshit. They're there. They're there.
They-
They're here.
they don't look
it's
at it-
happening.
they
Yeah,
don't-
well,
It
they're
doesn't-
wrong.
I
I
agree.
know they're wrong, but
Fucking fuck this shit.
I know they're wrong.
Shit
I'm just trying to be devil's advocate here. But
No, there's no
like,
need to be because those people can fuck off.
Yeah, they're
Like
wrong.
at
But-
this point, the first couple months I get it, do your thing. But like we've been fucking with this for so long now. If you don't want to, fine. Like go fuck yourself.
But
Like,
if we can't say that because
we can
it is-
absolutely say
I
that.
can absolutely
No,
say that.
that
We
kind
can
of
say that as
mentality
a
is what
group.
gets you into the problem.
We can say that as a group who
I can
agree
say
with
it
each
But that's
other.
not how it works.
We can say
I
how
can say it
we can say it as a
personally,
group
too.
who agree with each
I
other,
got this.
but
It's
it's
not
not
how-
reality.
it's not how it works.
It's not reality.
So the reason
Obviously,
why
it's not
Yeah, but-
reality, but it's bullshit when
The
somebody
reason-
relies
but the
on their
reason it's not
religion
reality
to
is
tell you
because
what is
people won't
okay
let it
and what
be.
is
Okay.
not okay to
I
back
totally
themselves
So
up
here-
but
when
like-
their skew of their religion is completely wrong. So that's not okay. You don't get a buffer to be an asshole. That's
Hey,
not appropriate.
Cool. Let's talk about it, but like at the
Yeah,
same time,
let's
they're
fucking
gonna,
talk about it.
they're gonna
So-
be there. They're gonna be there.
But those it's like we've gotten scared of like just letting people do their thing. Like
so there's
Well,
a
Do
reason
you
why
one
think
that's
girls
scared
are
of letting
sad?
people do their thing is like of the upper millions of people doing their
No,
thing.
care about the people around you. Also.
that's what they're not doing, and that's why like,
Yes,
what I'm saying with what you were saying, like let people do what they want to do. If they die, they die. It doesn't really work like that because we've made society, and for the better, that it doesn't work that way.
Yes.
If you get in
Yes.
trouble, even if you've had like a problem, let's say when I broke my legs, right? So we've made it in the scenario where I didn't have health insurance because my mom fucked it up, right? So when I went to the hospital, if I didn't have health insurance, if we didn't have these laws in place, these like ideals to like society works this way, where you'll be okay, you'll pay it off later, or do something afterwards. They could have shoveled me the fuck out and I'd die for my mom's fuck up, not mine.
Right.
But so that I trusted fucked it up, right? So in this case, now these people get sick. We say, fuck them, don't give a shit. But we've made it so they can like actually go to the hospital, survive it, and still contribute to society afterwards.
Right.
And they're still there for their kids, their parents, their siblings, their people around them, because we've deemed it better, which I agree with, and I think you will too, that them being alive is better than them being dead.
Okay.
So, hang
Certain
on.
people.
And let them talk.
No, that's most people. There's very few people in this world that I don't think should belong in this world. And
100%.
I can't think of one. Because there's
Because we
somebody
don't know
that
them.
cares about them, that needs them in some way. So now we've provided,
I
if you
agree.
say
That's
they can
fair.
do whatever the fuck they want to do
agree.
and fucking get sick and die, now has worsened society because of that. They're not the only ones that need them to be around. They're not just themselves. There's
Millions.
nobody in this planet that's only there for themselves.
Millions.
So we've made it available to them to like be in this hospital, be in this thing, to make them better, to provide for society, and their community, not because we're selfish in like ways of just monetary or just having populace. We're made it because of the people around them also need them there. So now, even though they're ignorant and stupid and all this bullshit, which I don't agree with,
We all
there's still a benefit to society on top of
Yes.
them just being alive.
Yep.
So if we create this like scenario, that's what a lot of people like don't understand about like this pandemic and like things like that, where like the lockdown and all this stuff like that we try to like enforce and do is not just because of, well, people are going to die because they're going to die. We're not trying to just prevent that. It's just this beneficial gain for society that's not, you can't really put a value specifically on them being alive.
Right.
And so that's where
and
a
the hardest
lot of the
part-
scenario is everybody's going to get sick or whatever that's possible, but we can't have this overrun of our hospital system where we just have dead bodies and shit that happen like out in
I
fucking
love- out
in Morgan County and things like that, where it's like we don't have
We
the,
have
the suppliers to do
refrigerator
this,
trucks
so
out there.
it's also just dragging
Yeah,
on
it's
society.
horrible. Or what's
now
going
we have
on in India right now?
right, we
can't do
have
that.
we have fucking refrigeration trucks with dead bodies in them because we have nowhere
Yeah,
to put
that
them.
was really horrible.
So
And
that's the idea, is to draw back that scenario. There's still gonna be people that die and get it and do the thing. That's gonna happen, but it's to lessen the blow on society as a whole.
And
That's where these restrictions came into place, and they still will need to be a thing for a little while longer.
I think
also
so.
I don't want to be a part of this scenario where I have to wear a mask and do all this shit. But
Me
if we
either.
don't have that,
we
we-
can't make it better.
right?
And the vaccine thing too, I have zero problems with vaccines, but I also think about it a little bit differently. I work a lot. When I go home, I'm usually hanging out in one of the nursing homes there because that's where my mom works. When you bring a disease into a nursing home, the flu even, you're wiping out a lot of people there. So if you don't get the vaccine of anything, you have a really good chance of killing someone's parents. Or someone else's loved one who just has maybe an issue and they can't take care of themselves, and that's why they're there. And that's horrible to think like that. So obviously, I'm that kind of person. I'm like, even if it kills me in the future, I'm gonna get it so that I don't give it to people now, like kind of moment. Which I think is how like we all think.
Yeah.
And so when people are like, I don't want to get it, I'm like, okay, don't get it, but don't be all pissy when they're like, then you have to still wear a mask, but these guys don't have to wear a mask anymore.
so I'll bring up
We're still not safe from it, but we just know if we get it, it's not going to be as bad.
I'll bring up an example, right? So I have a couple.
Hopefully.
I have a couple of friends who are super against it, right? But they're very close to me. They're very like, I love these people, right? So I listen to them, but at the same time, I fight them at the same time, right? You know what I mean? It's a you know, what are you talking about right now? Like, please explain why you think this is not you know, a real problem, you know? And it's tough because you have people that, you know, you've grown up with, you made friends with and everything, but then you have this division of like thought, right?
Mhm.
There's a lot of that now going on. But at the same time, you have to say like, okay, what are you thinking? I want to know exactly what you're thinking because
Yeah, like,
this
you
is
got like all your other shots. Like, what's the like,
so
what's
that's the
point?
thing, right? I was called a guinea pig for like taking my vaccine, right? You know what I mean? Because some people they look at this, they look at this whole thing and the vaccine thing as an experiment, which in essence, how fast it was developed, it kind of is.
Mhm.
So I don't disagree with them in that way. But you know what? From the betterment of society and like getting us back to where we need to be, I think we're on the right track, right? There's a lot of positive, you know, results that have come of this, right?
Yeah.
So, but at the same time, it doesn't change their mind.
Were you just
right?
gonna throw those tongs out?
So, and I'm just saying this falls within my friend group, right? And like, you know, these are people that I care about, and like, you know, I challenge this all the time, and so that's tough, you know what I mean? And that's why I get so like, there's so many more people out there who don't think like us,
Right.
and
They're still amazing and need to be around. But it's hard. It's getting
really
so
hard.
much
So,
more difficult,
and
though.
really, what I'm pulling back in here is like
Also,
what
you need to
CDC
be able to
has
look at
just
it.
said.
I just thought-
What CDC has just said
Can I use your deodorant?
has made it way more difficult because these people who have thought this the whole time, when this came out, it's causing turmoil.
It's
Like,
not what the whole time.
that it didn't matter. Like, why do we need masks? They've been saying it the whole fucking time.
Those people are stupid. I'll tell you that right now.
Friends
or not, family or not, those people are fucking stupid.
But why-
If a year into this, you can't understand what the purpose of putting a mask on your face is when it's really not that big of a fucking deal. If you can't even get behind that simple
Right, I
ideology,
get it.
you're a fucking idiot.
So.
And so I understand
it's
there's
so
people.
bad.
And I've told my
Everyone,
friends
hold
this.
on, shut up.
No, I've
Everyone
told my
on
friends
earth.
this. I've told my friends this. I've told my friends this. You're stupid.
That's great.
Stop being dumb. Like, what are you talking about?
Right, but if they don't stop being dumb, they have to live with their consequences. And that's just something that,
Well,
like,
that's
Well,
true.
people
that's
are
the thing
scared.
is they're going
You
to,
can't
and
hold
it's gonna
people's
be,
hands.
It's going to be the collect.
You
that
can't
collective
Yeah,
hold
but
their
people won't
hands.
stop is the problem.
I know.
Like, people are scared of
So
letting...
here's the thing.
Shut up for a second.
Hold on,
If
Jack.
somebody has been an anti-masker, vaxxer this whole time, no, everyone on this planet is loved by somebody.
Yeah.
They have a purpose. They're
Well,
loved by
especially
somebody.
their kids that they don't want to vaccinate, right?
I'm just
Right,
saying.
and like, again, there's people on every single side of perspective that you could think
Right.
of, and I understand that. But at a certain point, like, fine, dude, if you're an anti-mask, anti-vax, and you don't want to get it, if something happens to you,
It's
That's on
the
you,
ball
man.
is in your court.
I've already
Yeah.
said that. You know what? But I still love that guy.
Right.
I still love the people that.
So
I love.
here-
right,
Right.
veterans
I get
love
you.
their
So-
friends that got their faces blown off, but it happens. And it
So
sucks.
here's the
So
thing.
I'm not
here's-
trying to belittle that at all,
Here's the difference.
but it's a
Yeah,
part
yeah.
of how everything works,
There's-
unfortunately.
Yeah.
There's people that also can't get it for various
I
reasons.
understand.
Well,
And
And
that-
now
that's
those
the
people
thing.
are putting,
Yeah.
aren't the people that are anti this
Well,
are
and I
putting
think about
those
that.
people in.
I
Right.
work really closely
Right.
with somebody who can't get any kind of immunization, and so
Mm-hmm.
you're like, well, I would do everything that I can to like
Right.
protect
So
you.
now that's where
because
again I'm very much on the people
It's
should
not
do
my
what they
job
want
to
to do
tell you.
scenario. I'm very much like, oh, it's just these people doing these people things.
yeah,
That kind of shit. Like, but at some point, if we can get as many people as possible, even people that are anti it, which includes, I'll just put it, my dad got his fucking vaccine, which I was fucking
Thank
surprised.
God. Yeah.
I was surprised as fuck on that scenario, but that also puts other people that can't get it in a better position if they weren't just like, oh, I can do whatever I want. And so that's why, like, I have like a very like
It's on wheels.
knowledgeable scenario when it comes to like these. There's people that I know that they waited a very long time to get their vaccine, not because they didn't want to, but because they had to make sure that it was like okay for them to get it. And again, what you said earlier, like this has been a very like the test scenario, like people like complain about that. Something that a lot of people don't understand about like vaccines and like other things that are very much public domain, is that the reason why this one came out so quickly isn't because we didn't know how to deal with it. Is because we knew how to deal with it. We knew how to deal with a lot of like diseases that are vaccinable against, like, you know, like you can like build immunization over across the top of it. The reason why a lot of those take a long time is because because of roadblocks in
funding.
that there's funding, there's not time to be spent on it, there's not ways that we can put everything in place to make this available to everyone. In this specific case with this vaccine, we've stopped everything to make sure that it was okay.
No, I really what I think
And that's the reason why it was a lot quicker
And
than
actually,
most.
The reason I
tell
say
you-
society is that because people don't believe. They don't believe in it.
Well,
It's too fast. They say
the
it's
percentages show
too
that
quick.
they do.
It doesn't matter because, hey, vaccines are made in 20 years, right? So we've made this in less than a year.
That's not true. The flu vaccine
It
was
is
also
true,
the
and that's
same
what
way.
people are saying.
The flu vaccine came out the same way.
Just because that's what people are saying doesn't make it true at all.
Right.
I know it. It doesn't
Okay.
matter. It doesn't matter.
Right.
It does not matter.
Right, yeah.
Thanks to social media,
Let me,
it does not
yeah, well,
fucking
social
matter.
media fucks up a lot of things right now, but let me give you
Really,
a little
that's
bit
where we're
of
at.
like a minute here. So there was a woman who was studying this really insane thing, and nobody ever gave her funding, and I cannot remember her name, so I'm really doing her a disservice right now. Nobody ever gave her funding, nobody believed in her, nobody was, like, everybody was like, that's so stupid, why are you even studying this? She studied mRNA and was actually the catalyst of how the mRNA, the Pfizer and the Moderna
Yep.
vaccines were able to sail through. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine is not
Not an
mRNA
mRNA.
vaccine. That is an injection with the
Yes.
virus, which is what we got.
Right.
The mRNA vaccine is not that.
Big difference. Huge
So,
difference. If you think about
she
it,
really
it's a
sealed
big
it through, and
difference.
she did a lot of the legwork to get that done.
Right.
That's why Johnson
And
&
it
Johnson
was
got
really
rights.
amazing. And if she doesn't get a fucking Nobel Peace Prize
Well,
next year,
part of the
that's
thing is,
crazy.
again, like the reason why like the Johnson & Johnson got put on pause
A lot
was
of,
that
lot
they're
of side effects.
not a lot of
So-
side effects.
Yeah, well, they did it because
Six
of it.
people had a weird side effect, and it got put on pause.
they're saying 6 to 10
Well,
people
yeah.
had blood clot issues with it. Which if my mom had a big problem with me getting like she learned on Sunday that like I got like the Johnson & Johnson. She's like, oh my god. I was like, hold on a second.
But okay. But okay.
So
look,
the
And
language.
it was women.
So yes, it was 100% women that had the problem, and it was mostly birth control related to go along with it. But in the and again, we talked about this like last week, I think, with the Johnson & Johnson thing. It was the week before, where you're more likely to get hit by lightning than the percentage that you would get
what
blood
was the sample
clots.
size though? We're what 30% vaccinated right now.
It was 7 million people, and
Okay.
8 people got
Well,
it.
what's the sample size of the entire nation?
No, it doesn't
Well,
matter.
Well, no,
because
this is what
Why
happened.
doesn't it matter?
No,
7
this was
million
with
people got the
with the
vaccine,
Johnson & Johnson.
and 8 people got blood clots.
Okay, in
That's
comparison
the
to
size.
how what is our population? What is
I'm
our-
talking about
no,
the amount of
this-
people who got the vaccine
Yeah.
and who had a bad situation from the
Okay,
vaccine.
so factor that into the entire
8% of
population.
Right,
7
which is
million.
way less. He's
yeah,
agreeing.
okay,
He's
so you're
agreeing.
all- okay,
but,
so
like,
we're all agreeing.
Yeah.
I was
You're
like,
agreeing.
Oh, that's not what we're talking about.
so
yeah,
yeah,
you're
so
right.
with that like scenario, I was like, I asked my mom like in this situation, I was like, how many people do you know have been hit by lightning? Have you ever met anybody hit by lightning?
Not only 2.
Okay,
Static, but yeah.
shut the fuck up.
Oh my god, I was shocked. It was horrible. I'm
Static
sorry.
So
Lightning is just big static.
right, you're right.
So yes,
You
I
right.
have
You
several
right.
times.
Shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying though.
Yeah.
Like, and that was like my counter argument was like, how many people do you know in her 53 years of life that's been hit by lightning? She couldn't name one. I know people that have been hit by lightning, but like the idea is like,
So
it's pretty rare. So it's like, and that's where, you know, like when it comes to vaccine scenarios where I'm like,
But are we
you're more
willing
likely
say
to
that's
fucking
okay?
get pregnant
Right, so
off of
let-
a toilet
let-
seat
It
than
comes
get hit
back
by
to
lightning.
statistics.
I'd much rather
right?
get pregnant off a toilet seat than get hit by lightning, but I have something that has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
But I gotta ask you because you've been around the area for a while, obviously, most of your life.
God, it sounds like I'm old as fuck.
I know.
You're right, but shit.
So down at the Loveland Cemetery, if you ever spent a little bit of time there,
I know where it's at.
there is, it's not quite a stump, but it's not a tree. It's probably about this tall off the ground. It's petrified wood. Mm-hmm. It was hit by lightning, and I believe, but correct me if I'm wrong, if you know anything about this, because it's a tombstone for someone.
Floor laughing.
Oh my God.
Zach.
Yeah, it's a different Zach.
Oh, I was like, oh my gosh. Correct
That's a
me if
kid
I'm
that I
wrong.
grew up with that I haven't seen in like
Well, yeah, because you're old as fuck.
20 years. I haven't seen him.
Obviously.
I haven't seen him since like 13 or 14 years old.
Uh,
God damn it, we are old as fuck, Zach.
Anyway, correct me if I'm wrong. The stump had been hit by lightning and it became petrified wood.
Mhm.
And the person who was standing next to it was touching the tree and killed him, and it's his tombstone.
No.
Is that not it?
That's total
Why
bullshit.
is that thing there? Why is that there?
It's just stayed there because it's cool that it's
But it's
petrified
somebody's
wood.
tombstone, isn't it?
No.
Oh, it's not? It's
No.
just hanging out?
Yeah.
I need to probably revisit. I haven't been there since I was
Yeah,
nine,
that's
I
some
guess.
all bullshit for sure.
That sounds like just a cool story to associate that with. That's all that sounds
Yeah, that's
Wouldn't that be a cool
it's
story,
urban
though?
legend. This is-
Wouldn't it be like it's not even urban legend because I made it up in my own head, so it's not urban legend. What the fuck? Wouldn't that be so
People say to this day his skin is still baked into the bone.
Wouldn't that be so believable? People still
That is
say
some bullshit.
And
You're like,
you still-
I'm gonna start some shit right now, and people
so
in 30,
believable.
40 years, they're gonna say that shit out
I'm
loud.
just saying, isn't that so believable? That sounds believable.
It is
as hell.
believable because
Thank
people are
you.
stupid.
See, I am a good liar, just not to you. Okay.
Maybe it was really.
What?
What?
Well, yeah, I'm not a good,
Yeah,
okay, I'm not a
you're
good
like,
liar.
really?
I can think of a story. No, he said not to
Anyways.
any of us really.
Okay.
No. I didn't mean to really. I'm sorry, but like,
Fuck it.
I don't know.
That's kind of the point of like the
You know, I
scenario.
think
we all have
there's
our
a
own
lot of other
feelings,
things
we
that we
just
have
gotta
to think
know where to
about,
place
like
them.
outside of our own thoughts, right? Because like,
Well, that is
We-
what we're talking about.
well, no,
Yeah.
I agree, but like, there's a bigger thing going on.
Well, yeah,
Right,
we
with-
know.
You know what
It's
I mean?
hard to see the other side of somebody being
Right.
absolutely healthy enough to get a vaccine that's not going to hurt them to decide not to because
Right. And I got a lot of people I love that say the same thing.
A reason
right?
that
And
doesn't
You know,
matter.
we can
Pass
call
that
them
bottle
stupid.
of
We can
fucking-
call them stupid. I
Come
don't.
on.
I don't think they're stupid.
Well,
I-
there's
they-
plenty of smart people
you know
that
what
are
I mean?
against
Like,
it too.
yeah.
Absolutely. But there's a whole nother fucking game field like out there of people who think opposite of what we're like talking about right now.
Well, sure.
And that's the problem.
I think we should transition because we usually don't talk about this kind of stuff anyway, and I think it's.
Oh, we
just-
talk about everything on this podcast. Come on
I
now.
know, but remember, we used to not bring it in. We used to
No,
keep it light.
there's always light and it's always
light
heavy.
and easy. Light
always
and
been a thing.
easy.
All right, yeah. Next up.
Everybody should get the
What?
vaccine, but if they don't need to, it's fine.
Anyways.
What was that?
It's Type C cord for
Oh.
Sarah had her laptop out, so
No, I mean, yeah.
it is what it is, and that's kind of thing. It's like we just have to like, if we don't talk about it, we don't understand like the other person's opinion.
Well,
And that's a
well,
big-
we don't have a
And
lot
I
of
see it a
people
lot
in
though, right?
our
So I see it a
group that-
lot.
That's a big,
Right?
that's a
That's
big
a big,
problem with.
So it like fucks me up in a way, right? Because I don't think like that.
Yet everyone is smart at something and dumb at something.
Yes. Agree. I agree.
Eric, you're not
I find
wrong.
most people are dumb as fuck. So
Most things.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say I'm more
I-
like 5%
But
smart.
at the same
and it
time,
just
they're
applies to
smart at
the
their own
things
things
that they
too,
do in
right?
their life.
So the people who are dumb are very smart at their own things. And
But I am smart enough not to speak on subjects I don't know anything about without trying to get.
I have a
little bit of
problem where
information
I'm-
down first.
You know, I'm not trying to like toot my own horn, but I try to be good at everything. And I know that there's some things that I'm not, and I definitely know those specific areas that I'm like, I'm a fucktard at that. I'm not doing it.
Hey, you're gonna fail every time.
I wear a mask out of respect for my elders. I got the vaccine for the caution of my youngest as he asthma.
That's
Perfect.
exactly what we're talking about.
And
That's exactly what we're
I've
saying.
told the people that
Right.
that talk about this, like, hey, this is out of respect for my parents. This
Yeah.
is out of respect for
Right.
everybody else. I'm like, you need to understand that.
Right.
It's like, and they do, right? They get
So
that,
and
but
that
at
and
the
that's
same
very
time,
much
you know
like
what I mean?
that's very much like the point of like vaccines in general, and like a lot of things that we do in society as in general is to help everyone. It's to help you. It's to help you. It's to help you. Whereas it may not do anything for me because like again like there's the discussion that I already had it and this sort of things like it may not affect me ever again, but I got mine to like make sure that like if I do carry it in some way
As
Right.
did I.
that
Right.
like it helps me not carry it for long in
Right.
those kind of scenarios, and that's really where like again vaccines and like any kind of like disease control is more of a it's for everyone, not just individuals.
So this notion does not pass easily to a lot of people, right?
Right, because they're very much entwined
I
with their
know,
own.
I agree with
We're
you guys.
going
like,
right back
so
into it.
much, like,
Wow.
okay.
Okay. Let's not roll back into it, but I will say this one thing. I will say it's really synonymous. People do care about their neighbors and they will do a lot of things for them, except get a vaccine. But if you had a rodent problem in your house, you'd probably set up traps so that wouldn't transfer over to your neighbors, right? Or out into your yard, or also ruin your structure, things like
I'll
that.
stick Tucker on.
And yeah, we had a rodent problem. We don't have a rodent problem anymore. We put Tucker outside.
Oh yeah, did she tell you this?
I
No.
did not tell you this,
Oh,
and it was
man.
the same day that I got the really fun thing that I need to tell you about later.
Dude,
But
have you heard
it
of
was
voles?
phenomenal.
Voles?
So we had a mole in the backyard.
No, vole,
We had a vole in the backyard.
right?
Which
Do you know
one
what
is
a vole
bigger?
is?
I don't know what a foal is.
Which one is
Look it
bigger?
up. Look it up on your computer right
No,
now.
you look it up.
So, I'm telling you, she told me this too.
A
A vole. So we had all
He
these
was
like
really
tracks in
little,
our
but
backyard.
he
Tucker
built
was going
tunnels.
into like around this place and like so we like made a decision to
I
go.
think this is my next pair of shoes.
All right, I'll look it up.
Anyways.
Just look at
You
this real
look
quick.
up. Yes. What? I didn't know he was a Visco girl.
Called
you know what I mean?
like there's a
It
vole.
reminds me of the
There's a vole shoe.
Miami skin from Call.
Well, it's Miami Nights.
I know.
All right,
So-
you look up moles and I'll look up voles.
I know what a mole is. I don't
It's
know
a
what
vole. It's not a mole. It's a mouse. looking
V-O-L-E?
motherfucker.
Okay, we had a vole. He was real tiny. He looked like a mouse.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So
A lot of
basically,
tunnels
it
in the
tore a
backyard.
whole fucking backyard up. No, so there was like tunnels everywhere. You could walk out and like Tucker'd
We
be
could
like
see the
in the
tunnels.
like nose in the fucking tunnel. Where you at? Where you at? And
It's
then,
kind of a shrew style.
no. So all of a sudden, so I'm at work. So I'm like calling Kate on lunch, and she goes, "Oh shit, Tucker got something." I'm like, "No, he didn't. Did you?"
I
really?
tell this story better.
Did
so I'm talking to John on the phone. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah.
It's a skill. It's a trait.
It
Just
is.
accept
It is.
it.
I was like, yeah. Tucker.
It's taken her a long time to accept that she can tell a good story.
Yeah,
So
apparently.
let's
All right,
let's
let's hear from your side.
Don't fuck this up.
So
Yeah, you better not. You better
I'm
not.
on the phone with John.
you gotta be a bitch about it. You better not fuck it up.
I'm
Goddamn.
on the phone with John. John's like, I gotta get off the phone. I'm just like been on the phone for like John for that's all the backstory that you need. I put Tucker outside and Tucker was like
what I
sniffing
just said.
around, and I was like, man, maybe he'll get that vole today. And then Tucker hops up against the base of the house, and I'm like, oh, he found something. He got that vole. So he's got it trapped, and he picks it up, and I start freaking out. And I'm on the phone with John. I'm like, oh shit, he got it! Oh no! want to be outside with it because I don't want to see Tucker kill this thing. I know he's killing
It's
it.
like, send me a video now!
He's gonna murder that shit for
Dude,
sure.
I was like,
Yeah, so I'm
put it on
sitting
video.
on the couch looking out the window, like talking to John on the phone. I'm like, oh, he's got
He's
it.
all,
Oh,
"Fuck
throwing
this
it up in
shit."
the air. Yeah, he's tossing it around. He's throwing it up
I'm like,
in the air.
oh my god, I want to
Oh,
see
no.
this shit.
And he throws it down, and I'm like, oh my god. Oh, it's dead. And
So I can't
okay,
go
I
out and
gotta
look
get
at it.
out
I'm
the
like,
phone.
Kate,
I was like, I can't. I was like,
get
well, I was like, I
out
can't
there.
take a video of it. I did go out and look at it. I wasn't gonna be like, snap a picture. I snapped a picture of Tucker standing next to it. Because it was the only time Tucker did a very good
Wish
job
I was
of
home.
listening to me. So like, Tucker had this thing in his mouth. He
Dude,
threw it out
he's
and
been
he
going
killed
after
it.
this for like the
He
whole time I've been
got
living
it.
there. For the whole time I've been
He did a
living
good
there.
job, and he like was holding it in his mouth, and I walked outside, and I was like, Tucker, drop it, and he was like, okay,
No, I got the video.
and I was like, get in the house, and he was like, oh, okay, like, and I was like, oh my god, and then he cried the rest of the day because he couldn't go outside and get it again, but worth it because now we don't have a rodent problem in our backyard right now.
Look at this. I think this is it.
Is that the
So
picture?
watch this. Just press play.
Yeah, you sure did. Okay, you gotta leave it. Tucker, leave it. Good boy. Good job. Good job. All right, come on. Let's get in the house. Come on.
He's like,
He's so
no,
proud of himself.
I got him. He's mine.
Yeah, it's just a fucking. You've seen this like style of rodent before.
So it looks like a mouse. So when I went and picked it up when I got home, he was like this little mouse thing, right? So apparently they're a huge like thing here in like Colorado. So voles, I never even heard of the thing before. It's a little mouse like mole like hybrid.
Yeah.
Really is what
That's
it
what
is.
it looks like.
No, so his teeth were like super brown, looking like a rat, like super like deep teeth. And then, oh yeah.
Good question.
So,
What is a deep teeth?
so I took a picture of it. I took a picture of it.
Deep tooth massage.
No, I took a picture of it. No,
That's all. I was just like, hang on a second. Like, what
let
is
me
a
show you
deep
right here.
teeth?
That's the one. That's it right there.
That's it. Is
That's
dead?
it. I took a picture in the bag.
That's
when
his
it-
butt.
Well, he's
John,
dead.
you can't
yeah.
see his teeth.
I know it's not. Well, you wouldn't let me take a picture.
It's his butt.
I
She's like,
just,
don't take a picture.
I was just saying like a deep teeth.
So
That's why I was like,
no,
hold on
so
a second.
I
Like,
saw the
Sarah
teeth
could
when I
test apart, like,
when I
that kind of deep teeth?
That's his butt.
Is that deep teeth? Like
when
a
I
horse?
picked it up, it had like
Like
yellow,
teeth?
like yellow teeth, like looking like a like. It,
Like
oh
it
my
smoked
god!
for
Like
years?
he
Like
smoked
su-
his entire life.
Yes,
But
yes.
they were really loud.
No, I'm not kidding.
This dog's never gonna get me.
Yeah. No, that bull was there like.
Fucking
"It's not
dipshit."
gonna get me." I've dodged it for like a year and a half. I'm fine.
All my ancestors have been dodging this fucking dog for years. Fucking dumb shit.
That was Tucker's day. Man, he was so
It's
proud
kind of
of
I was like,
himself.
what the fuck are we talking about right
Dude,
now?
but when Tucker got him, apparently, like I was on the phone, I'm like, no way did he get him. No way did he get him. And she's like, oh my god, he got him. Like, get out there with the
Sitting up on
video.
couch looking, I was like, oh yeah. I was like, I can't take a video.
Oh man.
So, in
'Cause
my
I'm on the phone with
opinion,
you.
you're both retarded.
I
So, you're like too scared to take a video. You're way too
yeah,
amped.
I was on the
Yeah, there is
What
like
do
a
you
middle
want to
ground.
call it? Bull, deep tooth, rodent, whatever.
It's a bull, dude.
It's a stubby mouse. It's a fucking rodent. Who cares what it's called? You're too scared to not see natural shit
I don't
happen.
like it.
You're
I'm-
too amped about seeing murder.
Well, I don't want my dog
Shut
digging up
up.
shit. You know what I mean? I don't want my dog digging up the whole backyard, right?
That's what your
And
dog
he was
does.
doing. That's what he was doing for
Well, he
that
was
bull.
doing it to
Well,
get
then
For
what
that
you should have
bull.
done is went to fucking some sort of rental shop, got an acetylene torch, filled the fucking tunnel with acetylene, blew it up, and called it a day.
I was just gonna throw a
Well,
bunch of
I need
paint
you
down
next
the hole.
time.
I-
Simply
I
finish
don't.
flooding.
I don't think that we should promote people
That-
to use explosions when they don't know how to do it.
I would say on a simple,
Also,
on a
I'll do
simple,
it.
on a simpler
I
side.
don't have the amateur's cookbook. I don't know how to use
On a
this stuff.
simpler,
Half the house is fucking removed. I was trying to get rid of the rodent problem.
I thought about that as I said, on a simpler side, you could have just shoved a garden hose in it and flooded the tunnel tunnel system, would have been the same fucking thing.
Oh,
Cut 'em out
well,
of
you
there.
Well,
know.
we didn't have a hose at the time.
Yeah, our hose
We
broke.
do have a hose now.
Do you know how cheap a fucking hose
Yeah,
is?
well, we just bought one. It's springtime. We just bought one.
Well, we
Anyway,
blew the other one up.
Just public service announcement. Hoses are available year round.
Yeah, well, we didn't need one.
so here's what happened. No.
Oh fuck yeah! Spring's
tell
coming.
the
We
story.
can get a new hose now.
No, tell
Like,
me.
they sell them
No,
out.
exactly
okay,
what
so
we
let me
didn't
tell you the story about the hose.
Probably
right?
cheaper in the winter.
No, so the
Yeah,
hose
about
that was
$20
like
cheaper in the winter.
given with our rental. Our rental.
So good.
Right,
So
so.
with a property.
No, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this.
Fun moment.
Oh my god.
So we had a hose that was
stupid.
already there, right? And it was one of those like,
It's
contract,
slinky, it,
you know,
like
and
it
like-
stretches,
Yeah, I've
it's
seen it on
really
TV.
soft.
yeah. So
Yeah.
what happened all of a sudden last year? The last time I turned it on, it just all of a sudden
It
goes
got a big air
boom. It just
bubble
like
in it
ballooned
and
up and it goes.
burst.
Ah!
So
Like,
then
just
we didn't have a hose anymore.
I do
but
I like the description that John just put there.
So fun fact, we went to Home Depot. We
No, I'm
went to
serious,
Home
it did that.
Depot
I'm
to
serious.
buy a hose,
So I
and
turned
we
it on.
bought
I'm
the
like, what's
same
that?
hose.
What's that? Oh no! It just.
You're like, we
whatever.
turned it on. It
Well,
was
is it-
28 degrees outside. Boom.
No, it was.
Can you
It
imagine if a
It was
hose
about
actually
110
made that
degrees
noise?
outside.
You see this like giant bubble forming in the hose when it pops. The literal noise you hear is
It did.
"Pop!"
It did.
It did do that.
It didn't speak
It
English.
burst open.
Well,
Oh, like it said pop.
It said exactly
It
what
was
it
like-
said,
you're
dude.
just- what you actually hear is pop,
Is this Travis's voice on every hose that blows up?
pop.
We could sell that.
That's better. That's better. It sounded. Yeah, it sounded more like that for sure. Hell yeah.
Fucking pop!
We didn't have a hose, you know. It blew up in November. You can't get hoses till July. So
anyway.
fucking
It wasn't even November. It was like.
In the meantime, the
last
Bulls
year
just-
in
It
the
was like
summer.
last August.
Last August in the summer,
Sorry,
dude.
ridiculous.
It was in the summer.
So anyway, we bought the same hose. For
But yeah,
this
we
year,
bought.
but
Yeah, we replaced it. Anyway.
So
Stupid.
but we have a dog. I know, but we have a dog that takes care of the situation now, so that's good.
So
Apparently.
I was so proud of that dog for like finally finding it and like getting it because get this.
Like, I'm proud of my dog, who does normally nothing.
Right.
But be a
so,
bitch.
but get this, like
You
we
did something.
had went out the day before to like pull all because the weeds are like crazy in our
Yeah, we
backyard.
trimmed down all those rose
So
bushes
we went
in the
out
back
and just
pulled
like did all the weed pulling. So I saw this fucking thing at the outside of the edge, and I saw him go in. So I saw that fucking vole. I literally saw it. And the next day, like she's talking to me on lunch, Tucker got him. I'm like, oh, you're lying.
That thing was
But
having
no.
a moment where he was all, fuck that dog, and it did not work out. So it worked out for us.
Fuck
though.
them kids! Oh shit, them kids have guns.
Yeah. Well, looking forward to that moment when those kids bring over all their Nerf guns because I can see in their backyard and I know how much shit they have. But like,
I mean, most children these days, they're pretty spoiled.
mostly just so I can bring out my Nerf gun and be all, really? Do we want to do this? Because I hit Seth with one of these and he started crying. So like, if you really want to do this, you're 4. So I'm not really sure if you do.
Alright, let's do it.
Anymore, right? Did it work? Oh!
Oh!
Ah, yeah, that does kind of like sting a little bit. I never shot myself. All right.
Ultra. I love it. I love it.
such a stupid feature.
You gotta
Holy
put the
shit.
darts back
This
in.
podcast has been going for
Oh,
4
yeah.
hours.
All
now.
right, yeah, call it.
Yeah, we
Let's
can
call
cut it.
We're gonna listen to some music and make the neighborhood.
Time is
Where,
Oh, yeah,
where'd
12.
the other guy? Oh, here.
I mean, I don't care what the time frame.
Good combos though, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yell at each other for a little bit. And shut the fuck up! You know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Well, as always, it's a pleasure.
It's always great. We'll be back next week, next Friday, for sure.
If you're lucky.
Go up to-
If I'm back tomorrow, we should do that tournament, though.
Oh, there's another dart.
I'm down. It's $25 a person to buy in. I know,
Go
but
to
I
Travis.
couldn't.
Hey, do you guys golf?
When you cut
Here,
that,
Travis.
more to it.
Travis.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
Do you golf?
Yeah.
Let's go golf.
Do you golf? I don't know. Do you
Yeah.
breathe?
Shut the
You
fuck
just
up.
dabbed that one
All right. We're out. Podcast next week. I'm gonna try to start doing daily fucking games.
You guys need hobbies.
What did you say?
I have one.
Later.
It was snowboarding until now.